I need a smoke, where the max is. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. But my tender bitch is what I like news. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast like we ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, it's in my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. At 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke, where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path, let's travel. One day you'll reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place, own your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let them shine, light up the dark. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was...
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
Don't like me, 'cause I'm on the road, yeah. Alright, let's go.
Don't like me, well I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, I do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim. Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Toasted with my cash standing tall. Hey yo, watch this. Got a foreign girls reaching for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my worst. You ain't learning. I be in a person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting, but you live with me straight till the end. Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, 'cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. I speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, I do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Back then, yeah, I never talked at all. Ashes, yeah, let them bitches fall. I've been way better than before. Toasted with my cash standing tall.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red eye, penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh, walking on the floor, this shirt, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna exit. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does it check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her when she gone. But I'm running with my clique, yeah, they got me till I fall. Complaining for bags worth more than your love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside. In the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I could taste it. Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties, different races. Did my dirt, I had a mask, I'm moving faceless. I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases. Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the
feel
stew, I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
You said some things you didn't mean. I'm sure I did that too. Egos clashing, dreams crashing. Whatever happened to me and you? From lovers to strangers, when everything changes, when we tear out the pages and only one word is left. Please let's just be quiet until the next riot. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. What is broken for now. I think we both need to grow so that we need not to know. Maybe doubt, maybe ask, maybe understand at last. From knowing to asking, from tearing to, from thinking to feeling, from hurting to healing. Please let's just be quiet and let the silence speak. Just give us some time for the wounds to heal. What is broken is broken. Let's just leave it for now. We need some perspective just to understand how. What is broken for now. But maybe tomorrow we will know how. Yes, maybe tomorrow we will know how. Oh, maybe tomorrow we will know how.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi there. Imagine seeing you here. Do you come here often? Um, hey, hi, hello. I hope everyone is well out there in the internet. Tiny people in my computer. I'm so tired. I've been like lethally tired. I don't really know why. But I got my COVID shot today, so that's probably not gonna help. Oh well. I needed to do it though. So I wanted to paint my nails and talk about what the fuck Florida is doing? What are they doing over there? Scary shit, since they seem to be like the blueprint for a lot of the shitty bills that are going around the country, getting passed and all that. They're just going full fascist. DeSantis decided to go full fash. Doing the whole banning books thing. Apparently another very anti-black bill. I don't even know what that one is. I can't even keep up with all the shit Florida's doing. So just a quick overview. Oh yeah, and then I have a piece about the Latino truck drivers boycotting Florida because of the immigration shit. It's like they're actively trying to alienate like everyone. It's kind of, I guess, how fascism works, but yeah. I don't know how they're literally going to operate without immigrant labor. Like, they're just not going to be able to. Like, and then what else? Oh yeah, there's like a couple other big fascist stories. Representative Gosar is tied to Nazis, as well as a bunch of white nationalists in the military got uncovered. So lots of bad news, but I also have some good news that I've saved for the end. So, oh yeah, I forgot to put Fear and in the title. We're also doing that. Okay. Yeah, Fear and will be like after all this news stuff. I need to drink more coffee because I feel like I never woke up, you know, those days? You just kind of doze through the whole thing. Maybe I need to like pre-roll some spliffs for my nail painting. I'm excited though. I've like been trying to like let my nails like have a rest because they keep breaking, but it seems like they break more without polish. So I don't know. Like it's like so broken. It's like half the length that it used to be. I don't know if I'm just like getting old maybe. I don't know. Need to take some like nail supplement or some shit, but this is the color. It's like a very shiny dark. It's like so separated. Very shiny, very sparkles. Oh yeah, I need to, oh shit, I need to plug in my other phone so I can record that. And yeah, that's all I have. Personally tired and have broken nails. Riveting stuff, really. Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of Trump shit too. I wanted to see Trump. I'm like way later than I intended to be. I wanted an early stream today, but I just did not manage to do that. I don't even know if I can watch it though. I feel like CNN is probably gonna claim my VOD then. I don't know. I'm scared. I mean, it was kind of a disaster. I think the biggest deal was that it was just CNN hosting Trump. I don't know why the fuck they did that. And then Anderson Cooper made a shit-ass apology response video. I don't know. I don't even care about that much, TBH. Let's do a Florida watch. Shall we?
Florida rejects more books for students. Now they don't want students to learn about what happened to George Floyd, which, by the way, is a murder that has significant racial context, required to tell the narrative accurately. They don't want you to know about movements like Black Lives Matter, even though it is a political and social movement in order to affect change, policy change in local communities. So let's do this. Put them up. Governor Ron DeSantis, the man who is afraid of you thinking critically about anything. He wants to take books. He wants to take your right to vote. And he wants to be president. Governor Ron DeSantis has campaigned against what he has described as woke indoctrination. I want you to think about that. He literally campaigns against woke indoctrination and a leftist agenda in the classroom. I want you to keep this in mind, okay? The only person who will criticize you for being woke is a person who wants you to remain asleep. That's it. That's where the criticism comes from. Florida has now rejected dozens of social studies textbooks and worked with publishers to edit dozens more. This was his plan, day one. The state's education department announced on Tuesday in the latest effort under Governor Ron DeSantis to scrub textbooks of contested topics, especially surrounding contemporary issues of race and social justice. Now, I want to remind everyone, this is not a democratic process. This is not a majority rule process. And this is not about parental rights. Okay, let me explain. They will contextualize this as, well, the parents are complaining about these books, so we have to get rid of the books. What happens when only one parent complains, but 99.9% of the other parents do not? Well, guess what? It still goes on the list to be reviewed, to be banned. Who makes the ultimate decision to ban the books? Well, a bureaucracy does. A politically appointed bureaucracy. Now, what do we have in operation?
The fact that he's just straight up rewriting history, rewriting textbooks, like, bro. It's literally so predictable. It's literally like the fascist playbook. Like, they're not even changing anything up.
You have an anti-democratic process in order to eliminate books that actually tell the truth, because one person can file a complaint. Does that sound like parental choice? Governor, let's do this. Since you are so concerned about parents having choice, can parents tell their students or tell their children to wear whatever they want to wear in school? Can they violate the school dress code? Is that not a parental right? If they want their child to wear something that may be in technical violation of that school, should that not be the parent's obligation, parent's responsibility, the parent's right? What about this, Governor DeSantis? Because since you do not like mandated vaccines, why is it that all Florida public schools require them? You have not overturned that law. You have not sought court ruling as to the constitutionality of that law. Why is it that your public schools require it if you're against it? And let me also say this, sir. If this is all about parental rights, what about the parents who say that book should never be discarded? That book should be taught to our students. What if the majority of parents say it? It doesn't matter. See, the majority of parents, they do not get an opportunity to appeal and overrule their decision. All right, Florida has rejected dozens of textbooks.
Yeah, democracy, by the way. Free speech, by the way. Fucking party of free speech. My fucking ass.
Worked with the publisher, they edited many of them. So the revisions included a textbook, no longer includes advice that parents could use the national anthem as an opportunity to talk about why some citizens are choosing to take a knee. I'm not saying it's that. That's modern context. That's a big reason we do academic work in the first place, to connect the lesson to the real life opportunity to apply it. All right? So parents could use the national anthem as an opportunity to talk about why some citizens are choosing to take a knee to protest police brutality and racism. Mention of the term socialism has now been removed entirely. And a middle school textbook no longer includes a passage about the Black Lives Matter movement, the murder of George Floyd and its impact on society. The removed passage.
Do you think they forgot? Like, they were there, probably. You know, like, it's... Yeah. How do you just avoid teaching about that? Like...
Described protest, noting that many African Americans sympathize with the Black Lives Matter movement. Factual statement, it is true. Here is the notable erasure of George Floyd, all right? Here it is. Before, here's how it read, okay? New calls for social justice. During the 2000s, one effect of an increase in the use of mobile devices and social media was the spread of images of police violence, sometimes deadly against Black Americans. The deaths of Black Americans outraged many Americans and led to a growing awareness of systemic racism that permeated the broader society. All facts. In 2013, a new social and political movement called Black Lives Matter formed to protest violence against Black Americans. The movement called for an end to systemic racism and white supremacy. In 2020, bystanders captured video footage of a white Minneapolis police officer killing George Floyd, an unarmed Black American accused of using a counterfeit $20 bill. Floyd's brutal...
What's wrong with this fucking section? It's like 3 paragraphs, dude. And like, that's all just true. Like...
killing horrified many Americans, and protests broke out in cities across the country. That is what it actually read in the book. Once the government talked to the editors, here's how the passage reads now. Okay? Section removed. The bans were cemented by Manny Diaz Jr., let's put him up, who was a Republican senator for 4 years until taking office as the Commissioner of Education.
Like, if there's another Black Lives Matter protest in the area and the student asks their teacher, hey, what are they protesting about? They literally can't answer. They could be fired for answering. Like... What are we doing? What are we doing?
Last year, he is a big nothing burger as it relates to actual education advocacy. In a statement Tuesday, Florida Commissioner of Education, Manny Diaz Jr., said that to uphold our exceptional standards, we must ensure our students and teachers have the highest quality materials available. Materials that focus on historical facts and are free from inaccuracies or ideological rhetoric.
What the fuck? What do you mean by that? What the fuck do you mean by that? Exceptional. in the way that it's different from, like, educational standards across the world, sure. It's worse. And you rank 48th in teacher pay, so...
Wow. Let's put up the pictures. The bans have been protested by local Florida branch NAACP president, as well as Florida Educational School board member, both pictured here. Yvette Lewis, president of the Hillsborough branch of the NAACP, said it whitewashes our history. It doesn't allow the children an opportunity to actually learn the truth about African American history. There are some teachers now that are afraid of certain words, like the word diversity. They're making it seem like African American history is a bad thing to learn and understand. Vaughn, the Hillsborough School Board member, said the information that was excised is important history. Those women are right. It is important history. And I want to say this to the commentary of the NAACP president. You are absolutely right. You're correct, madam. This does create an issue with true education. But it's not black people they are afraid of students learning about. It's white people. They don't want students to learn the truth about white ancestors of Ron DeSatan. They don't want to understand, or students to understand, the genesis of the problem.
True.
Because they know what students really are.
Who invented race?
You know what students are? I know what students are. That's why I'm a professor. They're the future problem solvers of our nation. That's who they are. They are the future problem solvers of our nation. And if you can socially engineer classrooms to never present the problem never gets solved. Benny, thoughts?
Yeah, unfortunately, this is really just an escalation of something that has existed for a very long time in the United States, actually, because basically they know that if you're a big book publisher, you're not going to want to run a bunch of different copies of the same book. And so, for example, if you're the Texas system of education and you don't want people learning about white supremacy in the United States, well, then you tell the book publishers that you won't publish, you won't like bring things into schools if they don't include certain things. And then all of a sudden, we got the entire state of Texas pushing reactionary nonsense. And then the book publishers are like, well, we're not going to run multiple copies of this. So this is the textbook that students all across the country will get. And so you get a few reactionary states that push like this ridiculous nonsense.
Yeah.
And that's how you wind.
Yeah, it's definitely like a ripple effect. I remember when I was in school, we had a textbook that said, it said the Civil War was only about states' rights. It deadass didn't mention slavery. Like, it didn't mention it. So like, we're definitely like not improving like the American education system, like the fuck it all. Like we're just doing the opposite, I guess, of that. Cool. GG America. $1 trillion defense bill though.
Lined up with textbooks across the entire country that do things like, for example, talk about manifest destiny in a neutral tone. Quite literally, talking about manifest destiny in a neutral tone is like talking about Mein Kampf in a neutral tone. It was quite literally a propaganda campaign to justify a literal genocide across the entire like Americas, right? That is what it is at its fundamental core. And we still have students to this day.
She's spitting. That's real. That's so true. Oh my god. Yeah, you can't even like be pro-Palestine openly. Like you have to just like be neutral, or at worst like pro-Israel.
taught about it in neutral tone. And so this, I think we need to challenge the cowardice of Democrats in democratic states to not mandate specific language within textbooks that actually require publishers to include like very important, difficult facts, but very important facts. And what you said about ancestors is definitely important, but I think it goes even further than ancestors, because like, oftentimes it's literally just parents, right? It's literally just the parents themselves. I mean, if you are old enough to have seen Star Wars in the movie theaters, then you quite literally were alive during the time in which sundown towns were at their peak in the United States of America. So it's quite literally, honestly, a lot of white parents who are outraged at the idea that their children.
When was that? When were they at their peak? From my understanding, they're still very much a real thing. Like, there's still a lot of places you can't be after dark, or maybe at all. America's not all sunshine and rainbows now. I mean, it could be less, I don't know.
Children would fully understand their behavior when they were younger. And to be honest, their behavior even to this very day. Because let's not pretend that violent racism isn't a major component of American culture to this very day.
Well said.
First bill that I'll be signing is SB 266. And what this does is reorient our universities back to their traditional mission. And part of that traditional mission is to treat people as individuals, not to try to divvy them up based on any type of superficial characteristics. We had to look at this new concept, relatively new concept, called diversity, equity, and inclusion. It had probably been there a few years ago, but then kind of the post-BLM rioting in the George Floyd summer of 2020, I think you saw it really take off. This has basically been used as a veneer to impose an ideological agenda, and that is wrong. And in fact, if you look at the way this has actually been implemented across the country, DEI is better viewed as standing for discrimination, exclusion, and indoctrination, and that has no place in our.
No, that's literally the opposite. That's literally the opposite of what it is. Bro, I'm so tired of this already. I hate everything he says. I hate everything about him. He's so fucking smarmy.
Public institutions.
Like smug about everything. And like, I hate everything. It's all bad. Bad to the core, dude. Oh my god. And how did he open this with like, oh, I don't want to discriminate on people's superficial characteristics, but also I hate diversity? What do you mean by that?
America, there is just something wrong with this man. There's no other way to describe it. So I'm just gonna give it to you straight, no chaser. Jackson, let's take some of his, what he said, an ideological agenda, and he's talking about diversity and inclusion and equity programs. But he's the one with the ideological agenda. He talked about the BLM summer, BLM and George Floyd summer. Well, for those of you who may have been on planet Mars and not know what BLM stands for, the Black Lives Matter movement, calling it out. And that was the biggest mass movement in this country's history so far. And we know that George Floyd was killed in the streets, cameras rolling. And yes, it set people off because the police officer put his knee on this man's neck. And even though people was telling him not to do it, he did not care. I mean, is something wrong with this man? And then Jackson, when he says reorient to traditional values or something like that, he used the word traditional. Traditional as in not letting black students attend certain colleges and universities in this country, which is one of the reasons why we needed HBCUs in the first place. Is that the tradition that this dude is talking about? Going to all of his codes, Jackson, and then he talks about superficial concepts. Like, teaching the truth about this country, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So Jackson, I just pulled a few words from his own mouth. I'm ready to hear your thoughts about this.
Well, it absolutely is American tradition to not include people who aren't white. In fact, the further back you go, the more of a tradition that becomes. So anytime people talk about we have to, go back to the good old days. Well, I mean, even if you just go back to the 60s and the 50s, you look at things like redlining, you look at segregation laws. And again, the further back you go, the more messed up it gets. Just in human history, period. You know what I'm saying? Like just in terms of like how war torn we are and just our attitudes towards one another and tribalism. So going backwards doesn't really make much sense. And also, what are the good old days too, like before Roe? Because he also signed that 6-week abortion ban into effect. And pretty much everything that he's doing is hugely unpopular with broader Americans. And all these reports coming out about how he's just kind of like a very unlikable person. He doesn't really have charisma. More and more people saying that. So as he gets ready to throw his hat into the 2024 presidential primary or the Republican primary, I still don't think he's going to do well. But I think it's a good time for progressives to take advantage of this because I really don't think Ron DeSantis is going to pan out to be like this super juggernaut of the Republican Party like a lot of people think he is. Not to say that he isn't influential, but I think he's incredibly beatable because I just don't think he has it. Nonetheless, he's passing terrible policies.
That is it right there, Jackson. And I hope that he's not. He will be horrible for this country. And
I mean, I hope he isn't either, but I don't know. I fear he's like a more palatable Trump. And that would be bad. That would be very bad. He's like hitting all the points. I agree he doesn't really have the riz, but I don't know if he needs it. I don't know.
I'm going to continue to say this. He will be, in my estimation, worse than Donald J. Trump. And that's saying a whole lot to say that somebody would be worse. And, just even in my conversations with the team earlier today, as we were thinking about our, the segments, this man has real power right now. Donald Trump had the power as the president. This man has the power right now, and he's using it in very awful, tremendously awful and consequential ways. So now this was Governor DeSantis.
Even if it's not like this election cycle, I think he might be president like soon. You know what I mean? I think he could be like media trained better.
This right now, like earlier this morning, not yesterday, not 2 days ago, not 2 weeks ago, bragging about this racist, anti-black and anti-anybody that's not white bill. And here's more from the law. We're gonna put this up. Florida's new law prohibits colleges from spending state or federal money on DEI efforts. These programs often assist colleges in increasing student and faculty diversity, which can apply to race and ethnicity, as well as sexual orientation, religion, and social economic status. So he don't want to see people who are diverse in the mix, whether it's teaching lessons, whether it's on the faculty or staff. He just doesn't want to see it. So Jackie, your point about the further we go back in human history, in most cases, the worse it gets. So Ron DeSantis is not just pulling Florida into a segregationalist past. He is borrowing, sisters and brothers and family and friends, from the same playbook of segregationalists throughout history, because this spirit is not new. Segregationist leaders in US history, let's put them up. Strom Thurmond, he was a US Senator of South Carolina from 1954 to 2003. George Wallace, the governor of Alabama. Y'all see all the dates there, starting in
2003. Because I know who he is. I know who he is. I didn't know he was in office for that long.
Oh, him and President Joseph R. Biden used to rock together.
Yeah, I knew that.
I got off track. Let me not get off track.
Yeah, go ahead.
Jack Gramillion, Attorney General of Louisiana from 1956 to 1972. This ain't ancient history. First of all, our country ain't old enough to have ancient history. Let me put that out there. That's the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth thing you need to know. And Ross Barnett, governor of Mississippi from 1960 to 1964. And these are just a few, because we can keep going. I mean, the list is long as hell, unfortunately. But let's revisit what some of these monsters had to say when they were in power. Let's go ahead and start off with Strom Thurmond. All the laws of Washington and all the bayonets of the army cannot force the Negro into our homes, into our schools, our churches, and our places of recreation and amusement. That was Strom Thurmond, US Senator of South Carolina, 1954 to 2003. Let's go and keep.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, yeah. This is like why it's so absurd to say like, oh yeah, no, racism is over. Obama cured it. Like, no. We need like 50 more Obamas, and for Obama to like be better. Better Obamas. Oh my god. Oh boy. Like, it's definitely not a thing like one president is going to be able to do, unfortunately. But yeah, it never ended. It's just been racism to the top.
When he retired,
I think he was in his 90s, like 90. He was 90 something.
Sheesh.
Yeah, check me out. Somebody find that for look that up for us, and we can tell you right now in real time, because Sachi can.
We really need fucking term limits, age limits, goddamn something.
Put it on his board. Let's go to George Wallace. In the name of the greatest people that have ever trod this earth, I draw the line in the dust and toss the gauntlet before the feet of tyranny. And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. That's Governor of Alabama, George Wallace, starting in 1963 and taking it all the way to 1987. Y'all hear me about that? That ain't ancient history. That's recent history. That is the kind of governor that DeSantis is. He's dangerous. Let's just go ahead and go on to Ross Barnett. There is no case in history where the Caucasian race has survived social integration. We will not drink from the cup of genocide. Okay,
that's just wrong.
I mean, this is all about white.
It's just not true either. Like, Rome was very multicultural. Like, what?
It's not true. But this is what DeSantis is stoking this, and DeSantis is taking
the fuck, saying like, we will not drink from the cup of genocide. We will just hand it out. Extremely weird, dude.
Pay straight out of the playbook of these folks and bringing their ideology to the 21st century. He just cloaking it a little differently, but it's the same. It's the same. DeSantis is more dangerous, again, than Donald J. Trump, because he is in charge right now. He's using his power right now to do these things. And Trump can promise he's gonna do these things. There's no guarantee, God forbid, that Trump was gonna get back in power at all. But Ron DeSantis is in power right now, Florida. Right now, America, and he's giving us a preview of the kind of man he is and how he is inebriated with power and how he will use power to kill and to steal and to destroy. We got to call it what it is. Now, here's some footage. This is what DeSantis ranting is reminding me of. I'm gonna take a look at this footage, and it's people like him while they queuing up the footage. That right there. It's people like him and Senator Tommy Tuberville of Alabama, who have proven that we are not that far removed from the segregationist era. In many ways, we are living it. I want you to take a good look at this. And for those of you who are listening and are not looking, we are playing historic footage from the 60s with civil rights march in the street, and how you got people who work for government, i.e. police officers, firefighters, and other officials using dogs on innocent black people who are just sitting up there marching for freedom and justice and liberation. We are showing water hoses. Those water hoses are not being picked up by just any old regular white citizen. The firefighters got those hoses. The police officers are sicking those dogs that black people's taxes were paying for. This right here, America, is what DeSantis is trying to take us back to with his rhetoric. So if it's painful for you to watch, if you are offended by this, you should be offended by this. What are you gonna do about it? So that we don't go back to this time. Jackson, your final thoughts on this. Well, we're gonna talk about Tommy Tuberville, but this is right here. This is what DeSantis. This is the kind of America, as you said. The further we go back, we can go back even further. This is the kind of America that this man is trying to bring back in the 21st century.
And I mean, like, how can you erase this? And two, like, if you look at footage like this, what can you really say? You know what I mean? Because at the time, the conservatives of the time were just against plain and simply integration. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want to integrate schools. They didn't want to integrate the workplace. And it really wasn't any more complicated than that. And they thought that they thought people who wanted integration were doing too much, were asking for too much. But I'm still mind blown about that. I did not know that Strom Thurmond that man was in office from the time my father was 3 years old until I was in the 5th grade. My dad was born in 1951. That's why I was taken, because I know
my
who
dad
he is.
too.
I was like, what?
My dad
like,
too.
Yeah, that's very American.
Did you find out how old he was when he left the Senate, the U.S.?
He had to have been 90 something, but no,
90 something.
That's very American. That's
I want to
very
give
American.
people the right answer. And then, look at this. This right here. This is Tommy Tuberville just last week. Let's take a look at this.
We are losing in the military so fast, our readiness in terms of recruitment. And why? I can tell you why. Because the Democrats are attacking our military, saying we need to get out the white extremists, the white nationalists, people that don't believe in our agenda as his Joe Biden agenda. They're destroying it.
You mentioned the Biden administration trying to prevent white nationalists from being in the military. Do you believe they should allow white nationalists in the military?
Well, they call them that. I call them Americans.
I
call them Americans? Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. I mean, just admitting there's no difference between white nationalist fucking Nazis and, America. It's the same thing. Great. Fucking... Just saying it outright.
Call them that, but we call them America. I mean, what else we need to say on this, Jackson? Yeah. What else needs to be said?
He spoke for himself. He spoke for himself. And it's also hilarious too about like whether it be the military or just like corporations. You might want to offer more if you're having a problem or a shortage. But also too, I mean, America's not under any type of huge threat. This isn't like World War II time, so people aren't like, oh boy, I want to go die. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not that complicated. But as you said, there's really nothing else to add. He spoke for himself. They're Americans, and we need them in the ranks.
Alabama Republicans.
Damn. Where did it go? Oh, wait, no, this is right. Yeah. I mean, I guess they do. I don't know who's gonna join in as many numbers as white nationalists will. They might have a point there. But get fucked. Maybe scale back. I don't know. Maybe you don't need stations in 80 countries.
Senator Tommy Tuberville is coming under fire after expressing support for white nationalists in the U.S. military. Tuberville made the comments last week while talking to WBHM, an NPR affiliate in Alabama.
We are losing in the military so fast, our readiness in terms of recruitment. And why? I can tell you why. Because the Democrats are attacking our military, saying we need to get out the white extremists, the white nationalists, people that don't believe in our agenda as his Joe Biden agenda. They're destroying it.
You mentioned the Biden administration trying to prevent white nationalists from being in the military. Do you believe they should allow white nationalists in the military?
Well, they call them that. I call them Americans.
I call them Americans. In an attempt to walk back his comments, Senator Tuberville told a reporter at NBC, quote, "I look at a white nationalist as a Trump Republican." Listen carefully.
I look at a white nationalist as a Trump Republican. That's what we're called all the time, a mega
a person. That's what I'm
Do you
just.
agree with that assumption?
I agree that we should not be characterizing Trump.
He's just making it worse. Wow. He's just digging it in. I didn't mean white nationalist. I meant MAGA. I mean Trump person. I mean... Oh, shit.
Supporters as white nationalists.
Senator Chuck Schumer blasted Tuberville's remarks, describing them as utterly revolting. The controversy comes as President Biden told graduates at Howard University Saturday white supremacy is a poison and the, quote, most dangerous terrorist threat in the country. Meanwhile, on Sunday, members of the white supremacist group Patriot Front marched along the National Mall in Washington, D.C., carrying shields and battle drums. Senator Tommy Tuberville was already facing criticism for blocking nearly 200 military promotions to protest a Pentagon policy which covers paid leave for workers who have to travel out of state to get an abortion. Tuberville remains a major backer of Donald Trump. Last week, he decried the New York jury that unanimously found Trump had sexually assaulted and defamed E. Jean Carroll. Tuberville said the jury's decision, quote, makes me want to vote for him twice. We're joined now by former Alabama Senator Doug Jones, a Democrat who served in the Senate from 2018 to 2021. He lost to Tuberville in the 2020 election. Jones is also a former U.S. attorney who successfully prosecuted 2 Ku Klux Klan members involved in the 1963 bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, that killed 4 girls between the ages of 11 and 14. Senator Doug Jones, welcome to Democracy Now! If you could first respond to your former opponent, Tuberville beat you for the Senate seat that you held, talking about responding to the issue of the Pentagon Secretary Lloyd Austin trying to rout out white supremacists in the military.
Well, I think it's absolutely outrageous what he's saying. It's deplorable. You know, he talks about the fact that Democrats are attacking the military. No, Democrats are not attacking the military. We're actually supporting the military. It is Senator Tuberville who is attacking the military and all of their policies, whether it is holding up nominations for promotions, which affects readiness and morale, or attacking the policies that the administration is trying to do to kind of weed out these white nationalists, these white supremacists. You know, you only have to look at what happened in Boston recently, where a young National Guardsman leaked classified information, and now we're learning he's the very kind of person that the administration is trying to weed out of there. It makes no sense whatsoever what Senator Tuberville says, and is purely a political ploy attacking the administration at every turn.
When asked about white nationalists, he said he calls them Americans. You have a long, illustrious civil rights history. You put 2 members of the Ku Klux Klan behind bars for the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in 1963. The bombing happened. Can you talk about what white nationalism means and what he's saying?
Sure. You know, look, they may be American citizens, but they're dang sure not patriots. These are not people that support the government of the United States. They support themselves. They support only the white nationalists that they are. They don't support a diverse society. They don't support a diverse America. And if you look at what's happening, just look at the Patriot Front guys who marched around the Capitol just recently. They are hell-bent on trying to make this a purely white country. And totally not recognizing what's going on in this country and how supportive this country is of the diversity that we see. And that's the real problem. They will resort to violence. They will resort to subversion of the United States if possible.
I mean, there was a ton of military and like veterans in January 6th. Of course they want to stop that from happening again. That makes them look bad. You know? Yeah, and then the, like, Groyper, who leaked the docs. Like, there was some sussy, like, Nazis going to Ukraine. I would hope they're looking into it.
Possible in order to get the kind of country they, in their mind, think is appropriate. And that is a real problem in the United States military. It's a problem in law enforcement across this country. And we have to make sure that we do everything necessarily to get those people out of the chain of command, out of the military, so that we can protect all Americans and protect our national security.
During a March 28th hearing with Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, Senator Tuberville was quoted saying, quote, "War is hell. You know that better than anybody. Every recruit should know that. But in the last few years, we've put them through a different kind of hell. In one of your first acts, Mr. Secretary, you put our military, every single member, active duty and reserve, through a mandatory training to root out extremists." Tuberville was clearly disparaging this. Your response, Senator Jones?
It's just hard to respond to just stupid statements like that. I mean, that's the only way that you can describe that kind of reaction to the United States military. To think that we should not be rooting out extremism on either side, by the way. It doesn't matter that whether if it's extremism on the right or extremism on the left. That is dangerous to the United States military, to morale, to the chain of command, to our national security. And yes, war is hell. Everything is difficult when the military. That is exactly why you have to have a disciplined military, not people that are going to go off like this guy did and provide classified information to his buddies online. You've got to have that discipline, and you cannot have that discipline if you have extremes on either side. You know, this is not an old John Wayne movie where you've got that kind of war as hell. This is a very diverse military. It has people of all races, all religions. It has I think roughly 25% are now women. And the military brass, the leaders of our military, have to protect all of our servicemen and women, and they have to do it in a way that recognizes the differences we have, but at the same time being able to watch the chain of command and keep that in line. That is what is most important. And the extremism that Senator Tuberville is complaining that there's being rooted out needs to be rooted out.
I want to continue on this issue of white supremacists. In addition to Senator Jones, we're joined by Michael Edison Hayden, senior investigative reporter with the Southern Poverty Law Center, which is based in Alabama, where he focuses on far-right extremism. He's joining us from New York City. Michael, thanks for joining us again. A report you helped author last year said, quote, roughly 1 in 5 applicants to the white supremacist group Patriot Front claim to hold current or former military status, according to leaked documents reviewed by Hate Watch. Explain and also put this in the context of Senator Tuberville's comments.
Well, yeah, I mean, Senator Tuberville is correct in saying that these folks are Americans, and America has a very serious problem with radical right extremism, as evidenced by all the violence that we've seen in recent years, all the different times I've come on your show to talk about it. So, I mean, people with military backgrounds are heavily sought after by extremist groups like Patriot Front, partly because they have a knowledge of, how to operate in these kind of urgent situations. Think about.
Of course they are. They have fucking insider knowledge of the deep state they're trying to defeat. That makes sense. You know? I'm surprised they didn't already have, like, training or, like, ways to, like, vet this out. But, better late than never, I guess.
January 6th, although Patriot Front was not involved there, and the degree to which military training could be advantageous to folks in the Proud Boys or Oath Keepers. Right, so there's like a technical understanding of things that they understand. And there's also the fact that we don't treat our veterans particularly well in this country, which allows extremist groups to feed off of potential resentment or feelings of frustration and makes those folks good recruits.
I wanted to go back to Doug Jones and talk about Tuberville's role right now in saying that over 200 Department of Defense promotions are being blocked. They're being blocked by one senator, by Senator Tuberville, who's demanding the Pentagon change its abortion policy for service members and dependents, which the Biden administration has supported since last October. Explain how it's possible that one senator, Senator Tuberville, can block the actions of the entire Senate. What's the procedure used? And talk about what he's doing it for.
Well, first of all, I think he's doing it for because he's fighting culture wars. He accuses Democrats and others of politicizing the military, but yet he is the one politicizing the military. He is the one that is blocking promotions of military across the services because of the culture war issue over the abortion policy that the Department of Defense has to protect women in the military. So what he's doing is that he cannot completely block a nomination. And a lot of people don't realize that military promotions at certain ranks have to be confirmed by the United States Senate. And what he's doing is he's preventing those from being considered in blocks, literally, maybe 100 or 200 at a time, where promotions can be moved through the Senate very quickly and very efficiently. That is always a nonpartisan issue. That is something that is done routinely to give deference to the military, to give deference to the administration. He has decided not to do that and to require the Senate to take up every nomination, every promotion, one at a time, which requires the Senate rules have a number of hours. It will delay work in the Senate. It will delay the military. And it has a ripple effect through the chain of command because these servicemen and women that are in line for the promotions, their entire careers are on hold. And those behind them that are set to fill the positions that they're being left vacant are also on hold. This is really devastating to morale, again, to the chain of command, and ultimately national security and our readiness. And it shows a fundamental misunderstanding about the nature of the military, the nature of service to this country, and what people are looking for when they decide to go into the military as a career. It is really outrageous what he's doing in the Senate.
At the same time, Michael Edison Hayden, we have the massacre in Allen, Texas, where the gunman who killed 8 people and injured 10 was influenced by neo-Nazi and white supremacist ideology. You have the march by the Patriot Front on the National Mall.
Bro was literally covered in like swastikas and SS tattoos, but they still want to deny it. It's insane.
This weekend. And you have jury selection in the trial of Robert Bowers, the 50-year-old man who killed 11 worshipers at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. Can you put this all together at this point? And then I have a final question for the senator.
Sure. The Senator Tuberville's comments speak to the deep denyal in this country of what is happening as far as radical right extremism is concerned. We have people being murdered on a semi-regular basis now. If you go back to the Tree of Life terror attack in October of 2018, then you have like El Paso, for example, in the summer of 2019. You have the attack in Colorado Springs focused on the LGBTQ community. And then you have, of course, what happened in Allen, Texas, and there's some in between. This type of thing keeps happening, just as we have this problem with, radicalization in the military, which we've been warning about going back to the mid '80s without enough of a response. We had, for example, in the '90s, we had Timothy McVeigh. These things keep being brought up. These issues of violence and racism. These are core problems, in American life. They go to the real struggles to be American and to keep people safe. Now think about the fact that we have 700 over 700 Confederate symbols on military bases, and we have Black people serving throughout the military. So these are core problems, and the denial in this country is really deep, and it has to change.
And you have Fort Benning just changing its name to Fort Moore. But I want to end with Doug Jones on a note of history. You have repeatedly said that perhaps the most important thing you've ever done as U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Alabama was to prosecute the Klansmen who killed the 4 little girls in Birmingham, Alabama. When they blew up the church. We're approaching the 60th anniversary of that tragedy in September. Talk about the case and fighting white supremacist violence then, your role in convicting Thomas Blanton and Bobby Frank Cherry, and where you think we stand today, 60 years later.
Well, I appreciate you asking that question, because it is something that has been very important to me, to Alabama, to this country, that we recognize that one of the most horrific civil rights crimes in the history of this country, a civil rights crime that really, I do believe, changed the course of civil rights history. And we use the term woke these days, but in fact, that bombing really awakened America to the tragedies of and the horrifics of Jim Crow. And the fact that you had so much racial violence in the 50s and 60s. And what concerns me now is that we are forgetting that. We haven't looked back and learned the lessons of history and the tragedies of history that I think we should have. And in fact, the similarities that I see today.
Because of people like DeSantis removing shit from history books. You know? You really have to go out of your way to like actually learn American history as an American. It's so fucked.
Is the rhetoric of politicians. In those days, it was Bull Connor, the racist police commissioner. It was governors like George Wallace and Ross Barnett who stoked anger and stoked hatred and stoked violence with their dog whistle type politics. And I think what we're seeing now is something very, very similar. You see that across the board, where it's particularly kind of the MAGA right Republicans that seem to want to instill violence and hatred, support for people who violate the law and attack others. That's a real danger, and it goes beyond just black and white now. It gets into religion, it goes to the Hispanic community, it goes to the Muslim community. We are a much more diverse society than we were in the 1960s, 1963, when this bomb exploded, killing those 4 young girls. And I think we have to celebrate this diversity, but instead, what we're seeing is the hate and the violence spreading its wings to all races, all ethnic groups, all religions. And that is that white nationalist philosophy that Tuberville thinks apparently is okay in the military, okay in our law enforcement, and apparently okay in this country. Well, it's not. It's not, and we have to work very, very hard, remember the lessons of the past, and work very hard to root that out.
Doug Jones, I want to thank you very much for being with us, former Democratic Senator for Alabama, speaking to us from Washington, D.C., and Michael Edison Hayden, Senior Investigative Reporter with the Alabama-based Southern Poverty Law Center.
Yeah, I don't know. Like shock and surprise. There's white nationalists in the military. Shock and surprise. Tuberville supported them. Like, well.
We were talking about that trucker boycott in Florida, and that is part of a function of a host of laws that have been passed, suite of laws that have been passed in Florida. One is a statute aimed at, it is 322.033. I don't know how the Florida statute, they read those, but that's what it is. Undocumented individuals from using out-of-state driver's licenses in the state of Florida. As you know, every state recognizes driver's licenses from other states.
The fuck?
So that, let's say I'm a truck driver and I've been licensed in Pennsylvania, I can drive down to Florida or to Texas or to California or to Massachusetts. Or even if I am licensed in New York and I want to take a trip with my kids and drive down to North Carolina to see some relatives, which I'm planning to do. Then maybe go to West Virginia and see a state park or national park, et cetera, et cetera. Some states license undocumented immigrants. Why do they do this? They do this because we know there are undocumented immigrants in our society, and enforcing the immigration laws are the job of the federal government. It's a policy decision on the federal level, but you do not want people who live in your community to drive without a driver's license because that's dangerous. You want them to be tested to make sure that they can drive.
Wow, what?
Same reason why you have like first responders, not work with immigration officials, because if somebody sees that there's a fire down the street, you want them to report that and not be afraid that they're going to be swept up in an immigration raid. If they see, someone getting hurt, you want them to report that and not be afraid that they're going to get swept up in an immigration. I mean, this is basic stuff to make society work better, regardless of your opinion as to whether undocumented immigrants should be deported or not.
Yeah, I would say if you value freedom, you should prefer the less state policing of this thing.
Without a doubt. But just from a safety and maintaining safety in your community, protecting your family and your children and whatever, it just simply makes sense. It is common sense to have everybody in the country, if you're going to drive, you got to have a license. And because there are some requirements to getting a license in terms of your skills, not your identity. So Florida no longer allows, if an undocumented individual has a license issued by another state that is a class of license issued exclusively to undocumented immigrants who are unable to prove lawful presence, that license will not be recognized by the state of Florida, and the person will be issued a citation for driving without a license. Now, how will a police officer determine whether they should check?
Jesus Christ. So, you just don't want any tourism in your state? Is that what you're telling me? You don't want any states to visit your state? I mean, fine. I guess. Fuck you. I feel like Disney's gonna have something to say about this.
Check your license or not. Because what this actually is in practice is a license for Florida police, Florida cops, to essentially profile people and go and harass people to see about their licenses. Let me see your license. Why? We got this law. Just have reason to believe you could be undocumented. I notice you're speaking Spanish. Notice you're speaking some other language. I just wanted to check your license. That's what's going on here. And now you have Florida truck drivers, particularly Latino ones, are talking about a boycott. It's unclear how effective this boycott or how widespread it is. But here is a video from TikTok from user Roberto Sandoval. He is an activist. I don't believe he is a truck driver, but he's referencing various truck drivers. And did you give me that? Oh, here it is. Okay. And this is the best translation we have of this. It is national strike truck drivers do not enter the state of Florida. We're all united as Latinos in defense. Well, here, play it, and then I'll read this.
Paro nacional
troqueros, camioneros, no entrar al estado de la Florida. Vamos todos unidos como latinos en defensa de nuestros hermanos latinoamericanos que están siendo azotados por esa ley tan estúpida, tonta, que incita al odio y a la discriminación del estado de la Florida. Paro nacional, mi troque no se mueve, no entrar a la Florida, nadie entra a la Florida. Vamos que sí se puede todos. Y este 1 de junio vamos a unirnos, un día sin inmigrante, sin enviar a nuestros hijos a la escuela, sin salir de nuestras casas, no ir de compra a ningún lado. Este 1 de junio, vamos, ahorita podemos nosotros hacer algo para remover esa ley. Vamos que sí se puede todos.
So the rough translation is that there's, calling for a national strike of truck drivers to not enter the state of Florida, saying that we're united as Latinos in defense of our Latin American brothers who are being hit by that stupid law that incites hatred and discrimination in the state of Florida. National strike that is don't enter Florida. No one enters Florida. Let's go. We can do this. And in June 1st, we're going to unite one day without immigrants. By not sending our kids to school, not leaving our homes, not going shopping anywhere this June. Let's go right now. We can do something like this to remove that law. Everyone can do it. And, that's the best that we could do with our limited Spanish and translation buttons here. But I don't know. We'll track this. It's very hard to know how real this is and whether, you've got, whether people are willing to, whether it's independent truckers who won't take jobs that are sending stuff down to Florida, whether it's going to be payroll truckers, if they're willing to say, I'm sorry, boss, I'm not going to Florida type of thing. Who knows? But it's good to, it's at least it's raising the attention of this law in Florida. And so who knows, the efficacy. This is Ron DeSantis attacked Disney, and I'm no big fan of Disney, but if he's willing to do that, I don't think the idea of Latino people being upset at him is really a problem for Ron DeSantis. But
no, I think they probably think it's an asset. It's just like whether they're right or not is.
Yeah, he probably doesn't give a fuck. That's true. But if it works, if it's a successful boycott, then he'll be fucked.
Exactly.
Unclear.
And again, though, this is, this is the reasonable version of the Republican Party, right? This is the non-Trump option.
Yeah. Sure. I think I'm the reason.
He doesn't really mean it, though.
I'm actually more reasonable than all those guys.
He's not as good.
That's depressing as fuck. Because he is, sort of. At least he was. He got, a lot more fashy recently. It's, hard to compare them now. They're more similar by the day, now that I think about it. Yeah. Looks bad. Feels bad, man.
It's a very simple thing. The bill says that if I'm a physician and I have a conscience-based objection, I have a moral objection to something, I should be able to say no. That is the freedom to be able to make those decisions as a healthcare professional. Unfortunately, you are seeing across this country where that is not the case. If I say no, there's repercussions. There are no repercussions in the free state of Florida if you have a conscience-based objection. And for that, I'm.
What about do no harm? What about that one?
Yeah, that was Florida State Senator Jay Trumbull trying to make it sound completely and totally rational. This new law that they've enacted and that Governor DeSantis has signed, protections of medical conscience, they call it. But it's been dubbed by us realists as Let Them Die Act, because it basically allows doctors and health insurance companies to deny care to anyone if it's based on their own moral, ethical, or religious beliefs. That's right. Providers and insurers will face no consequence whatsoever. Check this. So the law allows any medical provider, including doctors, nurses, ambulance drivers, pharmacists, mental health professionals, lab technicians, nursing home workers, and hospital administrators, as well as insurance.
So if they just think I should die because I'm like bi, like they can just not treat me. That's cool. Cool. That should go over great.
Companies and payment entities the right to deny care on the basis of any conscientious objection. This care can include refusing to conduct research and record keeping and denying medical tests, diagnoses, referrals, medications, and therapies. And it's not about religious freedom at all, as far as I'm concerned. This is about discrimination and emboldening and empowering those who choose to discriminate against other marginalized groups because they want to. More from New Republic. While the legislation says that healthcare providers can't use it to deny care based on a patient's race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, attempts by Democratic lawmakers to extend those protections to gender identity and sexuality failed. And the reaction has been swift. Kara Gross, she's the legislative director and senior policy counsel for the ACLU there in Florida, stated this. This bill is shocking in its breadth, vagueness, and government overreach into the private sector and regulated businesses. It goes far beyond any alleged claims of religious freedoms. And it's intended to, just like the Don't Say Gay bill and all of these other very rogue, very fascist laws that DeSantis is signing into law. The fact is that it's not supposed to pass constitutional muster. No, it's not at all. It's supposed to instill fear into people. It's supposed to make people want to flee and not be there. It's supposed to bolster white supremacy. So I'm not surprised that it's vague, that is overly broad, and that it will not conflict with federal law, because this is exactly how DeSantis does business. Ravana.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. There's no way that this could withstand a constitutional challenge, but you're right, that's not the point of it. The point of it is to instill fear in these minorities and let them know that they're not safe in the state of Florida. But I do want to say, what kind of genuinely held religious belief that a healthcare provider could hold that would allow them to deny care to somebody that might result in them dying? What religious justification could you offer to support that? That is absurd. That's disgusting. It stands against everything that these, Christians in this.
It's so fucked. Like, not only are women not allowed the choice to have an abortion that will kill them if they don't have it, but now when they go septic because they're miscarrying in their third trimester, they can still not be treated for whatever fucking reason. Shit's so bad. Everything's so fucked. Yeah. Your fucking beliefs should not, supersede your willingness to provide kind of thought that was the whole point.
This country purport to believe that the people who are passing these laws claim that they believe, that they believe in the love of Jesus Christ and they love, thy neighbor as thyself. Well, I don't think you would watch yourself die as you drove the ambulance away because, that person was, it's absurd, it's ridiculous, and it truly is just pure bigotry.
Absolutely. And what it does is it empowers and enables the bigotry that's already lying in people's belief structures, whether it's conscious or unconscious bias. And it's incredibly scary that individuals who are healthcare workers are now empowered to let that bias flag fly.
That bias flag.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. It is Wednesday, May 17th. You're watching for some news, so let's just jump into it. Starting with, I'm so excited because the new culture war dropped. He said sarcastically, I'm gonna slam my head against a fucking wall. Everything's so stupid, though, I suppose I should be more specific. I'm talking about the war against woke advertising. That is raging again, this time taking aim at Miller Lite, because they're facing backlash right now for an ad that actually ran back in March for Women's History Month. Apparently, people want to be so pissed off there's not enough stuff now. We gotta look back. But there, the ad featured Alana Glazer, who you might know from Broad City, talking about the history of women and brew beering. Brew beering, I'm a genius. Beer brewing.
Women were among the very first to brew beer ever. From Mesopotamia to the Middle Ages to colonial America, women were the ones doing the brewing. Centuries later, how did the industry pay homage to the founding mothers of beer? They put us in bikinis.
They're then going on to show other beer ads featuring women in bikinis, of which there are many, and saying that it's time that the beer industry make it up to women, and then explaining Miller's bad shit to good shit campaign, where you have the company collecting their old sexist ads and turning them into compost or fertilizer for female hops farmers to use, with then those hops being donated to female brewers, all in honor of Women's History Month. And all that making waves in conservative circles this week. I'm guessing because the whole Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney situation maybe is cooling off, because again, this whole bad shit to good shit campaign actually came out several weeks before Dylan posted her video drinking Bud Light. Right? It's like people are actively looking to be angry, which, to be fair, is a bipartisan venture. You know, those angered were saying things like, this is what happens when you give liberal women positions of power in business. Go woke, go broke, just like Bud Light. Tommy Lahren putting out an op-ed in Newsweek today, calling the ad another cheap shot at straight men. Even had the likes of Joe Rogan chiming in, defending those old Miller Lite ads.
Those women wear bikinis because they look great. They like to look great. It's not bad to look great. It's just like it's not bad for a guy to have his shirt off. It's so stupid. It's human beings made beer, okay? And some human beings look good in bikinis. It's like, what do we do?
It's crazy.
Women do it. Women do it. Women do it. Like, what? I'd like to see a pie chart of how many women are actually involved in making beer or drinking beer.
And as far as what Miller Lite has had to say about this, they gave a statement to Vox saying the video was about two things: worm poop and saying women shouldn't be forced to mud wrestle in order to.
How many women are involved in drinking beer? Bro. Women drink beer. Oh, they drink beer. A lot of times they would, like, outdrink the men. At least in my college. Like, they'd be drinking. For sure. Like, and obviously, yeah, people made beer, but men are credited with making fucking everything. So we have to make clear when women were involved. That's the whole thing.
Sell beer. Neither of these things should be remotely controversial, and we hope beer drinkers can appreciate the humor and ridiculousness of this video from back in March. And so right now, it remains to be seen if this is going to continue to grow, if it's going to be anything like what we saw happen with Bud Light, where you had reporting from earlier this month that in the third week of April, U.S. retail store sales for Bud Light actually fell 21% compared to the same period a year ago. And personally, I find myself, I don't know if it's correct to say I don't care, but I don't know, all of it just feels stupid. Like, what we're talking about is advertising for legalized poison. I'll have a beer now and then. Granted, I don't ever drink light beer because what I want is like the nastiest tasting bullshit so that it forces me to sip it. But, like, there's just no part of me that's wondering, you know, I wonder where Miller Lite stands on the issues. Because that's the thing. They don't actually stand anywhere on the issue. They're just trying to get you to buy shit. Though I also know I may be alone in this, right? There are going to be some people going, you know, they're raising a really important issue. They're talking about the past and how to, like, resolve that. And then on the other side, you have the self-proclaimed anti-cancel culture people, once again, like, calling for a boycott and trying to destroy a company because they see something and they feel personally attacked. But hey, like with all things Philip DeFranco Show, whether you agree with me, you disagree with me, whatever, I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below on this.
I don't give a shit. I literally do not give a fuck. Like, I'm not inspired by an advertisement. Like, I'm just not. I don't find that empowering to see visibility in my ads. Like, I guess, sure, but like, that's not, I don't think that's what most people want.
And then let's talk about the inevitable case that Jenna Barbie has found herself in, where she's a teacher at the Winding Waters K-8 public school in Brooksville, Florida. During standardized testing earlier this month, she says that she wanted to give her 5th grade students a brain break. So she's like, let's watch a movie, a Disney movie. It's called Strange World. It's a PG animated film about a journey to a mysterious underground land, which she said would relate to the science lessons about the environment that they were learning. But key thing, this is Florida, and the filmmakers committed the egregious crime of including an openly gay character. And so with that, school board member Shannon Rodriguez, whose kid was in Barbie's class, reported her to both the principal and state officials. And so as a result, the Florida Department of Education announced that it's investigating whether she broke the so-called Don't Say Gay law, which when it was first passed in March of 2022, banned teachers from discussing gender or sexual orientation from kindergarten through 3rd grade. But then last month, the State Board of Education expanded that to all grades in K-12 public schools. So Barbie there saying, among other things, she wasn't aware of that change, also defending her actions in a recent viral TikTok.
I was told by every teacher and mentor at our school that our method for approval by administration of showing movies was to have a signed parent permission slip for PG movies. I had that from the beginning of the year. The whole 5th grade team.
This is so insane. Yeah, like she had a permission slip. She had a permission slip. I didn't know it was gonna be that movie. Like, get a grip, please. Jesus Christ. Yo, it's so hot in here. It's gonna be... I need to get a fucking AC, honestly. I'm like worried about my camera and my computer and shit out here. It's sticky. I'm gonna open the garage.
Team had signed permission slips for PG movies with no objections to specific content. Is a character in the movie LGBTQ? Absolutely. Is that why I showed it? No. I have a lot of 5th grade students who have come to me this year, long before showing this movie, talking about how they're part of that community as well. And it's not a big deal to me, so I just said, okay, that's awesome, do you. Not pushing anything, just being accepting. That's what I do.
Yeah, now you have state officials reportedly planning to interview her students as part of the probe, but also regardless of the investigation, her students aren't going to see her anymore anyway, because she's already submitted her letter of resignation and citing the reason being politics and the fear of not being able to be who you are in Florida public schools, which echoes statements that we've seen from other Florida teachers recently. And then, as Caesar said, in The Rise of the Planet of the Apes, strippers alone weak, strippers together strong. And apparently these dancers at the Star Garden Topless Dive Bar in North Hollywood took that lesson to heart, because they're now poised to become the only group of organized strippers in the United States now that their employer agreed to recognize their union. And that following a 15-month-long effort to join the Actors Equity Association, whose 51,000 members include workers on Broadway and at Disney World. Though notably, they're not technically over the finish line yet, as the NLRB still needs to tally the votes from last year's union election, the counting of which was delayed by legal challenges. But they are expected to certify the union, and this is a huge breakthrough for the labor movement, right? Because the stigma that's existed around adult entertainment has long stifled organizing efforts, with the dancers really not being taken seriously as real performers. But for now, at least the ones at this bar are going to have leverage to bargain for better protections against sexual assault by customers and wage theft by the employer. And we'll have to wait to see if this is a random outlier story or if it starts some sort of domino effect. And then Prince Harry and Meghan Markle reportedly almost got Princess Diana to New York last night.
Dude, unionize all the strippers. Deadass. That would be pretty cool.
Because apparently nobody learns from horrible things when money's involved. With the two reportedly involved in a dangerous car chase by paparazzi last night, a spokesperson for the couple saying that the chase was near catastrophic and describing the paparazzi as highly aggressive, and adding, while being
Dude, this is crazy. They tried to Diana her again.
a public figure comes with a level of interest from the public, it should never come at the cost of anyone's safety. Saying the relentless pursuit lasting over 2 hours resulted in multiple near collisions involving other drivers on the road, pedestrians, and 2 NYPD officers. And a BBC News report saying that there are claims that the chase involved roughly 6 cars driving recklessly by running red lights, driving on the sidewalk, carrying out blocking moves, going backwards on a one-way road, and taking pictures while driving. Though very big thing here, this is still a developing story, so much more details about the chase are likely to come out. But as far as some of the reported details, we've seen numerous reports saying that Harry and Meghan didn't want photographers to know where they were staying, so they reportedly tried to evade them during a 75-minute chase up and down a main road before ducking into an NYPD precinct where they could hide out before getting into a new car without being followed. The NYPD also confirming that they assisted in protecting the couple as numerous photographers made their transport challenging, but also they're noting that the two...
That's like so scary, dude. Like, you don't have to like the royal family to see that that's like pretty fucked up. Like, I don't know. That's some very dedicated photographers.
did make it to their destination, and there were no collisions, injuries, or arrests. The couple's spokesperson also asking the public not to share images of the incident, saying dissemination of these images, given the ways in which they were obtained, encourages a highly intrusive practice that is dangerous to all involved. And of course, adding an extra layer to this story, right, it's impossible to hear this and not think of Harry's mother, Princess Diana, because she died in a car crash in Paris after being chased by paparazzi. Which is also something Harry's made very clear multiple times that he's afraid could happen to Meghan. Because even as far back as when they just started dating, there's been an insane tabloid frenzy around her. You know, with all this, with the chase, you had people saying things like, happy now? Is this what you want? For history to repeat itself? Just leave them the fuck alone. You say you want Harry and Meghan to disappear, so why are the paps chasing them down for the money shot? Because y'all keep buying the rags and lapping it up. You also had New York City Mayor Eric Adams invoking Diana while speaking about the incident, saying, I don't think there's many of us who don't recall how his mom died, and it would be horrific to lose an innocent bystander during a chase like this, and something to have happen to them as well. I think this was a bit reckless and irresponsible. With this, bouncing between things, adding that he finds it hard to believe that a chase would have lasted in the city as congested as New York for 2 hours. So they're saying even a chase as short as 10 minutes could be incredibly dangerous. But there's also been a debate around the characterization of like what happened during the supposed 2 hours. Or does that amount of time include the down periods between the most dangerous things that happen? And obviously with this, like I said, it's a developing situation. More details will come out. But as we wait for that, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below on where you're landing here. /DeFranco. And then gamers are pissed right now. And not in the rage because you gave up a goal in the 93rd minute while you're playing a bullshit scripted FIFA game Philip DeFranco way. Rather because of one of the most common things we see in the gaming industry, broken promises. And specifically right now, there are a lot of gaming fans that feel completely wronged by Blizzard Entertainment, with them casually dropping that they were scrapping a massive feature that they promised in 2019 for the game Overwatch 2. And even if you're not into gaming, it's a very interesting business story, right? Because the company promised that eventually it would have a deep narrative-driven story mode that people could play with their friends and progress through, with that being in addition to the player versus player experience that it currently has. And fans were hyped as hell for that because Overwatch's characters hint at a deep and interesting story that's never really explored outside of the random cinematics they release. You know, the company wasn't ignorant of the fact that they were going to get backlash for this new plan, with us seeing the executive producer trying to defend the decision to drop the story content.
With everything we've learned about what it takes to operate this game at the level that you deserve, it's clear that we can't deliver on that original vision for PvE that was shown in 2019. What that means is that we won't be delivering that dedicated hero mode with talent trees, that long-term power progression. Those things just aren't in our plans anymore. We know that this is going to be disappointing to many of you, which is why we wanted to bring it up before we talked about the roadmap. And to be perfectly honest, it's been really difficult for many of us and a lot of folks on the team who've poured their heart and soul into that.
With the team also going on to explain that this doesn't mean that there wouldn't be any story-driven content, just more one-off seasonal things similar to what they've done in the past for Overwatch 1. And while yes, those were popular and fun for many, they're a far cry from what was promised. So in no way was it surprising that fans were pissed off. Or sometimes you can be critical of gamers because you're like, okay, you have absolutely wild expectations, they're unrealistic, you just want to complain, but this feels very different. With many pointing out that the whole story mode was essentially the whole reason Overwatch 2 was made, and popular creators and gamers like Moist Critical blasting the decision in a 13-minute video.
The whole point of it having a 2 in its name and being marketed as a sequel is that there was this promise, this little pinky promise that the PvE and story mode, the hero mode, all that, it was coming. It was, you know, trademarked right around the corner, it's on its way. Which begs the philosophical question that would have Socrates scratching at his noggin. What the f is Overwatch 2 then? Why is Overwatch 2? If the whole thing that was supposed to be the identity of this title, the PvE story mode, is no longer in it, then what makes Overwatch 2?
And with this, I'm also wondering, did they know they were lying from the get-go? With other massive creators like Ludwig pointing out that when Overwatch 2 was announced, Activision Blizzard wasn't really doing hot financially.
But I think this was a lot of internal pressure from higher-ups to deliver on a product and overhype a product to get them out of a tumultuous time, which led to disaster for the game itself.
And all of this leading to some awkward questions, such as what have the developers actually been doing for the past 3.5 years? Especially as many have seen that PvP experience essentially being Overwatch 1 just with tweaks. And so with this, many saying this is a prime example of what Blizzard is now, that generating profit is the only priority. That in the past, you had a Blizzard that had a reputation of killing off nearly finished products that didn't meet its then high standards, rather than what we're seeing in this moment of releasing something and then killing off a promised part of it, leaving fans disappointed. But at the same time, of course, gamers are not a monolith. You have some saying, while you can be disappointed, a lot of what we're seeing is an overreaction, right? Noting that Overwatch 2 is free to play. But there you also have people pushing back saying, yes, it's free to play, but people get invested in the game, they buy skins, they spend money on it anyway. Possibly for some with the expectation that this PvE mode comes out. But that's also why I want to pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? And I'd love to hear from you whether you're a gamer or you're not a gamer, though most non-gamers use those time codes to skip these kinds of stories. But for the 7 of you non-gamers that didn't, would love to hear from you as well. And then Jimmy Fallon is facing so much backlash right now because he just gave Tears of the Kingdom a 2 out of 10 rating. Not really. Rather, that was a simple post that Jimmy Fallon had put out, you know, seemingly going like, hey, I'm trying this new game, with him then just getting absolutely bullied and dogpiled on for what's happening with the writer's strike. Because while Fallon's getting some switch time in with the whole WGA strike happening, there are reports coming out that he's putting his staff on unpaid leave, with one of his staffers tweeting yesterday, "This Friday is our last day of pay. We, non-union staff who aren't writers, will be put on an..."
Yo, what the fuck? I mean, I didn't really like the guy anyway, but that's shady.
Unpaid leave of absence during the strike. Meanwhile, I hear folks at Late Night with Seth Meyers and The Late Show with Stephen Colbert will continue to be paid. Solidarity with WGA. And HuffPost speaking to an unnamed source close to NBC who confirmed that after this week, non-writing staff members will not be paid. And other sources confirming that other late night shows will actually continue to pay their staff. And to make sure you get some extra context here, when the strike started, NBC agreed to pay staff for 2 weeks, and Fallon saying he would cover a third. So now you have tons of people slamming Fallon and saying that he could afford to continue paying his workers, writing, Fallon's cheapness is a choice, and a loud one at that. Now, on one hand, you have people saying Fallon deserves every bit of this criticism, especially because it's his choice to have such a punchable face. But on the other hand, you have people saying it's not fair to solely target Jimmy Fallon here because right now he's recovering from just years and years of forcibly laughing at unfunny jokes. Right? His brain is actively healing right now, something that's probably evident if you went into his Tears of the Kingdom save file and saw some of his subpar builds. But for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this is gonna play out. And I mean that both for Jimmy Fallon and his staff, as well as the writer's strike in general, which the WGA is saying is costing the California economy $30 million per day. And then, so now there's an understanding understandable concern that students are just using ChatGPT to finish their assignments. Well, on the flip side of that concern, ChatGPT just prevented these college seniors from getting their diplomas. And that's because a professor from Texas A&M decided to give his students zeros on their assignments.
Oh no. And he was wrong? Holy fuck. I would be so pissed, dude.
Because ChatGPT falsely took credit for their essays, with a Reddit user, reportedly the partner of one of the affected students, interviewed by Rolling Stone and sharing the email, which said the professor copied the last 3 essay assignments into ChatGPT twice, and if it took credit for the essay both times, the students received a 0, with the university then holding the diplomas for many seniors in the class. But the problem with that is that's not how ChatGPT works. The AI is reportedly very quick to just take credit for anything you ask. Rolling Stone even saying that it took credit for writing Crime and Punishment. And when you had students responding with time codes on Google Docs showing their work, proving they didn't use AI, their professor responded with, "I don't grade AI bullshit." And so now, while the diplomas are on hold, you've got the university investigating the incident. I mean, this is absolutely insane. And then the North Carolina legislature just voted to ban so-called elective
What a paranoid fucker.
abortions after 12 weeks. So you can get an exception up to 20 weeks, but it has to involve incest or you have to have been raped to qualify, as well as there being an exception for lethal fetal anomalies through 24 weeks and a general exception for cases when the mother's life is in danger. And all of this is massive news in general for a number of reasons, including a law like this would have been unthinkable in North Carolina as little as a month ago. Because with Democrat Roy Cooper as governor there, any proposed ban would simply get shot down by his veto. But then in April, that changed because Democrat Tricia Cotham defected from her own party and joined the Republicans, which gave them a veto-proof supermajority. A move that shocked her colleagues for a number of reasons, including just earlier that year, she backed a bill that would have legalized abortion until 22 or 23 weeks. But with this, you had Governor Cooper not just giving up, instead aggressively targeting moderate Republicans who pledged to oppose further abortion restrictions during their campaigns. Right, because if he could win back just one single vote, either from the Senate or the House there, then abortion rights in North Carolina would remain intact, which a very key thing is something a majority of the state actually supports, according to a recent poll, with over half of voters wanting to keep or extend the 20-week limit that was in place there. But ultimately, what we saw when the bill went up for a vote in the Senate and then the House yesterday is that it cleared the bar. And this is a crowd in the gallery erupted in a chorus of shame. And also notably, because the vote was so tight there, hardline Republicans had to compromise with their more moderate colleagues on the bill, which is why it's not as extreme as some of the other laws we've seen. Because some state Republicans wanted the ban to be 6 weeks. But due to the compromise that they had to make here, this is one of the first laws since Roe v. Wade got overturned that doesn't outlaw all or most abortions. Right? Because
6 weeks is literally impossible. That's so dumb.
reportedly over 90% of abortions happen before or during the 13th week. There are also things in this bill seemingly meant to deflect accusations that Republicans are pro-birth, not pro-life. Things like it allocates tens of millions of dollars to child care, foster care, and paid family leave. With all this, you had Democrats arguing that it's much more complicated than that, with them pointing to examples like a requirement that patients have an in-person consultation with a doctor at least 72 hours before the abortion, in addition to the visit required for the abortion itself, something that will make it much harder for out-of-state patients to travel to North Carolina for. By the day, becomes a bigger and bigger issue since that state has become a refuge for women from red states. So they're saying that even though this ban is technically 12 weeks, it actually helps other states with much harsher laws enforce their bans, such as with their neighbor South Carolina, where GOP lawmakers are pushing through their so-called heartbeat bill that would ban most abortions after about 6 weeks. And there, even 6 weeks was a compromise, with them actually trying to pass a near total ban 3 times since Roe v. Wade fell, but female GOP lawmakers blocked those efforts. And so of course with this, I gotta ask you, what are your thoughts on the continued fallout we're seeing post Roe v. Wade? And for now, that's where the news ends, but of course remember, my name's Philip DeFranco, you've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
There's a lot of concern out there about deep fakes, about AI generated art of a variety of forms, and we already know some forms of that takes place on the internet. There is deep fake pornography, which is the vast majority of the case, non-consensual sexual depictions of people, as well as the new influx of this sort of deep fake art being put into political advertisements. Now, there's been a lot of talk about taking this seriously. One state, Minnesota, is taking it seriously. It was a nearly unanimous vote in their Senate in which they passed a bill that is going to criminalize people who non-consensually share deep fake sexual images of others and people who share deep fakes to hurt a political candidate or influence an election. The bill would allow prosecutors to charge people with up to 5 years in prison and $10,000 in fines for disseminating deepfakes. To become law, the bill must still go through a conference committee and get signed by Democratic Governor Tim Walz. That seems likely at this point, although, don't take anything for granted. And bear in mind, we've already seen a ton of this. There are websites where there's tons of this sort of pornography that has already been available for years at this point. And in politics, just in January, I guess it was, President Joe Biden was on video talking about tanks. Some people doctored that to make it look like he was giving a speech that attacked transgender people. There was also that ad from the RNC attacking Joe Biden and Kamala Harris with faked images and fake news reporting and all of that. So this is not purely hypothetical. It's already out there. One state wants to do something about it. Adrian, what do you make of it?
I think this is fantastic. They're getting out ahead of things, even though this stuff has been around for a long time. But knowing that there is a bigger push, and
it should be illegal. Like, we have no way of like checking it until we have the technology to know whether it was faked or not. Like, yeah, we can't do this. Especially like we should just outright ban deepfake porn, honestly. Or like at least regulate it.
And also that more apps are making it accessible to a wider range of people, and the technology is getting better. I really do appreciate them taking this step in advance, being somewhat proactive, knowing that AI is going to be used to wreak havoc on people's lives. And if you don't set up the penalties in advance and also enable law enforcement so that they have the resources necessary to actually pursue any kind of charges against individuals who are out there pushing out deep fakes, then what you're going to signal to other people is that that's okay. And so we need more like this.
Yeah, and both areas are so important. I mean, obviously this sort of like faked non-consensual pornography is just devastating, obviously, for celebrities, for individuals. It has up until recently been somewhat complicated to make, but I think the expectation is that AI is gonna make it trivial in the near future. So definitely something needs to be done about that. When it comes to politics, we have just started to see the beginning of it. I mean, obviously we have fake news. Those are sort of like faked articles, fake news sources, but being able to plausibly, realistically change what someone says on video, we have just seen the beginning of the damage that is going to be done from that. And you have to have laws, obviously, but even with the laws, I mean, so much of this is going to be spread. I wonder about the ability to track it all down, and it will be consumed so readily. No critical thought, no fact checking. And when the videos are fact checked afterward, like if you clarify that he was talking about tanks, not about transgender people, maybe 1 in 1,000 of the people who saw the original video will see the correction, and even they won't accept that it was fake to begin with. And so we're at the precipice of a really dangerous time for American society and American politics, Adrian.
Yeah.
I'm really worried. We're gonna see it in this election, and it's
Yes.
gonna be consequential.
I agree. I think it's going to come to a point where people are not going to be able to trust what they're reading or seeing. Well, you already can't trust what you really read, but also what you're seeing. And so we're going to hit a particular point where people realize, hey, I just can't trust this, so I'm not going to make a decision either way. But I can see it being extremely harmful, and people are going to weaponize it against other people, because this can throw you off if you are maybe competing with another colleague for a particular raise or something like that. And one colleague decides that, hey, I'm going to make an AI video that is unsavory about this person, and then the controversy, and all of a sudden that person's out of the running. I really see people doing all sorts of disgusting things so that they can come up.
Yeah, it could be something sexual. It could just be you on video bad mouthing the company or something like that. This could be used in a ton of different ways. I mean, everyone watching this needs to be ready. You are going to see a video come out of Biden. Maybe it'll probably be Biden first, but eventually Bernie Sanders and AOC and Ilhan Omar, and it'll be them saying something that they obviously didn't say. It will be obvious that it's fake, and you will hear right-wingers referencing it, regardless of how many times it's fact-checked, for years. They're gonna make something of Ilhan Omar. Oh my God, they're gonna target her as well. And you are gonna have to be playing defense on that for a very long time. So everyone needs to gird yourself against the AI wars to come.
Check out the Damage Report podcast each day, wherever you get your podcasts, whether Pocket Casts or Stitcher or iTunes. You can join me as I give you the news and stories you want, with a range of co-hosts and interview guests jumping in on the fun each day. Again, that's the Damage Report, wherever you get your podcasts. And if you get them at iTunes, don't forget to rate and review. Sometimes I'll read them live on the show.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. It's Tuesday, May 16th. You're watching the best damn news show out there, and let's just jump into it, starting with the internet right now is going at what many have called the latest Karen. With this incident that happened at a New York City hospital being recorded, going viral. And in it, you see a white staff worker struggling to take a city bike from a black teen with him telling her to stop, that he paid for it.
This is my bike, it's on my account.
And you hear her yelling for help as she then tries to grab his phone, telling him not to touch her, to which he replies that she's the one touching him. But they're then throwing in that he's hurting her fetus and yelling, "My unborn child." Meanwhile, you have the teenager's friend shouting at her to stop, and then eventually another hospital employee approaches, at which point she appears to start sobbing, with that worker then telling her just choose another bike. So she then gets up, and then the teenagers rip her a new one for those tears.
How you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss.
And so with the video getting tens of millions of views, you got people outraged, also the hospital reportedly looking into the incident. Also, civil rights attorney Ben Crump has now gotten involved, accusing the woman of weaponizing her tears and calling her actions dangerous. But ultimately, that's the limited information we have on this right now. Of course, we're gonna keep our eyes on this, and I will keep you up to date.
Dude, what do you mean? That's all the information. There's no more information to have. A woman weaponized her white tears. A story as old as time. It's fucked up. Like, I don't... Fucking centrist Philly.
But in the meantime, what are your thoughts here? And then, in absolutely massive online entertainment and business news, two of the biggest streamers in the world, IShowSpeed and Kai Cenat, are now launching an exclusive show together on Rumble. And with this, there's been a lot of speculation about how much money the platform must have thrown at them, especially after another streamer by the name of Aiden Ross said that the platform that he streams on exclusively, Kick, offered them $40 million each, which then caused people online to speculate, oh, this deal must have been so much bigger, or maybe it just allowed them more freedom, especially because, well, according to reports, this show is exclusive to Rumble. They'll still be allowed to make their own content on their home platforms, YouTube for IShowSpeed and Twitch for Kai. But regarding Aiden's claim there, Kai actually responded rather quickly, saying that Aiden was lying.
I did not turn down chat. That's not a actual leak. That's not, okay? That's actually cap on my soul, on my soul, that is cap. Even if that was an offer, why even talk about it?
Which, if true, is, yes, incredibly weird of Aiden Ross, but also still not in the top 10 dumbest things that he's done. But this move for the two, it seems to make sense even without us knowing what the money is. Right, while massively successful, both streamers have faced some turbulence on their platforms. Speed was reportedly on his final strike on YouTube after previous bans. Kai was recently temporarily suspended from Twitch. In fact, on top of that, Speed has been permanently banned from Twitch himself. This appears to be more of Rumble kind of repositioning themselves. Right? It's historically been thought of as the right-wing YouTube, whereas now it seems like they're more and more trying to be seen as the generally anything goes platform, where you have these massive creators who don't necessarily feel the most comfortable on their home platforms, feeling like, hey, anything goes here. We're safe probably no matter what. But as far as if it's going to be a win-win success or these two just getting a nice little bag, we're gonna have to wait to see. But the one thing you can say for sure is the space has in general become where you have these massive creators who don't necessarily feel the most comfortable on their home platforms.
You think they're gonna feel more comfortable on Rumble? You think they're gonna be more comfortable? There's... no. There's so many fucking Nazis there, dude. I mean, I guess we'll see.
Feeling like, hey, anything goes here. We're safe probably no matter what. But as far as if it's going to be a win-win success or these two just getting a nice little bag, we're gonna have to wait to see. But the one thing you can say for sure is the space has in general becoming interesting right now as Kick and Rumble seem to be throwing around money. And then, have you heard about or do you watch sickfluencers? That's something that people are talking about today because Vice put out a piece noting that there are tons of people who have gone massively viral and got these huge followings online by sharing content about their chronic illnesses. But also with that, so have people who are allegedly either exaggerating or totally making up their illnesses. And the obsession around this is massive, right? There's a whole subreddit called R Illness Fakers, where you see a lot of discussion of what moderators call Munchausen by internet, as well as related.
That's insane. What? Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm sure this exists, but I've also seen actual people who get accused of, like, faking a condition. Like, I've seen people be accused of, like, faking being blind, which is absurd. Like, why would you... I don't know. I want to believe that someone wouldn't do that.
conditions and toxic chronic illness influencers for whom evidence suggests they may be lying, feigning, or exaggerating illnesses and medical crises for attention and or profit. Munchausen by internet's actually something of a real phenomenon, with Vice actually pointing to a 2021 study that explored it, and that study noting what is particularly worrying is the ease with which the deception can be carried out online, the difficulty in detection, and the damaging impact and potential danger to isolated victims, which can be troubling because 33% of Gen Z trust TikTok influencers over doctors because there's a relatability with their personal experience, which is why you had the report adding that people can take advantage of that trust, which, quote, ensures that individuals seeking both the clout and public sympathy that comes with having chronic conditions can latch onto trending illnesses for a stream of positive attention and even financial rewards. But also with this whole situation, the people so intent on calling out illness fakers are heading down a slippery slope, right? Because some of these people are clearly dealing with mental health struggles, not to mention, should they be wrong or throwing out baseless accusations that others latch onto, they're making an already horrible situation worse, especially when we've seen, like in other verticals like true crime, for example, instances where people are more motivated to prove themselves right rather than discover the truth. Exactly. Which is why I understand and sympathize with the intent, but I worry about the ramifications of the misfire. So I mean, this isn't necessarily a new thing. I mean, hell, the whole reason the Philip DeFranco show even exists today is because back in 2006, Rush Limbaugh mocked and accused Michael J. Fox of exaggerating his Parkinson's, a disgusting and hateful claim that inspired me to make my first news video. So the need to be thoughtful and careful here, it's paramount. And then all drugs could be decriminalized in Washington state if the state just sits back and does nothing right now. Because the government actually got itself into this situation back in 2016. That's when a woman by the name of Shannon Blake was convicted for having a handful of meth in her pocket. But she argues, hey, I didn't know I had the drug on me. These were a friend's pair of jeans. So in 2021, the case actually goes all the way up to the state Supreme Court. And there, in addition to ruling in her favor, they also ruled that the state's felony drug possession law is unconstitutional in the process, saying the legislature can't penalize her without proving she had a guilty mind. So with that, you saw thousands of pending drug cases dropped, lawmakers rushing to pass a temporary fix, with the resulting law making drug possession a misdemeanor and requiring police to give at least 2 treatment referrals before pressing charges. But on this coming July 1st, that law is set to expire, which means personal possession of all drugs would be decriminalized. We're talking fentanyl, meth, heroin, it's all on the table. And so now lawmakers are scrambling to make sure that doesn't actually happen. But very key thing, they failed to strike a deal before adjourning late last month after Democrats voted down a compromise bill 55-43, with a liberal wing of the party outright opposing any effort to recriminalize drugs and the more conservative Democrats and Republicans fighting over how tough to make the law. So what you end up seeing is the governor calling a special session and the House reaching a tentative agreement on Monday, one which would allow up to 6 months in jail for the first 2 offenses and up to a year after that, with police also encouraged to divert cases toward treatment instead, though critics there argue that without a lot more funding for those services, there's nowhere to divert them to, which is actually very similar to the problem faced by the only other state that's decriminalized personal possession of drugs, Oregon. Right, they passed that measure there back in 2020, and so far the record's mixed, though this in large part because of bureaucratic failure to usher drug users into treatment, which is why some point to the state as evidence that decriminalization doesn't work, whereas others argue it can work if you pair it with sufficient treatment resources, and they're pointing to Portugal. But for now, as July 1st gets closer and closer, we'll have our eyes on Washington to see what they do. What sort of compromise bill do they shit out? Because until it actually happens, who knows what it's going to look like? The only thing we know for certain is someone to download the app. And then, how much do you think a get out of jail free card costs, right? A pardon. Well, apparently that'll run you about $2 million according to a new $10 million lawsuit being brought against Rudy Giuliani by a woman who claims to have worked for him. Right, this is Noelle Dunphy, and she claims that Giuliani explicitly told her that the $2 million would be split between he and Donald Trump, and claiming he said that the request would go through him rather than the Office of Pardon Attorney, so that it wouldn't be subject to Freedom of Information Act requests. But that's also just kind of the tip of the iceberg. Right, there was a range of things where you had some things that were bad but not illegal, like Dunphy saying that Giuliani claimed Jewish men were inferior due to natural selection, or that he said that African Americans and Hispanics had a culture that encouraged them to hit women. Also saying he was apparently very anti-LGBTQ+ and used slurs. Although it appears he enters he doth protest too much territory, with him apparently claiming he was the only man in his friend group that wouldn't sleep with another man no matter how much money was offered. Which, I mean, I would call bullshit on. We've seen the other things Rudy would do for money. But also with this, there were other allegations ranging from probably illegal to definitely, such as knowingly lying about the 2020 election being stolen to allegedly sexually assaulting Dunphy. And we might soon get a much better idea of Dunphy's claims because apparently she recorded many of the allegations. Though apparently she said the part about the pardon wasn't recorded, which is why I'll say, you know, we're obviously going to keep our eyes on this. If you'd like to read into more, because I can't touch on everything that was alleged. This was a 70-page lawsuit.
Yeah. He was also selling pardons. Like, I mean, are we really surprised he's a disgusting douchebag? No, but the extent to which, holy shit. Wow. Gross.
lawsuit, so I'm going to link to it down below if you want a deeper dive on this. Also, as far as Giuliani, he has denied all the allegations, and so for now, we wait to see what evidence materializes and goes public. So if the evidence shows he even did half of the illegal stuff that it alleges, he's not going to be in for a good time. And then, if you're surprised about what's happening at our southern border right now, you are not alone. It's been nearly a week since Title 42 restrictions at the southern border were lifted, and many, including myself, expected it to be an absolute mess with more migrants than the US could handle attempting to cross the border. Hell, even President Biden 2 days before predicted, quote, "It's going to be chaotic for a while." And that prediction was seemingly becoming true, with about 10,000 migrants crossing the border just before Title 42 expired. With conservative talking heads quick to try and make it look like an apocalyptic event, with the RNC even sending out an email on Friday saying the only way the administration's plan is working is if the plan is chaos. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas should resign. But the reality we saw this weekend is it is not as nearly as crazy as everyone thought it would be. Though I do want to be clear, the amount of crossings is still considered high compared to normal times, right? About 6,300 on Friday, 4,200 on Saturday. But that is so much less than expected, and in some areas there were actually slowdowns. Right on Sunday, only 20 people were waiting to cross the border at Gate 42 at the border wall in El Paso. Or if you look at the crossing at Matamoros, only 200 people who had requested asylum showed up for their appointments, which is far less than the 800 that they had prepared for. And so right now, it's believed that the doom and gloom leading up to Title 42's expiration actually helped authorities and nonprofit groups over-prepare and allow them to manage the influx of migrants. With Mayorkas even speaking on this and explaining, "We have been planning for this transition for months and months." And while noting it is too early, adding, "The numbers that we have experienced over the past 2 days are markedly down over what they were prior to the end of Title 42. Although there, Mexican groups don't think that is particularly efficient. With one activist, for example, pointing out that there are still about 6,000 people in Tijuana shelters waiting to score one of the CBP appointments that become available daily. So a key thing with this, understand the situation is not over. Overall, the administration still fears that things could get out of control quickly. And while it has been nowhere near as horrible as expected, we're still probably like a week or so out from understanding if this is going to get much worse. And then, I cannot believe I'm about to say this to you, but the IRS may have actually just done a good thing. According to 3 current and former government officials, the IRS has built a free digital tax filing prototype program, with a pilot program reportedly set to be available to a small group of taxpayers in January for the 2024 tax season. And key thing, this government software could actually disrupt the multi-billion-dollar tax prep industry, with Gabriel Zucker, an associate policy director for tax benefits at the advocacy group Code for America, saying, "There's something very important about the fact that even beyond making it easy and beyond making it free, this is something you could do directly with your government." Now, some other key things. Last year, the IRS received $15 million to look into a direct filing program from the Inflation Reduction Act, but the IRS Commissioner Daniel Werfel had previously told Congress that they would wait until after they had a recommendation from a think tank studying a direct filing system to pursue its own program. And that report, that's not due until later this week. So if they already have a prototype, it's going to make some lawmakers very, very unhappy. With Republican Senator Mike Crapo on the Senate Finance Committee saying, "This suggests a predetermined outcome and flies in the face of previous commitments Commissioner Werfel made to publicly consult Congress on a potential free file solution and for the IRS to not act without explicit legal authority." Also, very notably with this program, it would reportedly allow filers to ask for help from customer service reps and secure online portals, which is another key thing because it's another method that would make it competitive with massive tax prep companies, who, by the way, shockingly didn't respond well to this news. With the chief executive of FileYourTaxes.com saying, "Is there a need for government to come compete with and change a functioning private sector industry?" And an Intuit spokesperson saying, "A direct-to-IRS e-file system is wholly redundant and is nothing more than a solution in search of a problem, and that solution will unnecessarily cost taxpayers billions of dollars." But here, I feel inclined to give you a friendly reminder. Intuit literally just settled a $141 million lawsuit to settle claims on misleading more than 4 million Americans and diverting them away from free options to premium paid ones. Now, of course, because our legal system's fucking stupid, they didn't have to admit fault in that settlement, but it becomes pretty obvious that the reason they have an issue here is that they would stop making money by, notably, usually fucking Americans. I don't doubt that this new system could cost taxpayers money, it's just the taxpayers in question are them. But this is still a developing situation, so make sure you subscribe so you can stay in the loop. And then, if you think the interest rates in America are bad, oh my god. Argentina just raised their interest rate to 97% as it struggles with inflation. 97%. Right, for some context, some comparison, our markets lose their shit when it gets raised to over 5%. But what's also crazy with Argentina is that super high interest rate isn't actually that much higher than their previous rate of 91%. And the country's been struggling with rampant inflation, which currently sits at about 100% per year, with really only Zimbabwe and Venezuela having it worse. But most devastatingly for them, despite these aggressive moves to combat it, analysts actually think that it's too little too late, because you usually don't see the effects of that for like 2 to 3 months. And actually with that, the timing of all this is notable because you have an election there coming in October. We also know there's going to be some guaranteed change, though it could be surface level because incumbent President Alberto Fernandez isn't seeking re-election. And that actually brings us to the end of today's show, but do not worry, because 1, if you're still hungry for some news, I got you covered here and in those links in the description. And 2, I'll have more for you soon, because my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report.
More Nazis. Shock and surprise. Decolon.
I'm Amy Goodman. As we look now at the newly confirmed direct connection between a white supremacist leader and the digital director for one of Trump's staunchest supporters in Congress. We're joined in New York by Hunter Walker, an investigative reporter at Talking Points Memo, where his exclusive new story is headlined, Capitol Hill staffer is a prominent follower of neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. Fuentes is a far-right leader who rose under Trump. The staffer, who is revealed in the piece, works for far-right Arizona Congressman Paul Gosar, who's linked to organizers of the deadly January 6th insurrection and was censured for posting an animated...
Wait, what? This is a follower of Fuentes? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Fucking of course.
Video on social media where he murders Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and attacks President Biden. That's the Congressman Gosar. Gosar also spoke at the openly racist America First conference organized by Nick Fuentes to compete with the Conservative Political Action Conference known as CPAC. This news story reveals Gosar's ties to the white supremacist movement go even deeper. Hunter Walker, if you can lay out what you found about his digital director.
Well, Amy, great to see you first off. And as you pointed out, Paul Gosar already has been linked directly and personally to Nick Fuentes. But his relationship with this neo-Nazi leader has been one of alternately embracing him and distancing himself from him. As you alluded to, Paul Gosar has appeared at 2 editions of Nick Fuentes' America First Political Action Conference, once in person, once by video. But after that second one caused a backlash, Gosar said, you know, Nick has a problem with his mouth and sort of attempted to disavow him somewhat. So he's operated with a bit of plausible deniability as he's repeatedly been tied to extremist activity, including, you know, having anti-Semitic websites appearing in his official newsletter. And I think this story, one of the key things about it is it really removes that veil of plausible deniability for Paul Gosar. And what I found is that, you know, this staffer in his office, Wade Searle, evidence appears to link him to this sort of digital persona, Chicken Right, this network of interlinked social media accounts that has put out extremist content, including statements, you know, referring to Jews as quote-unquote hook-nosed bankers, disparaging Asians, minimizing slavery. And also, in addition to just being a social media account, this quote-unquote chicken persona was a leading figure in Nick Fuentes' organization. And we know that because of accusations from defectors from Fuentes' inner circle who, you know, released internal chats showing this chicken person participating in the leadership conversations, telling them about what was going on in Gosar's office. And then also, he's a moderator on Nick Fuentes' regular stream. So, you know, this guy has been linked to being a prominent follower of Nick Fuentes, who is an outright neo-Nazi. And, you know, the evidence...
I'm sorry, I want to go back and look at those chats.
follower of Nick Fuentes, who is an outright neo-Nazi. And, you know, the evidence is extensive. These accounts posted pictures that appear to show Wade Searle with Fuentes. It was identified as...
Right-wing chicken wing. The chicken right.
Coming from Searle's hometown, being the same age as...
After me and another patriot held an AF flag behind Nick Fuentes, I got a picture, MAGA hat sign, and some merch signed. Very surreal. The energy was ecstatic.
Searle, and at its inception, this Chicken Right account was credited to quote-unquote Wade and another person, quote-unquote Landon, who, you know, we believe appears to be Landon Peterson, an intern in Gosar's office. So there are...
It's crazy the amount of influence that Fuentes has. It's kinda nuts.
Multiple people in the congressman's office linked to this incredibly extremist online activity and Nick Fuentes' Groyper movement.
And explain more, Hunter Walker, how you know Chicken and Chicken Right, C-H-I-K-K-E-N, how you directly linked him, because this is a very serious allegation, to Paul Gosar's office, to his staffer, Wade Searle.
Well, first off, there's no question he works in Paul Gosar's office. You know, we looked at the disclosures.
Right,
and
but how
thing
Wade
that's
Searle is
extremely-
chicken or chicken right?
Totally. But one thing that's extremely interesting about that I just want to touch on first is, you know, there was that extreme video about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. And it was based on an anime, Attack on Titan, with sort of Gosar and Ocasio-Cortez's heads superimposed on the characters of this extremely violent Japanese animation. And anime is a persistent feature of the far right. So that video is kind of an example of how Paul Gosar's social media has already borrowed from these, you know, far right extremist circles. And he actually hired Wade Searle one day officially after being censured for that video. So even despite getting slaps on the wrist from his fellow Republicans in Congress, Gosar has repeatedly, you know, on his official accounts, sort of winked and nodded at the far right, even as he, you know, supposedly disavowed him. What we found with Wade Searle, you know, is just...
He saw the response from that video and then put him on payroll. That's delusional.
So many links. I mean, first off, Gosar joined Gab, the extremist social media site, right after Searle joined his office. At that point, he started reposting content from Chicken Right. Chicken Right was reposting content from Gosar. At points on the Chicken Right accounts, and they're all linked. I mean, there's a Twitter, a Telegram, and a Gab, sort of a overall presence that all has these internal links promoting itself, an Instagram page that was credited to quote-unquote Wade and quote-unquote Landon. And all of these interlinked accounts you know, promoted extremist content, promoted Gosar, talked about insider knowledge of Arizona Republicans, and then, you know, the two most dramatic moments came as Wade Searle took his activism beyond social media. And Searle appeared to join Fuentes at a 2020 Stop the Steal rally. In addition to being a neo-Nazi, Fuentes was a big election denier whose followers had a major presence at January 6th. And you can see a man who appears to be Searle standing behind Fuentes at one of these rallies in Phoenix, Arizona, where he called Trump's loss a quote-unquote fraud. And, you know, photos of that man were posted on the various Chicken Right social media pages, as well as, you know, Wade Searle's more public named social media. So he posted his own photos, you know, various things in the content, such as his hometown, the credit in the bio, seem to link him to this activity. And then, most importantly, you have these defectors from Fuentes' organization, a man named Simon Dickerman, who has named Wade Searle as Chicken Right. This was sort of an open secret on the far right. I came across it, and then I joined with two researchers, Haley O'Ryan of Arizona Right Wing Watch and Nick Martin of The Informant, and we pooled all of the information we'd found. And, you know, it just really appears to definitively show that Wade Searle was behind these accounts. But, you know, he has been previously named by his own colleagues on the far right.
And so what has been Gosar's response to
a bunch of fucking snitches? That's hilarious.
To your investigation?
Not much. You know, yesterday, the only thing I noticed from Gosar is that, you know, he shut off comments on his tweets. He blocked replies. And I think that's a really, really important thing here. You know, I noted before that he was censured for this extreme video about Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. Since then, he's actually been brought back onto committees after having them stripped from him, including the extremely powerful Oversight Committee. Not only did we reach out to Gosar to give him an opportunity to, you know, comment and reject this in any way, you know, or to say that he didn't know that this was happening, but we reached out to Speaker McCarthy, and he's offered no response whatsoever. And Democrats have offered, you know, very limited response from what we've seen. And one of the reactions I'm noticing is just because of Paul Gosar's extensive history, you know, winking and nodding at the far right, speaking at Fuentes' events, people have said they're not surprised. And, you know, I would just note that you were talking earlier about the alarming rise in white supremacy in this country and white supremacist organizations. Getting an inroad on a Capitol Hill staff is a major, major, you know, turning point in that movement. It's a major bit of growth for them. And if we start to reach a point where we say we're not surprised by this, where we say, you know, we expect this in Congress, then we're allowing it to become normal. And I personally find this shocking, and I think we should remain shocked by it.
I'm not shocked. Should I be more shocked? I feel like it's denial to be shocked. Like, there have always been Nazis. There have always been Nazis in power. What part is shocking? Nick Fuentes, the fucking booger eater, was able to capture enough influence to actually get someone into a media position for a senator, like, I mean, a congressman. Like, I don't know what is the shocking part. I don't get it.
Hunter Walker, we want to thank you for being with us, investigative reporter at Talking Points Memo. We'll link to your exclusive new report. Capitol Hill staffer is a prominent follower of neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. Oh, by the way, in other news from Capitol Hill, a man armed with a metal baseball bat attacked two staffers at Democratic Congressman Jerry Connolly's district office in Virginia Monday. The man arrived at the office, reportedly said, "Where's Connolly?" It's unclear what motivated the attack. A young woman who is an intern at the office on her first day of work, he beat her with the baseball bat, as well as a senior staffer. He slammed him in the head. They were hospitalized. They are out from the hospital now.
Well, I'm glad they're all right now? Question mark? What a way to end that.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. It is Monday, May 15th. I'm still emotionally recovering from last night's episode of Succession, but I'm gonna take a break from processing those feelings and give you the best damn daily news show out there. So buckle up, you beautiful bastards. Hit that like button and let's just jump into it. Starting with, people in New York and now the country are massively divided on the situation that some describe as a subway ride turned deadly and others describe as just straight up murder. All right, so let's walk through it. The story began earlier this month in Manhattan. And if you've ever lived in New York, you know the subways are notorious for these kind of uncomfortable, sometimes aggressive confrontations between the housed and the unhoused. And this appears to have started as another example with Jordan Neely, a 30-year-old homeless black man with a history of mental illness, stepping on board the F train. He was reportedly known locally as a Michael Jackson impersonator, though family said he had been struggling with mental health ever since his mother was strangled to death by her boyfriend in 2007. And you had witnesses saying that on this day he was being disruptive, throwing garbage, and possibly threatening passengers. With one witness claiming that he shouted, "I want food, I'm not taking no for an answer, I'm ready to go back to jail, I'll hurt anyone on this train." Though according to witnesses, he did not actually attack anyone. But as he's ranting and all this is happening, you have Daniel Penny, a 24-year-old white man and former Marine, with him reportedly coming up behind Neely, putting him in a chokehold on the ground, and reportedly yelling for someone to call 911. Meanwhile, you had two other men standing over them and helping subdue Neely. All this reportedly lasting around 15 minutes, even though the train stopped once at a station and the doors open. And while all this is happening on video, you can hear one bystander appearing to express concern after Neely passed out, telling Penny to let him go, saying Neely had defecated on himself, which could be a sign that he's dying, and warning Penny that he could face a murder charge. Also, another bystander remarking after Neely finally stands up, that was one hell of a chokehold, man, with EMTs then arriving and performing CPR on Neely, but he was now limp and they couldn't.
Did I miss the part where you call it murder? He fucking murdered him. Oh, okay.
Revive him. And so ultimately he's pronounced dead at the hospital, with the official cause of death being compression of the neck. Now, as far as Penny, he was initially questioned by police, but initially they just let him go without any charges. But with this, you have video of the encounter going viral, many people being shocked, saddened, outraged, AOC tweeting. Jordan Neely was murdered, but because Jordan was houseless and crying for food in a time when the city is raising rents and stripping services to militarize itself while many in power demonize the poor, the murderer gets protected with passive headlines and no charges. But with this, you also saw a ton of people coming to Penny's defense, saying that he's a hero and the people like AOC POC or just villainizing him, and their general argument being that he was just trying to defend himself and the other passengers from Neely and he didn't intend to kill him. With some later pointing out Neely's criminal record, which included 42 arrests for things like, yes, evading fares and theft, but also assault. But at the same time, you have those on the other side countering that his past crimes are not relevant here, or saying Penny couldn't have known any of that at the time, and arguing further that Neely posed no real threat and that Penny overreacted to something New Yorkers see on the subway every day, and also saying that as a Marine, he arguably should have known that the so-called blood choke, that takes as little as 8 seconds to cut off blood and oxygen to the brain, at least when done properly. And so this debate's been raging online nonstop this entire month, people even protesting for Neely. But then, on Friday, it moved from just the court of public opinion to actual court. Because on Friday, 11 days after the killing, Penny surrendered to police for a second-degree manslaughter charge, which carries up to a 15-year sentence, leading to cheers for Neely's advocates, but also a rush of people to support Penny, with an online defense fund to cover his legal costs, raising more than $2 million as of recording this video. Though notably, according to the website, any extra money will be donated to a mental health advocacy.
It's so fucked. It's so fucked because the funeral fund for Neely was like 60 to 70K.
Group in New York City. Now, as far as what Penny has said, he's actually not spoken publicly yet, though we know he has pled not guilty. And so for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how all this plays out. But I've got to ask you, what are your thoughts here? What camp are you landed in and why? And then, the only thing this Mormon's blowing before marriage is a whistle. Because David Nielsen, who managed the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints investment arm for 9 years, went on 60 Minutes yesterday.
I thought I was gonna work for a charity, and the funds were never used for that. It was really a clandestine hedge fund. And once the money went in, it didn't go out.
Right after the church pays all its expenses, whatever's left over gets invested in a kind of rainy day fund. But for decades, Nielsen says that the church has been hoarding obscene amounts of wealth that could have been used for things like actual humanitarian work, outreach, education. And during his time there, he says that the church's portfolio grew to over $100 billion in value, the largest fortune held by any religious fund in the United States. Or to give context, that is twice the size of both the Harvard Endowment and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And not only that, he also shed light on how that money was spent, saying in 2013, one of his bosses showed him this document where you can see $1.4 billion going to a mall being built on church-owned land, with another $600 million bailing out a for-profit church-owned insurance company called Beneficial Life. But still, Nielsen stuck with the church for several more years until he finally had enough in 2018, which is when a website called Mormon Leaks exposed church members' ties to shell companies that existed only on paper and held billions of dollars in stocks and bonds. And it turned out that those assets were actually managed by the church's investment arm, which is something only the senior leadership knew about. Right? Because Nielsen says the point was to hide money not only from the church's members, but also the government.
The chief investment officer said that if we were to change and start reporting these securities in our own name, it would bring undue attention to the firm, and that attention would be potentially damaging. And after the meeting, I went and confronted him. What do you mean, potentially damaging? And he said, Dave, we're gonna lose our tax-exempt status.
So in February, the SEC alleged that the church failed to disclose.
Holy shit, dude. Man, I'm surprised this guy's alive.
Accurate financial records to authorities, finding that they hid $32 billion in securities over nearly 20 years and created 13 shell companies, with the agency then slapping it and its investment arm with a $5 million fine. Which again, when a punishment is a fine, that is not a fine, that is a fee. That's just the cost of doing business, a little ding on the balance sheet, a law that only exists to keep down the normies. And then, in entertainment news, KSI cheated. Or at least that's what Joe Fournier and others are saying after KSI knocked him out during their exhibition fight over the weekend. Because Joe and KSI were the main event of Misfits Boxing 007, KSI winning with a knockout in the second round, though that knockout has become very, very controversial. And that's because there are accusations that KSI hit Joe with an illegal elbow. And after the match, you had Fournier speaking on it.
They cheated, clear in black and white. You've all seen the replays. It's gone viral. It's all over the world. He hit me with a clean elbow. And the ref was right there, watched it. Obviously, the guy owns a promoter. When you find the promoter on his own show, clear.
KSI winning with a knockout in the second round, though that knockout has become very, very controversial. And that's because there are accusations that KSI hit Joe with an illegal elbow. And after the match, you had Fournier speaking on it.
They cheated, clear in black and white. You've all seen the replays. It's gone viral. It's all over the world. He hit me with a clean elbow. And the ref was right there, watched it. Obviously, the guy owns a promoter. When you find the promoter on his own show, I've never been cheated like that in my life.
With that, referencing the fact that KSI is a co-founder of Misfits, which threw the event. Joe, of course, wasn't the only one who called foul here. You had the likes of Jake Paul chiming in, saying, I respect boxing too much to respect what that was. And adding, if that was indeed a real boxing match, it will be ruled a no contest or disqualification. And online, you had a lot of people agreeing, saying whether it was an accident or not, that should have gotten KSI disqualified. And as far as what
That looked brutal.
KSI had to say right after the fight, he told reporters after the match.
Honestly, it was so fast.
so I didn't even think to hit him with elbow.
And then later celebrating the victory on Twitter, saying, outboxed and outclassed in every department. Also teasing a fight with Tommy Fury and giving shoutouts to his team, fans, and misfits. And that seemed to roll out the red carpet for the backlash. And in addition to that, you had Fournier continuing to call him out, sharing headlines critical of KSI on Instagram, and adding, cheaters will never prosper. Such a bad example for the youth in the sport of boxing. I have faith that the organizers won't allow any type of clear cheating, corruption, or bias to take place in front of millions of people and jeopardize the sport or the integrity of their organization. And adding, I will be appealing this first thing Monday morning. And today, TMZ broke the news that he has in fact officially appealed, meaning that reps for both he and KSI can go before the board to make their case about whether or not the knockout should hold up. With all this leading to KSI addressing the situation on Twitter, writing that his victory was inevitable but is unfortunately tarnished. And adding, after landing my overhand, he was pretty much out on his feet and I went for a short right hook as Joe clinched me and fell into me. I landed that hook and my glove made contact but appears to have been followed by unintentional contact with my forearm. I'm gutted that it's not as clean a win as I wanted and it feels like it diminishes my hard work with my trainers. Sorry to all the fans disappointed with it. No one is more so than me. But with all that, what are your thoughts on the situation, the win, the appeal? What do you think should happen? I'd love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. With Vice Media today filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy, and it's looking like the company itself is going to be sold off in the coming months. As a group of Vice's creditors, including Fortress Investment Group, Soros Fund Management, and Monroe Capital, have agreed to purchase the company for $225 million, but notably, the New York Times says that would be covered by its existing loans to the company, with the deal being contingent on Vice not finding a higher bidder. Which, I mean, on that front, they've been pretty desperate for a buyer willing to pay around $1 billion, and so far, no one stepped forward. And y'all, I really can't undersell this. This is a devastating fall from grace for Vice. At their peak 6 years ago, they were valued at $5.7 billion, going from a niche magazine in the 90s to a digital media Goliath. But over the years, they began to falter and they accumulated some huge debt, with court documents reportedly showing that they have an outstanding debt of more than $830 million. And their chief restructuring officer saying in the court filings, Vice relied on external funding, raising both debt and equity capital to fuel its rapid growth and to fund expenses in certain parts of its businesses. Although these fundraising efforts helped to finance Vice's growth, they ultimately led to the company being burdened by a highly leveraged and unusually complex capital structure. And so now Vice has received a loan from Fortress to maintain business as usual until it's sold out of bankruptcy, which according to a statement from Vice's CEO, the sale process will probably take somewhere between 2 and 3 months. And so we're gonna have to wait to see what happens here, but it feels like the bigger question at this time is like, who's next? Right? Because this isn't a one-off. Vice isn't alone here. We've seen a lot of big names either dying or bleeding, right? Whether it be things like Vox Media raising money at half of its 2015 valuation to BuzzFeed recently shutting down their Pulitzer Prize-winning news organization. It's honestly one of the biggest shakeups we've seen in the space in a long time. And then, if you feel lonely, know that you're not alone in that. With now 3 in 4 Americans saying they experience loneliness, which I don't mean to make those numbers sadder, but according to the US Surgeon General, studies say that social isolation for a person has a similar effect to that of smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day. And all that tying into the AI revolution that we're seeing take place right now. And that's specifically taking the form here of chatbots, whether it be in the form of something like Replica, which sells itself as an AI friend that helps people feel better through conversations, all the way to mental health chatbots like Wysa, who say Wysa's clinically validated AI gives immediate support as first step of care and human coaching for those who need more. And we've seen stories pop up like that around Coco, who reportedly recently used ChatGPT as a mental health counselor for about 4,000 people who weren't aware the answers were generated by AI, sparking criticism from ethicists. So you have people saying the FDA...
Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so fucked up.
Needs to step up because they really haven't done anything. And in fact, around that, according to Axios, a September FDA report found the agency's current framework for regulating medical devices is not equipped to handle the speed of change sometimes necessary to provide reasonable assurance of safety and effectiveness of rapidly evolving devices. And so while that whole landscape develops, I'll say in the meantime, talk to somebody. Apparently everyone's lonely and, shoot someone a text. And I say start there because apparently if you go up to a stranger at the wrong time, you just get shot these days. And then the TSA is now using facial recognition on you. With the TSA in 16 airports across the country implementing a facial recognition pilot program. It's where you insert your ID card into a machine, you look into a camera, you get approved, and you walk through. Thus bypassing the TSA who stares your ID and then your face while you stand there awkwardly trying to remember, oh shit, did I steal someone else's identity? Though notably, there's still an agent who signs off on the screening and there's an option to opt out of you having your photo taken. Now notably, this hasn't taken over every line at these 16 airports as of now. With it, the pilot program has received its fair share of criticism, including from 5 senators demanding that the TSA stop the program because, quote, increasing biometric surveillance of Americans by the government represents a risk to civil liberties and privacy rights. Others have also brought up concerns about the option to opt out, saying, hey, isn't that going to raise further suspicion on passengers who decide not to have their photo taken? Others expressing concern in the biases within the algorithm, right? Some facial recognition software has proven to have trouble identifying minorities. But one of the biggest issues people have is whether the data is going to be stored. Currently, the TSA says that it won't be outside of limited circumstances for the assessment of the program, which is then deleted after 24 months. And we've also seen the TSA saying in response to other criticism that the program is meant to increase speed and accuracy for identification. As for the concerns about the identification of minorities, the agency says that their algorithm is of a higher quality, saying it's more accurate and that they use top-of-the-line cameras. So what are your thoughts here? Do you love it? Do you hate it? Why not? Let me know. And then I'd like to introduce you to my brand new game show, Is It Treason or a PSYOP? T or P for short. Because I got people asking that question after it was revealed that Wagner's chief allegedly offered to give Russian troop locations to Ukraine, with them in return allegedly wanting Ukraine to leave the area of Bakhmut. Which actually, speaking of that, there are reports that Ukraine has pushed Russia back from the flanks. But all this gets even juicier with reports that he's met with Ukrainian intelligence in Africa and even urged them to attack towards Crimea while Russian morale is low. Which if true, I mean, this just adds to the growing picture of the mercenary leader's growing frustration with Russia's military leadership. Or also, who knows, maybe this is all just a way to try to get him killed. Which, just a little advice, maybe stay away from open windows and or tea. At least just for a while. Both of those seem like very dangerous things when the Russians are involved. And then we saw major political shakeups in Thailand and possibly Turkey over the weekend. Right, in Thailand, we saw the opposition parties completely dominate their military-backed opponents in the elections, with them promising to form a coalition government, though it's unclear if they'll have enough votes despite dominating in the polls. And that's because the military actually planned for this as far back as 2014 when it introduced new rules that required a massive lead in the legislature to vote in a non-military prime minister. So that made major headlines. We're gonna have to see how it played out, but honestly, the biggest news came out of Turkey, where the election revolved around Erdogan and opposition candidate Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu. Right, leading into Sunday's vote, Kemal was ahead in the polls and got an unexpected boost when another opposition candidate backed out. But also, there were accusations that Russia was attempting to meddle in the campaign to help Erdogan, presumably because Kemal has promised to strengthen ties to the West. But it also wasn't just Russia that was accused of meddling. On Friday night, Twitter announced that, quote, in response to legal process and to ensure Twitter remains available to the people of Turkey, we have taken action to restrict access to some content in Turkey today. And while some supported Twitter's decision, it also drew a massive wave of backlash, with takes popping up like the Turkish government asked Twitter to censor its opponent.
Free speech, Elon, by the way.
Right before an election, and Elon Musk complied. Should generate some interesting Twitter files reporting. You had Musk defending the decision, responding, did your brain fall out of your head, Iglesias? The choice is have Twitter throttled in its entirety or limit access to some tweets. Which one do you want? And again, while you had some supporting Musk and Twitter here, this pissed a lot of people off. With some, like political commentator Hassan Piker, who's also Turkish, replying, free speech means trying to help Erdogan win an election by suppressing his opposition. And Dennis Cantor, a longtime critic of Erdogan, having similar thoughts.
I don't want to hear about Elon Musk talking about free speech ever again. He's literally bowing down to a dictatorship. Turkish government called Elon to pretty much tell him that if you don't ban a couple accounts, that we are going to shut down the whole app in Turkey. And he picked business and money over his morals and principles. So I don't want to hear about him talking about free speech ever again.
But with all that, did Erdogan win? Well, not quite. In Turkey, a candidate needs to get over 50% of the votes to win, and neither Erdogan or Kılıçdaroğlu clinched it. Although we saw Erdogan get very, very close and he tried to challenge ballots. But now with these two headed into a runoff election, there's a potential keymaker in Sinan Ogan. He's a nationalist and secularist politician who got about 5% of the vote. And he said he'd support Kılıçdaroğlu as long as he doesn't concede anything to pro-Kurdish parties, which may or may not happen, but we won't know what's actually going to happen until May 28th. And that is where today's show is going to end. And as always, thank you for being a part of my daily dives into the news. If you're new here, make sure you're subscribed, because while I have more for you to watch here, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you tomorrow.
The TSA biometrics thing is kind of concerning. I mean, yeah, I don't blame them. I don't know if I would want to do that either. Which speech he wanted freed specifically? Yeah, just the Nazi ones, I guess. Cool. But we finally reached the positive news segment. There's two short stories. So
we are getting closer and closer to panel recommendations here in California for the different ideas, the proposals that have been going around for reparations. And we have some details on what form those recommendations are likely to come in. Here are a few that are apparently being considered by the organization. An estimated value of payment for healthcare disparities. So roughly $13,500 for each year of residency inside of California. Estimated payment for housing discrimination, which is about $3,400 for each year spent between 1933 and 1977. There's also an estimated payment theoretically for the effects of mass incarceration and over policing.
Got here late and already hit my bad news quota. Yeah, you got here just in time. This is actually kind of cool. California did like a reparations bill. Imagine.
About $2,400 during the 49-year period between 1971 and 2020. And so, look, it is incredibly likely that to the extent that you read anything about this, those are the parts that you're going to hear about, and it is certainly a part of it. Theoretically, could cost a few $billion. There are also other parts that are not strictly speaking monetary, including recommendations to include updated language in the state's constitution, removing racial bias and discriminatory practices in standardized testing, compensating people deprived of profits for their work, investing in and creating free healthcare programs, and apologizing for acts of political disenfranchisement. So California's black population as of right now is estimated, according to the last census, to be about 2.5 million. And it'll be coming up near the end of June that these recommendations will be officially put forward. That, of course, is just another step in the path. That doesn't mean that any will be accepted, or let alone that all will be accepted. But Francesca, what do you think so far?
I think it's so important that we're talking about it, right? I think it needs to be in the conversation. And yeah, right wingers are gonna lose their minds, but no, if we don't actually envision it, if we don't put forward some concrete numbers, it's never gonna happen. And I think 2.5 million Californians, black Californians, yeah, let's do it. It will make this state a better place. It will make it a better place to live. There will be a quality of life improvement. We know what happens when people get literal cash in their hands, not what you think, what the right says they do, which is like apparently, buy Cadillacs and eat steaks. Shout out to Ronald Reagan, resting in hell. But like, this is what needs to happen. And the second part of all of this, and I sincerely believe in reparations, is actually ending the housing discrimination, ending the over-policing, and ending all of the ways that we continue to punish Black Americans for being Black, and we continue the legacies of slavery and Jim Crow up until today.
Yeah, so next, are you gonna tackle LAPD? Because that would be cool.
So yes to reparations, and what are we gonna do going forward? Even if a small part of this were adopted, I think it would be a win.
Yeah. So look, I think it's certainly interesting. We're gonna see what ends up happening at the state level. This is, in theory, a step towards good news for a couple million people here in California. In the short term, it is the best possible news for the white hosts of Fox News.
Sure. Because
this is all they would ever want to talk about. They want to be able to tell their 99% white audience that this is unfair, obviously. As a little thought experiment, can you imagine if the federal government a century and a half ago or 2 centuries ago had promised white people something that was worth a lot of money and then not delivered on it? Do you think that Fox would ever forget about that? Do you think that they would consider it unfair for a state government to eventually make good on a very specific promise of land or the value of a land being provided? I kind of have a feeling they would be okay with it then. Yeah, by the way, did they have problems with the subsidies to farmers during the Trump years when they at least perceived that most farmers were white? They're fine with a lot of this stuff, as long as they think it's affecting them.
For more political news breakdowns, interviews, stories of activism, and me trying my hardest to care about the occasional big celebrity news story, subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The Damage Report. And you can ring the bell wherever it is so you don't miss anything.
Joining us now, Dennis Teher. He is the Communications Committee Chair Captain for the Allied Pilots Association. Dennis, thanks so much for joining us.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Tell us about, give us like some of the stats on the Allied Pilot Association. I know like within, it seems to me, the airline industry, there are multiple pilot associations / unions for different airlines. Is that the way it works?
That's true. And let's cut to the chase. We're unions. APA, the Allied Pilots Association, is an independent union. Although we work closely with ALPA, the Airline Pilot Association. They're an affiliated union, and they represent, we're American Airlines, mainline ops. They represent Delta, United, FedEx, and a myriad of other regional affiliates. And then there's independent unions at Southwest Airlines, SWAPA. I say these very quickly because we work with those unions frequently, particularly during what we'll call pattern negotiations, which is happening right now.
Well,
All right. Oh, sorry. Go.
No, it's okay. I mean, I was curious though what the numbers are though for percentages of commercial pilots. I was saying to Sam before the show, my uncle's a member of ALPA. He's a United pilot. What percentage of commercial pilots are unionized? And how many of them do fall under kind of your jurisdiction?
Yeah, well, we have 15,000 pilots in American Airlines. It's all the mainline ops. I think ALPA represents in the aggregate some over 60,000 pilots. So in the U.S., it's a rare event to not have pilots under the blanket of union representation. And I'll tell you, that started years ago. As your uncle flying for United may be aware of this. There's a legacy that's of unions in the pilot world because of safety. Years ago, and we see this happening from time to time with those smaller ops that don't have unions. They come up and they say, Captain Tager, what's the problem? Well, the airplane's not safe or the weather's not safe. And they go, great, we disagree. If you're not going to fly it, you're fired. I've got somebody else to do the work. So that was the birth of unions. And of course, work rules, which can support safety, and then just compensation. As we see now in modern day aviation, it's deep into six figures just to get the certificates, let alone the experience. So having compensation that meets that level of training and dedication, the many years it takes, sometimes takes a collective voice.
I have to say, I would be terrified to get on a plane without a union pilot, because I mean, just from that dynamic that you've described there, the last thing you want is a pilot who is worried about how am I going to put food on the table, how am I going to pay for the healthcare for my kids or whatever it is, because I'm complaining about the safety of the aircraft. I mean, that is not the situation you want to be in. So. APA represents 15,000 American airline pilots. I want to talk about what happened with Delta, and I want to talk about Southwest. But I guess it was a couple weeks ago, you guys took a vote. This is a very unified union in terms of this vote. Give us the numbers on that vote in terms of the strike authorization.
Yeah, it was a very successful authorization vote. We had 96% of our pilots voted, and over 99% of them voted in the affirmative to authorize our leadership to initiate a strike.
Damn.
We've seen that at Delta before they got their deal. Southwest pilots, last week, Monday, we had a national picket event for our union. On the back of or on the news of the strike authorization, and the turnout for it was beyond our wildest dreams. We're still seeing media articles covering it. I just read one from the Cambodian Times. Think about that, covering a union issue in the U.S. So the Southwest pilots are starting their authorization vote as we speak. So this is actually a good sign. It puts a lot of uncertainty in things, and we'll get to how the Railway Labor Act works. But this means that deals that must happen to serve our passengers and to maintain or to reestablish reliability. We've seen the airlines properly take the heat for not being prepared for the recovery after $54 billion was invested, not only to keep employees on the property and trained, but also to keep the equipment rolling. They didn't do any of that. So when the recovery came in strong, they turned to the frontline workers and said, guess what? You're going to do more with less. So metaphors abound, but they said batter up, and they handed us a hockey stick. And that's what we're trying to correct right now through our negotiations. And we've got solutions. But what we're assured of is that we cannot have a repeat of what happened last summer and the summer before. So management teams are going to have to step up and join us. And at Delta, they have a deal now. One of the biggest things in Delta wasn't just the recovery of their compensation, which had been years since any increase in that, just as with us. But the world changed post-pandemic. And now workers are saying, hey, wait a minute, as a pilot, I can't fly remotely, but I know what my neighbor is doing. That professional that was trained and invested as much as I did, I need to have a work-life.
I did my nails. I finished. Oops. There. I can never get it to like capture the shininess of it. You don't even know. It just looks black. It's so shiny. Hello? Shine. Whatever. Just know that it's very glittery. Imagine glitter.
Life balance, and that's been a fundamental shift for us, and I've been at this 30 years. I have never seen such a large demographic of pilots say, hey, look, I know the money's coming, but I've got to have a life and a support system that enables me to take this on. And so that's really where we're at, as a crossroads, a pivot point. And management used to just say, well, we'll pay them and they'll show up. It's taken more than money. We know the money's there. So it's actually ironic, because American Airlines itself and other airlines have talked to that. They've actually said, our CEO, who we interact with frequently, right on up to yesterday, our president met with him. He said, I've got like 30 to 50 airplanes, told Wall Street this, that I can't utilize because I don't have the assets in place. Think of that capital, hundreds of millions of dollars. They don't have the workers to get it done, and particularly the pilots. And the good news is we have answers for them and we have solutions. But every day that they waste talking to Wall Street and don't talk to us to get it settled is another airplane that's not flying. And ultimately ticket prices go up because the supply's not out there. I'm digressing, but this is so connected. Yeah. And the union effort, not only for safety, but to actually produce a company that is producing even more profits, is most importantly reliable to the consumer. Man.
It's so stormy outside. Oh my god. I'm always afraid that the tree outside my window is gonna fucking fall on me.
And this is just one stage, and we're all on that stage. And right now the world's watching.
And just to be clear, you know what it sounds like what you're talking about, and we're seeing this like in different retail.
I'll be right back.
You know, fights and you know, workers having to be on call for a certain period of time and not necessarily getting credit. I mean, the dynamics obviously with piloting is somewhat different, but it really is about scheduling and how flights go back and forth, I would imagine, and where pilots are going to be stationed and their relationship to those flights. And if I hear what you're saying is that you guys have ideas about how to do that. It may involve hiring some more pilots or not necessarily, but that the airline is trying to do it in a way that's going to maximize their profits, but they haven't. There were 4%, I think it was last year, of flights that were canceled because they couldn't figure this out. Are they doing it because they have some calculation where Wall Street wants a certain, I don't know, cost
lack
to
of
profit ratio,
right?
or lack of redundant? I mean, are we seeing a play out? I mean, you mentioned the Railway Labor Act, which just because of cross-country transportation includes airlines. It's a very old bill, and it limits the ability of pilots to strike in the same way that in some ways railway workers did.
Yes.
But what we saw with the Railway Act was these transit companies coming in, trying to diminish the number of railway workers they employ. They'll give them more money, but they'll put them through hell. They won't even let them have sick days because somebody from McKinsey or whoever it was said, this is the way that you're going to cut down on your thing. It increases lack of safety for the general communities that these trains go through. Are we seeing a similar dynamic play out here?
Exactly. And you hit on all the points. I'm smiling because of out of enthusiasm for, you don't have to be an expert in the industry to see what's going on. And here's the irony. It isn't so much we're saying, hey, you need to hire more pilots. You're underutilizing us. You're recklessly utilizing us, pushing us to the maximums. We have legal limits and then human limits where we fatigue out. And you're saying, well, I'll just hire more pilots. You're actually costing the enterprise more money to run the operation than if you ran it rationally and worked with us. You mentioned sick call. This is the first time in 30 years at American, one of our singular issues in the tail end of this, which we hope is the tail end of negotiations, is our sick accrual and how we actually are charged it. It comes down to management has built trips now that are 4 and 5 days long. That's a long time away, and it's tough on our pilot families. But if a pilot calls in sick on one of those days, that amount of flying time will use up most of their sick time. So a pilot can actually have down to just 2 sick events per year before they're out of sick time. That's triggered by these longer trips. And here's another thing. We've actually got to get a hold of this.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, I don't want a sick pilot. It's like tugging the Robitussin and trying to fly a plane. No, thank you.
We've gone to management, and I call in sick on a 5-day trip. Then they take the whole 5-day trip, and now I'm sick and I get charged for it. And some other pilot has to go out there and fly it, so I have to staff for that. We've said, how about this? I call in sick and I've got a 5-day trip. Maybe I'm good after 2 days and I can come back to work for those 3. I'd like to preserve my sick time and I can fly for you. And management says, yeah, we're not so interested in that. Are you kidding me? You're short on people, and I'm coming up with an idea that helps my family out, but also helps you with your staffing issue. A lot of words to say there.
Well, it sounds irrational to me, and you're saying it's irrational, but do you guys have any insight as to why they're doing it? Is it just sheer hubris, or is it that there's somebody who has a calculation that says, if we do it XYZ, it will look better to Wall Street, the stock will go up, my options are worth more, and that what we're really seeing is not necessarily a C-suite that is interested in the most efficient way of managing this for the sake of the airline, on time and for non-cancellations, and certainly not in the interest of the people working there, but are in the interest of me as an individual with my stock options and how Wall Street's going to react to the type of numbers they see.
That's a great point. And I actually am the chairman of our investor relations committee. Airline pilot unions actually go to Wall Street. We go to the analysts and we talk about issues that matter to them. And the one that you just hit, are they worried about the bottom line? They should be, but here's the idea. They're actually wasting the asset that they have. That example that I gave you, and we have a myriad of others. We go to the investors, the institutional investors that own over half of American Airlines, and saying, here's where our ideas would actually improve the margin. And we talk in that language because the numbers check. And I think the reason management is just not ready to engage in it is they're afraid. They're afraid to trust the pilot that they will come to work to ease their sick usage. We don't know. They have not verbalized it, saying no. We like the way it is. Are you kidding me? You like the way it is? The way it is in this issue is underperforming its potential. So
is it the precedent? Is it the precedent that they don't want to set to give pilots and labor more power and agency over their own employment in this way?
Yeah, that you're hitting. I'll hit the buzzword. While they laud entrepreneurship out there in the free market, when it comes to unions saying, look, this is, and I come from blue collar union family, but this is not your dad's union. This is a modern union that knows that if the company thrives and we're not exploited, and that's not done on our backs, we can broaden that margin. So they talk a lot about culture and about respect, but when it comes down to it, if you don't have the work rules that set that up, and you may have a CEO that talks a lot about it and does some of it, but those CEOs move along. I'm on my 6th CEO here at American Airlines. Right. And that core issue, that the buzzword we have is respect. If you're not respecting my schedule, chances are you're not respecting the passenger's schedule, and you're sure as heck not respecting my family's schedule. I go out on a trip. I'll go out on one in a couple of days. It's a 2-day trip. I'll pack for 4. I don't know where I'm going to end up. I don't know what to tell my family. I hope I'm back for Mother's Day. But if things don't change in the way they operate that certainty of my schedule, thus our passenger schedules, is up in the air. And that's just not the way we've run this business. And that's why you're seeing across the industry, every pilot union is saying, look, I know the money's there. It's coming. but I need some level of work-life balance and scheduling practices that I can count on. We're professionals. We know that weather hits and sometimes we get an extra day out on the road. But when it's clear skies, as Secretary Buttigieg just said, clear sky cancellations and disruptions, that means somebody's not living up to the contract of carrying passengers, and that would be on management.
Is there a different, we mentioned like the C-suite culture, I guess, that really doesn't necessarily want to give up control, even when it's a more rational decision. Is there a change in the culture of the members in your union? I mean, are we seeing, 96% of the union voting 99% in favor? I mean, that's pretty lockstep. Are you noticing a change in the nature of like your union members? Are they more willing to engage in this type of militancy?
Well,
I mean, maybe that's not the right word, militancy.
Okay,
I mean, just really, no, but I mean, are they willing
Discipline.
to be more aggressive in dealing with management, I guess?
They are affirming their willingness, their commitment to fight for their families, and not just for the dollars, but for that actual, you can have the world's highest paid pilots, but the world's most frustrated pilots. That's just not going to make for a good business plan, nor is it going to make for a place that people want to work. So yes, we've seen a change. In our survey coming into this contract, we survey our pilots frequently. And of course, compensation is going to be in there. But when you take the aggregate of two areas we measured, work-life balance and scheduling practices. Work-life balance is your monthly schedule, your ability to move that around, and scheduling practices while you're out on the line and them changing your schedule. When you take those two together, they became number one. That is a demographics change, and it's a good change, and it's one that has been exacerbated by management post-pandemic coming in and raising the pressure up on that work-life balance by scheduling us in these irrational trips, these 4 and 5 day trips. They've had to overstaff the airline because it's crumbling under their desire to go grab that revenue. The CEO of Delta confessed on CNBC, and it was the righteous one. I don't mean that as a pejorative. He said, what happened was it was a desert of revenue during the pandemic, and then in this recovery, we saw it out there and we just went to get it and we overdid it. You sure did.
It's happening all across the board in a lot of places.
Yeah.
Dennis Taylor, when will we know, with all that's involved in the Railway Labor Act, walk us out, give us a potential timeline of what could happen going forward.
It's a great question, and it's the right question to ask. A strike authorization vote is a part of the process. Being in negotiations for the last 4 years is certainly initiation of that. This is the next step. It requires Railway Labor Act, in order to protect interstate commerce, requires a process that is overseen by the federal government. So the NMB gets involved. There's negotiations overseen by them. We're not at that point. We're hoping to get a deal through our own resources here. But they would have to go through that. They would have to declare an impasse. There would be a 30-day cooling off. So some have said, well, is the strike going to happen next week? No, it isn't. It's a process. But it's affirmation that that process has begun. Here's the worst case scenario. Nothing changes at American Airlines, and the last 2 summers that were horrid are only capped by one that's even worse. Doing nothing. The strike is got a lot of media attention, rightfully so, but the real issue is we're in May. We're just talking about the Memorial Day travel season. And here's something interesting, just learned this yesterday. During the summer, last summer, we had an IT issue, and our president of our union and the CEO of American Airlines, the one in charge now, had a conversation over a weekend. I know because I was on duty on the 4th of July weekend on this topic. They basically came to an agreement to resolve this IT problem. They were going to test overtime flying on the holidays, pre-plotted, so a family could plan a month ahead of time. Hey, I can work on that holiday or the critical day around there. Thanksgiving and Christmas was a raving success because of that. We wanted this to go throughout the whole year. Labor Relations said, no, we're just going to try a sample of this. Here we are coming up on the summer. Our CEO didn't even know that we did not have those provisions enacted as we come into the summer. That was stunning to us. Now we have it in our proposal, but man, oh man, if you don't know what saved you through the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays can save you in the summer and you don't have it, You're walking out in that bright sun with no sunscreen and no hat on. They're going to get burned.
True. About to get fucked. Oh man, I fucked up my nail. Oh, I fucked up 2 of my nails. Oh man.
Well, I'm glad that guy's not flying my plane.
I'm your new
I'll tell
god.
you that right now.
Okay? I'm your new god. I only gave you
Daddy
those
Jeffy.
2 options. Okay?
Thanks, Daddy Jeffy.
Thank you, Keepers. Thank you for 6 months. 6 months. 6 months. Wow. Should we go out to dinner for our 6-month anniversary? Wow. That's like, thank you so much. I appreciate the support, but also sad. That makes me want to cry. Ha! I can't believe I've been doing this for 6 months.
But it kind of shows you, corporations are big. We're empathetic. We know. I mean, they're not. There's other labor groups. Our flight attendants are fighting for a contract. The CWA is in a process of a contract negotiation. I don't expect the CEO to be in tune with every detail, but I sure as heck expect them to know when their enterprise is at risk for performance, and the answer is sitting across the desk from us.
Yep. Dennis Taylor, the Communications Committee Chair Captain for Allied Pilots Association. Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it. We'll be following this. Hopefully it'll be resolved quickly, but if not, I guess it'll be over the next several months. Thanks so much, Dennis.
Thank you. Take care.
Ain't no way the airlines allow them all to strike at once. They're never gonna let that happen. I don't know if they're gonna meet their demands, but they're not gonna let that happen. They'll find scabs or something. Big Papa Bezos. Either way, they're both funny. Thank you. Alright. I think that was it. Wait, no. Wait, this is not a happy story. Why did I save this for how the government weaponizes crime to keep the working class down? That looks good, but I
Besides
don't
the
know.
fact that we literally jail
What? I am ready for fun. Fun, 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 fun. Oh shit. I gotta delete these. Hang on. So many playlists to manage. I'm sorry. I'll forget to do it later, and then it's a whole thing, and then I have all these videos mixed in, and you get it. You get it. You're cool. You're a cool viewer. Okay. 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 Here and here. Let's go. Nihilism. Nihilism is why. Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, probably why I do most things, huh? True, 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 true. This whole train wreck speed right up.
Best one, too? Is it live? Are we fucking live? Are we
Let's
broadcasting?
make sure we sound good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good.
I cannot believe that you just made us sit out here, poor Valkyrie, on a fucking rooftop.
Look,
on a
so
rooftop in London because
Can you believe
wanted...
it, ladies and gents? We flew all the way out to the UK to have this view.
Yes, we did. We are actually, folks, we are sitting on the iconic rooftop that the Beatles of
You look like a newscaster. You have the skinniest tie I've ever seen on. Okay.
Is skinny tie bad or something? I think it looks great.
You've got the bottom, but you are a fucking mess, dude.
I'm a mess?
You're a mess. You're a goddamn mess.
I'm a mess?
And I'm saying this after having 2 Red Bulls so far. I'm about to down my 3rd one to just stay up. Because honestly, I'm freaking dying right now. I'm on 3 hours of sleep. This is day 5 of London, right?
Yep.
This is day 5 of London.
Yep.
There's a boxing match
Old
that we're
man.
supposed to be at in like a couple hours. We're not going to go to it.
Yep.
And why is that?
Not the suit. What? I think he looks good. The head shrunk guy? Head shrunk guy. Dude, what the fuck? That's so mean.
That, Hassan. Why aren't
What?
we going to the boxing fight? That's right, you heard it here, ladies and gents. It's because we are filming a podcast that should have been filmed yesterday with another guest.
With
That's
the fact
right.
that the fact that I am being blamed for this already is ridiculous, but that's not the reason.
Is it Hassan?
But regardless, it doesn't matter. We're up here. We're on the rooftops. This is an iconic
An iconic location.
You can see the wheelie wagon thing behind it. I don't
That's
know what the
right.
fuck it's called.
It's
What
a
is
Ferris
that?
wheel.
For those
The wheelie wagon thing. It's also not really a Ferris wheel. Is it? I guess it kind of is. It's fucking enormous, though. It's the eye of London.
history buffs that are watching the podcast, in 1969, January 30th, Paul, John, Ringo, and George, the Beatles, played their very famous rooftop concert right in this location. And that's why I wanted to put us right here.
Yeah, because many people say we're like the Beatles of podcasting.
That's right.
That's right.
Absolutely. And look
So
at this.
true.
And look at this view, folks. If you can look behind us, you got
Why do you sound like a newscaster? You look like a newscaster and you sound like one. What is happening?
Yeah, why are you guys so
Thank you,
dressed up
Hassan.
today?
Right behind us is the London Eye, Big Ben. The financial district is
Can
over
you even
there.
see it?
Yeah, you can kind of see it.
Okay. Well,
But
I hope you can see it.
you can kind of see it. There's stuff back there anyway.
This is how he's pointing.
Yeah, there's stuff back there.
I
But
like
wanted
that.
to-
I hope you guys can see it because let me tell you something, okay? There's no fucking lumbar support here. That's
Dude, she looks so cold and mad. Literally would be me. Like, what the fuck are we doing out here?
That's why I'm scrunkled up like this, okay?
Scrunkled.
I don't even know what word that is because I'm running on fumes right now, okay? I'm running on freaking fumes. This has been March is already drinking beers behind the scenes, okay?
Yeah.
Let me call him out. He's just
Wait,
sitting
that
on the
actually
fucking
is a
ground.
beer.
Yeah, he's just sitting on the ground drinking a goddamn
It has been a
beer.
long
Look,
week.
I wanted to do it here because
He's a freak.
Ray is an icon.
What?
And often, icons cannot just be put in random rooms. They have to be put on the iconic places like the rooftop that the Beatles played on in 1969. So that's why I put us here, Ray.
I don't know if you
Wow,
know this,
I'm
but
honored.
podcasting is
Thank you.
supposed to be
Honored
like
to be performing here where the Beatles once played.
That's right.
It's supposed to be a
absolutely.
comfortable medium where you sit for like 2 hours.
Mainstream and mediocre detonate and then lead to a podcast equivalent of the greatest crime against music and humanity. God, I hope not. I hope it's not like that.
I don't know if we're gonna be able to do this for 2 hours. I'm not even kidding.
Wait,
I'm looking right
really?
at you. We might need to resettle. Yeah, because I'll fucking carry the cameras down and reset it downstairs.
We're gonna
after-
make it. We're gonna make
Wait,
it.
we'll make it through. It's fine.
We'll make it through. Don't worry. Just focus, Hassan.
Why
It's
are you
okay.
guys so dressed up today?
Wait, are they sponsored by Red Bull? They have a Red Bull table. Where did that come from?
It's a good question. Wait, you're the guest.
Yeah.
Know your fucking place.
This is my podcast
Know
now.
your goddamn place.
My place.
This is like the second time that she's on and she
This
thinks
is
she
the
runs
third
the
time,
show.
actually.
Like the second time, third time, whatever.
This is the third time.
And last time you were on, Ray, everybody got very upset because Hassan and I.
No, that was the first time.
The first time you were
Yeah, that
on.
was the first time she was on.
Second time
finally
we
had-
redeemed ourselves.
Yes, which is great. But the
Yes.
first time we had you on, it was the three of us.
Yeah.
And I talked to Hassan. We talked way too much. So
But I was also jet lagged, remember?
that's
It's a
true.
good
And
thing
you're
we're not.
also jet lagged again.
I'm jet lagged again.
In a
That's
different country.
crazy.
But
God.
we're gonna
not
make it up to you.
this
So,
Oh,
Ray,
no.
why are we dressed like this?
Let me explain. What had happened was Austin took us out to some high tea
Oh,
in London today.
I did.
There's a major dress code.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy.
And if you don't dress the code, you're not allowed in.
That's right.
So we had
We
like,
went to the
what?
Ritz. We went to the Ritz for afternoon tea.
Yep.
You just
Yeah.
did it again. How
You
dare
just-
you?
yeah, you
This
just-
know
yeah.
your
You're so fucking fancy. Let her tell her story also, yeah. Classic Hassan interrupting women.
Place.
Yeah.
Know
you said
your
high
place.
tea. I don't know what
It is
that
high
is.
tea.
It's called
She's
high tea.
correct.
Is
That's what
it?
it's
I don't know
called.
what that is.
It's
Americans don't know what that is.
That is the experience we did was called high tea.
yeah. So we decided to go to high tea. Actually, Hassan decided.
No.
Oh, actually, it was your idea?
Yeah,
No.
Hassan decided to go to high tea. He
That's
said,
not
Austin,
true.
I really want to go to high tea.
That's not true.
And he
I don't
makes
even know
me
what high
book
tea
the
is.
reservation, Ray.
Oh my
Okay?
God.
Makes me book it on my credit card and then leaves the table
I did.
early to
I
go
dined
have
and
a
dashed.
beef Wellington. And
she was there.
I was there.
Sticks me with the 500
We both
pound
stuck
bill.
you.
500 pounds.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Wanted to get the beef Wellington just like Will. That's funny as fuck.
Fucking quid, yeah. Get fucked, Austin. 500 pounds. This
listen.
guy's a multi-gazillionaire.
Listen, one of my favorite pastimes is to get Austin to like pay for shit. We went to Dishoom the other day.
Damn it,
Okay.
son.
Wonderful Indian joint. I mean, absolutely just carrying the entire British cuisine on its back single-handedly. We go there. I call for the check on my way to the fucking bathroom. Okay. On my way to the washing closet, right? That's what they say out here, if you know what I fucking mean. All the
They don't
British
say
washers out there. The washing closet, right?
don't say
I'm on
that.
my way down there.
I've never heard
Taking
that
the willy out. Taking the willy out on a fucking walk, yeah? Taking a piss. And I come
So
back.
you exposed yourself on the middle of the restaurant.
In the washing closet.
Oh, in
Yes,
the
I
washing
did.
closet,
Where
right.
you're supposed to do that.
Right.
Anyway, I come back.
That's
The
not,
check is just sitting
that's
there.
not what it's called, Hassan. Does he really think that? Because it just says WC. It's water closet, right? Am I crazy?
On the table. I look at Austin, just unflinching. He's like, "Oh, I couldn't find my wallet."
No, because Ray, this guy sets the check down, all right, and gets up and goes to the bathroom.
That's not true. I wasn't even there when the check came.
No, the check. Yeah, he
I
asked
called
for
for the check on the way to the bathroom,
and then he goes to the restroom
on purpose.
which is iconic because he wanted to
Classic.
see if I would pay for it, and I stood my ground.
I'm proud of you for standing your ground.
Why do you make it out to be like a civil rights
I
moment, dude?
stood because it is. 'Cause he thinks gay people should pay.
Yes.
He thinks we should incorporate a gay tax, right?
Yes,
Can you believe that?
I do. I want to gay tax you.
Yeah, he wants to gay tax you.
Yeah,
right?
which I did. I gay taxed the shit out of you
So, Ray,
today.
So let me tell you another thing that he did. He makes me pay for. First, he wanted me to pay for that meal, which I didn't. I stood my ground. Next, he kidnaps me and makes me buy. I want to say $1,800 worth of clothes. Okay, and then makes me book a reservation. And then 500 pounds of afternoon tea.
Fuck yeah.
All right. I've spent 2,000 pounds plus the airfare to get out here. I'm in this trip probably $10,000. Okay. And it's not even an exaggeration.
Yo, that's so fire.
And what do you think the consequences of this guy should be? I'm going to go steal everything at his house.
I feel
Fuck
like he
no.
does owe you a new attire.
Yep.
Because you didn't like this attire that
That's
you're
right.
wearing today.
No, it's great. You look great. You look
Yeah, I
awesome.
think
I
You
think
look
he owes me
too.
a show.
At the very least.
I don't.
Hassan
I
did force Austin to pay for the cab on the way here.
That's
as well.
true. He also forced you to pay for
Forced.
the cab.
It's awesome. It's my favorite. I don't know why. It's
Yeah,
just
why
it makes me
does
feel
she
so
have
good.
Why do you
pay?
do that?
I don't know. It just feels so good when he pays. For
Why do
everything.
you do that?
I love.
What the fuck? Hassan. That's so rude.
I love paying for my friends. Okay. I
Sure.
love paying for my friends and family.
Uh-huh.
Austin is not one of them.
Yeah.
Oh my
Austin
God.
is neither.
I don't know why you enjoy making me pay for shit.
Because you get so mad.
I do. I mean, I do.
You're
I
like,
do.
oh, you were like, you have enough money to pay for all of it, and so do I, obviously.
Yeah.
And I do. I pay for all jokes aside. I pay for a lot of stuff. It's fine, but it's just always so sweet to get you to pay for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. He loves this. I'm telling you,
do.
ever since I stole that $2,000 jacket that he bought me,
I did, yeah. Ever
since then, he's been really, really piling it on.
Wait, Daddy bought you. Wasn't that for someone else?
I didn't actually buy that.
Yeah,
for you.
that was
But
for
you
someone.
stole that.
I did steal it. So,
Yeah.
I mean, Ray, do you think maybe
Gay
we're a little
activities, just
equal?
the life of deceit.
Yeah.
I still think he owes you.
Yeah, well, I think so.
Especially
Anyway,
because you
I
didn't even
agree.
drink the tea at the high
That's
tea.
Yeah.
true.
He
No, I
didn't-
did. I drank like
No.
2 cups.
This guy goes to high tea.
2 cups.
Yeah. I did.
This guy goes to high tea, right?
Yeah.
We were, we were all sitting together.
Yeah, we were.
And he proceeds to shit on the high tea For
it was so bad.
Yeah, he's shit on it.
I got a lot of words for this. You know what? Let's. I want to dial it back real quick, like because there's so much that we need to talk about.
Does Hassan even like tea?
So much has happened. My eyes are closing, but don't worry, I'm not actually falling asleep. I'm just running on 3 hours of sleep since yesterday, so I went to bed at like 7 a.m., woke up at 10, so I'm a little tired right now. I'm on my third Red Bull. Once I guzzle this down, I'm going to be able to keep my eyes open. But so much has happened that led us to this very moment, to this rooftop right here, where it's like sub 40 degrees right now, and where there's no lumbar support, so my back fucking hurts like a bitch.
Already. We just got here.
Already, I'm sitting and I'm like, oh God, this sucks.
Woo.
And there's crazy
Yeah,
noises.
there's a party going on downstairs.
Yeah.
Stay on track, Hassan. Your ADD's
Anyway,
getting out of control.
listen, we came out here.
Yeah, let me stay on track. By the way, one more time. I've had 3 Red Bulls. And then I'll be fine though. But when I finish this one, copium. I'll just finish one more Red Bull and I'll be fine, copium. Anyway, back on track.
With big hopes and dreams, I thought I would get to link up with Jeremy Corbyn. I thought I would get to link up with Mick Lynch, the leader of the railroad union. For those of you that only watch Fear and, obviously we don't talk about politics, but that's what I do. I'm a political commentator. So I was excited for all these things.
I didn't know that.
I was excited for the Sidemen collab that we were potentially going to do with Zucker, Josh Zucker of the Sidemen, 1/7 of the Sidemen. And none of those things happened. Like everything fell apart. I don't even like England. I fucking hate London. I hate coming to the United Kingdom. And we did it. We did it. Ray had a very eventful
which we're going to talk about most of the
which
time.
we will talk about immediately after this. But like, everything fucking fell apart. First day, we come in. Austin just checks into his hotel, okay, and then fucks right off. Like he's just gone for like a good 24-hour time period where Austin was just like nowhere to be fucking
He's
found.
exaggerated. I was sleeping like a human.
Yeah, for 24 hours, which is weird. You're hibernating at that point.
It's not 24 hours.
Just like an otter, because he is an otter.
I'm not an otter.
He is an otter.
I'm a jock.
Anyway, so he's hibernating for 24 hours. We can't find him, and then he does something that is truly unacceptable, which is teach me that there are blackout curtains in my hotel room.
There's no
This
way
is-
you're blaming Austin
this
for
is
this.
the reason.
Ray, back me up on this.
There's
Back me up on
no
this,
way.
Ray.
Listen,
Ain't no
the
way.
reason
Girl power.
why
Yes.
we can't have Josh Zucker on this episode of the Fear Round podcast when we were supposed to do it is twofold.
You're leaving out a cheeky little detail, aren't
I
you,
need
little
to-
Hassan?
I need to.
Aren't you?
I need to
You're
be
leaving out
serious.
a little
I need
detail.
to be
What
frank.
happened? What happened?
I need to be frank with you guys.
He
I need to
has
be
an
frank.
addiction, and it's Legend of Zelda.
Wait, hold on. I need to be frank with you guys. Okay? It's not an addiction. It's fine. I don't have a problem. I have one problem. I have Austin by my side. That's right. Austin
Always
came
blame
into
me
my
for
room. Austin came into my room and was like, these are the blinds that you can use in your room. And I usually have a pretty good circadian rhythm. I'm pretty solid. I can wake up before my alarm clock fairly regularly. I went to sleep on Friday night at around 4 a.m. after giving you guys 8 hours of content, as always, because I'm selfless like that. Well, not Friday. I guess it was Thursday to Friday morning. Yeah, Friday morning. I woke up at, unfortunately, 12:30 to a bunch of phone calls, bunch of text messages. No one showed up in my room, for the record, to wake me up. People being like, yeah, what's up with the podcast? I guess we're not doing it.
This motherfucker's telling time like it's 600 BC from the sun.
I'm just saying.
Like a Mayan.
I'm just saying.
Like you're looking at
Austin is at fault.
Use an alarm clock.
Austin is at fault because he turned.
I mean, he has a good circadian rhythm. That's good. You should wake up with the sun.
I slept through my alarm clocks. Austin is at fault because he showed me the blinds in my room. The no sunlight blind curtain that you pulled up ruined me. It devastated me. It's your fault. That's the reason why we can do a podcast with Josh Zerka.
But
Yeah, that's why I can't have blackout curtains anymore. It is life ruining.
realistically, we have the beautiful, the wonderful, the fabulous, the iconic, the Beyonce of our industry, Valkyrie.
Oh my God. What a
The
segue.
Valkyrie of our industry.
From curtains to Ray.
Yes, from curtains
Actually,
to Ray.
I hear they call Beyonce the Valkyrie of music.
They really do.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
That's what
Ray,
they're saying.
That's offensive. To
Unlike us, you have had a very productive trip.
Yeah.
What
Talk
have you
to
done
us.
on this trip, Ray?
Talk to us about it.
Oh God. I have never been more overexerted in my life.
Uh-huh.
We get here. These boys are in London,
Mm.
and I go to Birmingham. And
Disaster, by the way, right?
Birmingham is. Don't go there on vacation. That is not a vacation
Oh
place
no, I
to
was
go.
I was just about to book my flight to Birmingham for vacation.
Don't go there on vacation. Stayed at probably the worst hotel I've ever been at in my life.
He's wired. Yeah. Yeah, he's about to be fucking zooted on the Red Bull.
There's no water.
Oh,
You have to
God.
crank the toilet to flush it. And yeah, it was just quite smudgy. But I was there for 3 days and filmed 5 shoots for Gymshark.
Wow.
5.
Goddamn.
Incredible.
Incredibly jet lagged, struggling to get here, got to London, had a meet and greet. And then I find out I'm going to be on the podcast on my one free day.
Look.
In London. I'm doing a podcast.
Well, I mean, Ray, thank you for sacrificing. It is
Okay,
such
to
a,
be
such a
fair,
beautiful day.
Thank you guys for coming with me.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's
I'm
so
glad
wonderful.
you guys came so I didn't have to come here alone. But
Ray, was it
yes.
as bad as this hotel that looked like it was bombed in the Second World War right over here? This travel lodge?
it was equally as bad as that one.
Okay. This
It's
hotel,
been
you guys
rough.
can't see it, but this hotel looks like it's out of like a post-apocalyptic Call of Duty.
It feels like the IRA almost took out Margaret Thatcher in there.
It looks
listen,
ridiculous. Well, can we snap a photo of that and put that in there?
But listen, they only needed.
Okay.
She needed to be lucky every day. The IRA only needed to be lucky once.
Okay.
But regardless, you know, speaking of bombing London, oh my God, dude, the fucking weather is awful, and you're making us sit out here. She's tired,
Oh, no,
and you're making us sit out here.
I feel great now.
You're such a liar.
No,
You're
she feels
shaking.
great.
I'm not shaking anymore.
No, she's warmed
I got
up.
used to. I grew up in Washington. I'm
Yeah,
used to
she
this.
knows. She knows. So,
Yeah.
Ray, what was
I'm
your
used
favorite
to
part?
it.
Tell us about your meet and greet.
I'm not used
Oh,
to
the
it.
meet and greet. Oh my gosh. Meet and greet was great. It was a women and NB's only event.
Yes.
Capped at 160 people.
Very
It was a
cool.
free event, and it quote unquote sold out in the first like 10 minutes, which was incredible.
Yep.
I thought I was gonna pass out during
Still.
the meet and greet, but it was really good. It was really good.
I-
Austin came.
I did.
And
I
Hassan
came
was screaming Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, that's right. I came exclusively to support Ray, which
Yeah.
I did.
He did have his meetup.
Hold up.
He
Hold
did.
up.
I
didn't come because I am actually a nice person. I was like, well, women and MBs, I'm neither. I'm going to stay the fuck out of this. Also, I don't want to, you know, steal someone else's thunder, which I never could anyway. But like, I never could anyway.
He was gonna steal my
I never could
thunder.
anyway. But my point is, Austin loves to be the main
That's
character.
crazy.
That's why he came. He might act like he came to show support. The real thing was he wanted to go there so he could fucking take photos with fans, which is his favorite thing to do.
I'm so glad you came, Austin.
Thank you so much.
The
I really
support was so great.
I
Thank you.
came to the event and a few.
Of course. Of course. He would crash the women and NB's only event. Of course, Austin. Classic. Did you also hit on them?
People did notice me.
Yeah, food did.
But I was quick to redirect the attention straight onto you.
Austin literally said I was crowd surfing.
That was not.
He did say that.
That was-
He also forged my signature.
Okay, that was okay.
For a fan.
I did, but that was upon their request.
Yeah.
They wanted to see how much I could, how accurately, and it was pretty close.
I just wanted you
Yeah.
guys to understand
pretty
what his
close.
motivations were. They were not pure. They were impure. His motivations were bad. Okay?
I think no. Look, I went there to support Ray, and that everybody in the chat
It was
believes
a win-win. You were
You are
supporting me
a
and also
slut.
people were supporting you.
You are
Yeah.
a slut for attention.
Look,
You're
I'm
a whore.
Look, I've never been a man. I've always done this.
Go ahead.
I've never done this for the crowds. I've always been.
Sure.
I love it for the craft.
Uh-huh. The art.
Crap.
And truly, I get overwhelmed by being
Yeah.
recognized.
Uh-huh.
And
Just the love of the game. So true. That's why you stream like once a year.
it's not one of my favorite things.
Yeah,
Right,
okay.
right.
Everyone knows you, so you can keep lying all you want, but we all know what the fucking real reason was that you went to the Women and NB's only event.
But gays too, right?
No,
they expanded it last minute. They
no,
included,
they no, they
there
did
were
not.
there were other men there too.
Probably
I don't know how
working
they
at
got
the
there.
facility.
Yeah, they were working.
Oh,
but
so I was
you know,
the
there were
only
other
one.
men.
Yeah, you were working the crowd.
Mauricio was there.
Yeah,
yeah, Mauricio there for like an actual.
They also thought I mean, you could say for gay men.
Austin was working, okay? He was there for moral
he was
support.
working the crowd.
That's right. I was there
For his own pleasure.
for support and elevating the Beyonce of our space in a very premier spot in London. Now, they didn't know I was gay though. The security guard, I stood right next to him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, mate, you're just sitting here so you can watch the girls leave." I was like,
Wait, he said that?
"Yeah." I was like, "What
Oh
are you?"
my
I was like,
God.
"Jesus."
This is what happens.
So I played
What the fuck? What? I'm sorry, what, sir?
along. I was like, "Yeah, no.
I'm a fucking sleazeball. I fucking love women. Fannies. It's my favorite.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah.
I play along.
You do love straight baiting a lot.
I do. I mean, I
love-
can't. What am I gonna say? Stop the conversation awkwardly and be like, "Actually, I'm gay, and I don't like that."
Yeah, no.
You should be like, no, I want to watch you.
No, I'm gay.
Yeah.
You literally could have said, "No, I'm gay." Actually.
Yeah.
Also, even if I was straight, that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah, no, I know exactly.
like a peeping
exactly.
Tom.
But I really didn't actually go along with it. I just went awkwardly.
He went along with it. He's like, "Yeah, I love pussy."
I did not.
Fucking fannies, mate.
I did
Ooh.
not. But she stood there for like 3.5 hours to meet
That's
FedEx,
crazy.
which was amazing.
Yeah.
Which was absolutely phenomenal.
You know what's
Thank
not
you,
amazing?
Austin.
What?
Your behavior this entire trip.
I don't know how the hell
Okay.
What do you mean? Why are you? Okay, you
so
are
much
attacking Austin
built up.
too much.
He's using the
I have
mirroring
notes.
technique. Very
I have-
famously
I have
used by the
notes.
conservative policy.
I have notes.
Okay, tell me the notes. What do you
Okay.
got? What do you got other than you've made me pay for everything?
Friday night.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
This motherfucker comes on the stream. I like set it up for him. I'm so excited. We're gonna
yeah.
watch Donald Trump together.
Okay.
So we watched the Donald Trump town hall.
Uh-huh.
Okay. We watched the Donald Trump town hall together. We're doing the Trump say, believe me, oh my god.
Fantastic,
Vagina.
believe me.
Yeah, he's-
Vagina.
yeah,
She
he's
called
like-
her cat vagina, folks.
Yeah, we're having a fucking grand old time, okay? And then this dude turns around and he's like, "Oh, I'm dozing off." Like I turn around and look at him and he's like falling asleep, okay? And I'm super convinced. I'm like, "Oh, poor Austin. He probably only got 10 hours of sleep and he needs a solid 12." So he wants to go to sleep right now. I'm like, "Austin, if you want to go to sleep, it's okay. You can leave. Like, you can leave the community. It's fine. Like, you know, they love you."
Okay,
but
this
it's
is,
fine.
by the way, after 3.5 hours of a 1-hour video.
Okay.
That we've been
I'm just
watching,
saying,
Ray.
you love it, and you know, I guess maybe you don't love it as much as you know, the Valkyrie event where you could take photos with the fans, but it's fine. You
I'm
don't
a
love
man
my
of the
community as
people,
much.
what can I say?
So you are falling asleep, and I think, oh, okay, like, you know, Austin, yeah, go to sleep, it's fine. He leaves. Next morning, we find out this motherfucker lied and actually went straight to a bar, dude.
That is not true.
That's just so true.
I went to the hotel bar. Okay.
Right after?
And then he said,
right after.
Yeah, how many?
I had a few drinks.
Yeah, he also lied about that too. He was like, "Yeah, I was just there for like, you know, just like 10 minutes." Not there for 10 minutes, for hours.
Okay, no, I was there for 40.
Drinking free drinks.
I was there 45 minutes.
The bartender loved him so much, he was like feeding him alcohol.
He gave me, the bartender was really nice. We hit it off, and he gave me a few drinks for free. And the reason I did that, Ray, is because I was tired and my sleep schedule was messed up, and I needed something to really send me in over the edge.
No, I think it makes sense.
I needed a nightcap. And so I went to the bar and I had a few drinks. Okay? And I don't think that's really unnecessary.
Yeah, he's just hunting.
What is he, my keeper?
Yeah, I'm
I
sorry that. Yeah,
know.
no, guys, he was hunting.
What is
twinks.
he, like,
Okay,
clogged
that's what he
in
was
to be
doing.
on stream?
Now that
He
is
literally-
not true.
He was looking around.
No, I was not.
What do you say to the allegations that in the Discord you wrote? Is London Twink Central? That's what I'm hearing.
No. I did say that, but that was that was in response to somebody saying London is Twink Central. It has no interest to me, though. That was not. It's not what I'm here for. I'm here for business.
Yeah. He looks the other way when he sees a twink
Yep,
walking down
absolutely.
the street.
I'm not. They've even come up to me. Oh my god! Austin show. I said no. I'm here for business, strictly professional.
That's never happened. No, what are you saying?
Oh my god, it's you! That's what they say.
I heard it.
Yeah,
It's
see,
true.
she heard it last night.
And they're like, aren't you in The Walking Dead?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You're that sheriff, man.
Yeah. He's Hassan is a liar.
Are you
Who do you
guys
believe,
okay?
Hassan?
Like,
Who do you believe?
You're both liars.
Did I call you? Ray?
You called me Hassan. We need sleep. That's what we need.
Who do you believe, Ray? Hassan or myself?
I believe
remember,
Austin.
The man who
like you
brought you
have-
up on this rooftop was fucking freezing with no
But Ray,
lumbar.
you're gonna
where
look
the
back at
Beatles
this.
played.
Exactly. You're gonna look back at this, and you're gonna be like Beatles, and then Valkyrie.
Wow.
Look at that. Look at that. John Lennon was looking at. Well, the eye wasn't there in 1969, but I can tell you Big Ben was. And you know what? Actually, that building right there looks like it wasn't there either, so you could get a perfect view of the River Thames in Parliament. And that's what John Lennon and Paul McCartney
The River
saw.
Thames is disgusting. So
Well,
it's
and
one
back
of
then it
those-
was even more gross.
Yeah, it was even more gross back then. It was like extra toxic. You
Yeah.
couldn't even. It had a fucking scent to it, which
Yep.
it still kind of does.
Yeah.
God, I hate London. It's so.
London's not that bad.
Yeah, there's
Birmingham
like 8
is
days. There's
questionable.
8 days out of the year where like because Birmingham is like the Tampa, Florida of London. I mean of England. Okay, and then London itself is like Ohio.
Ray.
It's not. It's better than Ohio.
The
but
entire
fuck.
country's Ohio, pretty much.
It's
Ray,
just-
do you like the UK? Careful.
Rate it out of 10 right now.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
3.
3.
A 3 for you. Well, okay, to be fair, I haven't really done anything touristy at all.
That's not true. We were the high tea earlier. You got beef Wellington at the Ritz.
Yeah, she did.
I
she
like
did.
the mushrooms more than the beef Wellington there.
Oh my God. We got to talk about that.
It's true.
Talk about it.
Okay, so we go to afternoon tea, and I thought to myself, like, afternoon tea, afternoon schmee. I'm getting me some fucking beef Wellington. I put my foot through that goddamn door. I went and I bought a fucking suit, which doesn't even fit me, as you can tell. Okay?
Stuck me with the fucking bill.
No, I bought my own suit. He's lying.
No.
But he's a liar.
No,
He's fine.
he did
he's
not.
He's a liar.
I had to buy the
okay.
suit.
Are you just lying? you bought my suit.
Yeah, I did. I bought your
Oh,
suit.
okay.
He stole my credit card.
Yeah. That's.
Not the one to be saying anything is the Florida of anything. Okay, but like, is he wrong? Yeah, Florida is like full fascist, but like, the UK invented fascism. That's literally like a British export. I don't know, just saying.
That's the other thing I was gonna talk about.
Wait, you stole my credit card?
I mean, fuck, the UK still has a fucking monarchy.
No, but I've been charging your name.
No, you haven't.
The entire time.
Bro, no, you haven't.
So Austin booked
No.
my room.
No, you haven't.
And he does it because he gets a lot of points out of it.
No, that's not true.
Okay? And usually I put down my credit card, but this
No.
time for some weird reason they didn't
No.
put down my credit card.
Wait, for the second.
Because we checked in together.
No.
So
No.
the room is still under his name.
No.
And the entire time I've been getting like goodies, all the perks that he gets as like this.
Yeah.
What are you like
I'm an ambassador.
like a Halcyon member
No,
or
it's
something?
like the top of Marriott ambassador.
Yeah,
they
he's
call
a
it.
Marriott ambassador level member, right? So when you're apparently a Marriott ambassador level member, when you go to like different hotels that are under the Marriott umbrella, they literally suck and fuck you. Okay, they basically you know those like mint on the pillow shit that your parents used to talk about when they go to hotels. Like this shit's on that. Like they give you cupcakes, which.
Yeah, this guy is getting all my perks.
Yeah.
They think that I'm him.
Yes, they think that I'm him. So they're sending me like every time I order room service, they write like a well thought out, well crafted note like, Mr. Show, thank you so much for your stay and ordering this delicious club sandwich for us at 3 a.m. in the morning. Your patronage is wonderful and appreciated. You know, Patricia, the manager, like literally, like they're signing it. There's like a lipstick. She kisses it, like sends it over to me. Like I come back to the hotel room. There's cupcakes in my room every fucking time.
Yeah.
I told this to him, and he's like, "Where the fuck are my cupcakes?"
Yeah, I didn't get any cupcakes. I didn't get a handwritten letter. I didn't get a thank you for your loyalty. I didn't get anything. And now apparently I'm finding out, Ray.
Yeah,
that
I've been charging
I've
him.
been charged for all his room expenses.
Why are you doing this to Austin? What happened?
But Hassan doesn't know it's absolutely not true because I took his card and inserted it into the machine and charged it.
I don't know.
I absolutely
They keep
did.
saying Mr. Show every time they talk to me. So.
It's because I booked.
Well,
I
yeah,
booked
his
the
name
reservation.
is on the reservation.
Yeah. Your card is
Your
on the
card
reservation.
is
I don't think you're
They
right.
just don't.
This is the only name thing. Literally out here disappointing the Earl of Disney World. The pillow guy. What? Earl of Disney World? The fuck are you talking about? What?
Don't care about you. That's
I don't
why.
think you're right.
They don't care because you're not a loyal Marriott.
I'm not, but I get all the
ambassador.
perks, so it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, but you're paying.
Oh, DeSantis is basically a monarch. I guess. Yeah. I mean, I imagine most of the shit's gonna be taken to the Supreme Court, but that's probably not gonna be much better for us. TBH might be worse. Might be worse.
In for your room. Let's be clear.
We'll
He-
see.
I
We'll
thought
see
he
about
stole my
that.
credit card.
I know.
We'll see
and
about
he
that.
was so proud.
How's your experience been at the
Well,
hotel?
all I need to do is
Honestly-
because they called me, Mr. Show. All I need to do is literally put your room number down when I eat downstairs.
Don't you dare.
Which I've been doing.
No, you have not.
Yes,
you
I
have not.
have.
What's my room number?
Yes, I'm not gonna say it.
What
here.
was?
Wait, why? Say it.
424.
Fuck. You'll have to bleep that out. Actually.
Wait, this isn't coming
Actually,
out.
yeah, it's not going out until we're.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay. But you'll. Oh, okay. You're right.
Yeah.
Don't you?
It's called social engineering,
Yeah,
baby.
do not. I can't. You have not been charging it, have
Yes,
you?
I have. 100%.
Dude, I could have
With
charged.
March. Well, I got him food too.
Oh.
Wait, did he
Don't
actually?
drag March into this.
Did he
Yeah,
actually?
breakfast. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude.
How the turntables.
They keep
Ray.
saying
I
that
can't
I'm
believe
you, so I have
he's
to be
doing
like
this.
Ray,
you.
this is criminal.
No, don't worry. When I go there, I'm like, I'm so gay, by the way.
Oh, come
do
on.
that.
I'm actually legitimately upset. Ray, I'm going to go complain at the desk. I'm going to say
Honestly, I wouldn't blame you.
I'm going to say an unauthorized user
Yeah,
has been charging and
Oh, Disney already preemptively lowered the heck out of it. Oh, I mean, one of them surely, but he's done like 20 things just this week. So, I don't know which thing Disney even was involved in at this point, to be honest. I can't keep up. He has done all the anti-trans stuff. There's some anti-gay stuff. There's anti-immigration. Some pro-segregation. What else? Oh. I think effectively they might be able to impose the death penalty for providing trans care. So what else? Oh yeah, they can the hospitals can, like, doctors can deny care for any personal or like ideological reason, like religious reason. So, and that's the only ones that I know about. I'm sure there's more shit. Yeah. Sanitation and parks work to the Disney Corporation by official bylaw action. Right. Disney, like, is basically its own state now within Florida. I think they have their own sanitation system anyway. Take care of business. Found out they... Wait. Do you mean Disney can't actually do anything?
mistake, I'm actually legitimately gonna do that.
I walk over. I'm like, hello, I missed the show, and I'm gay.
That's typically how I speak. Ray, this is abusive, isn't it?
Where are the twigs?
I'm trying to figure out where all this like underlying resentment he has towards you has come from.
He's a foe.
I am.
Pride Month is
Is
coming
that-
up. He's in.
Oh,
It's
God.
like when.
no.
Don't get me fucking started.
It's like when tensions are hot on the South China Sea.
Oh yeah. Disney was always like its own fucking city, fucking country, for sure. But like, that doesn't do anything for the rest of the state, though.
Right? When there's military drills, that's like Pride Month for him. So the tensions are rising. He's got to ramp up.
I'm circling the wagons.
Yeah, he's got to ramp up the.
I got the carriers, the aircraft
posturing.
carriers.
What do you mean? I'm so confused about what you're saying. I'm just like so like used to this. Like this is not like news to me. Like yeah, of course Disney has its own county, and of course they chose the members of the board. I just don't see how that saves Florida. I mean, yeah. We knew this, though. And again, like, this doesn't affect the rest of Florida.
Okay, last time. This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs.
Was contracted. What? All the governance functions. What do you mean they're bored? You're not making it any clearer. You're making it more confusing. Yeah. The county government already had no power. The county government was already run by Disney, just not, like, officially. Okay, alright, but again, that doesn't do anything for the rest of Florida, like most of the state. Like most of the people that live there. Yeah. America is 3 corporations in a trench suit. Disney is one of those corporations. I don't know. You've informed me of exactly nothing. Thank you.
And hatred towards gay people.
It's a no politics podcast.
Sorry.
We don't do politics on the podcast.
Sorry.
Austin
Oh,
believes in.
sexuality is politics?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
really?
he's talking about
Yeah.
the China Sea. That's
Oh shit! No,
Sexuality
that
is-
was a reference.
No, but sexuality is also politics.
Yeah.
Which is what we don't talk about. None of that stuff. We're in England.
We
We're
don't
in
have
England.
time for that.
No,
That's,
it's-
keep
none
that
of
in the
None of
bedroom.
that gay shit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
None of that gay
keep
shit.
it in the
Let's be
Oh
real.
my
Let's be real.
God.
We went to
I
a
know.
breakfast spot the other day. There's an
UK
LGBT
Hassan
flag
is a
outside.
different Hassan.
He's a different Hassan.
Well, you actually are so different. Is this like jet lagged Hassan?
No, this is how I am in the real world. Austin's been talking about this for the longest time.
By the way, I'm sick and tired of me being called the diva.
Oh, you're both divas. Let's be real.
Okay. Who's
Let's-
who's more of a diva?
Stop! You can't lie.
I'm not gonna, and it's definitely Austin. That's for sure.
Okay,
You
right,
are,
no!
you are the big. Okay, tell me how Austin is booking all of these things, and he's late to every single
yes!
event.
Yes!
No.
Speak on it.
Yes,
No.
we were
Wait,
every time
late
he's like,
to high tea,
Okay,
which
okay,
you
that-
booked, right?
That was my booking, but it was for
at
Hassan.
12, we were supposed
Late to
first of
every
all-
Uber.
Yeah, corporations are people, but also governments. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. America is literally just a few corporations posing as a government. That's literally all it is. I hate to be the one to break this to you.
No, even before then. This morning.
Oh, no!
This morning, Austin's like, all right, guys, like, I guess we gotta go grab, like, clothes before we go to high tea because we have this dress code. I'm like, okay. I wake up late. I'm, like, later than everybody else. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna be so late. I come downstairs. They're already having breakfast. Austin's like, yeah, sorry, you can't get breakfast because, like, you know, we ordered it first, whatever, and we don't have enough time. I'm like, okay, that's fine. These motherfuckers didn't get breakfast for another, like, 40 minutes. And then they were the reason why we were late to high tea. I don't know how it's even possible that you were ahead of everyone in the schedule, and you're the one who's constantly like, all right, 4:30, we're gonna be in the cab.
Okay.
And then at 4:25, we're downstairs. We're like, where the fuck's Austin? He's like, oh, hold on, I'm in the loo.
No, we would have been on time had there not been a protest in central London, a transphobic protest.
No, the Turning Point USA was or UK was a different protest, I think.
Okay, so there was a protest in central London, and I ran to the Ritz on foot to make sure that we could get there. 15 minutes late, I had to really convince
Okay,
them.
but like we didn't have to.
Forget that legal precedent is a thing, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it would be based if it wasn't fucking Disney, I guess. Or, like, any corporation, but instead, like, a group of people or something. But, like, even then, I don't know. I will say, however, the Disney parks are 1,000 times cleaner than literally any city I've ever seen. So, I don't know. They might be onto something. If there could be as many public bathrooms as there are in the parks in cities, maybe it would be okay.
Be late
Okay,
early.
Without punctuality aside, who's a bigger diva?
Still you, I think.
Austin,
Okay,
it is
but
100%
that's,
still
being
you.
a diva, being late is not diva behavior.
Yes, it is.
What else is diva behavior that I've done on this trip? Because I
Remember
think
what
he's
happened
been
in
more
the
of a diva.
Uber today? Can we get some fucking air in here?
Okay.
Oh,
What?
yeah.
I absolutely hate my suit. I hate what's going on today.
Okay.
Where's the fucking AC?
Okay,
Yeah.
I did not say it like that. She's paraphrasing.
It was literally on camera. It's gonna be reflected in the
Oh
vlog.
God, okay, shit. I did have a little bit of a shit.
He was
fit.
having a rough morning.
I was having a rough morning because I was frustrated because I had to buy this suit last minute because Hassan forced me to do it.
Okay,
See,
that's
right?
true.
He forces me
You
to
did
buy.
force him.
He forces me to buy the suit.
You know what I should be forcing you? I'm gonna force you off this fucking roof. What are you wearing right now?
Okay, look.
What are you wearing right now?
Look, I only brought
Dog,
ankles.
show the fucking camera. March, is this on camera? He's wearing
For free?
Nike ankle socks with his fucking loafers, man.
Look,
my
I'm
God.
about to lose my goddamn mind. I'm about to lose my fucking mind. I
Look,
told him
Ain't no way.
stop doing this.
Look,
Stop doing
I
this.
would have never worn these. The only reason I wore them is because I only brought ankle socks because I wasn't expecting
Why
to
do you
show
only-
my
Yeah,
ankles.
I mean, this was a last minute
Why do
thing.
you only have ankle socks? Why do you only own ankle socks?
Because I can't afford other socks, Hassan. I just wanna be-
Because he's busy buying stuff for you.
Yeah,
because
thank you,
I'm
Ray.
milking him.
Okay, but we need to talk more about him, about how
Yeah.
he's high maintenance. Talk about how he's high maintenance, because it's
How
not
high
fair.
maintenance. I'm not.
It's not fair.
Where do we even begin? Let's start with how Hassan has to stream every single day,
Hard
regardless
worker.
of what other obligations there may be.
That's called being a hard worker and loving your fan base and serving them.
And he's rude to frontline workers.
What? That's a lie.
He is so incredibly rude.
Give an example.
Oh, this morning we were at breakfast.
That wasn't even rude.
We were at breakfast. You heard
that was
this?
not rude. I was not being rude. That's
Canceled.
ridiculous.
Thank God this wasn't on camera.
Yeah.
It would have been over.
You would have been done for.
I talk to people in the exact same way that I would talk to them as though they are my friends.
Which is rude.
No. It's because I don't take an overly polite tone. That's it. I have a very conversational tone, and I think you can attest to this as well.
He does have a
I just talk to people that are serving me, not like they're serving me, but instead like I know them. So I'll just sometimes come across as conversational, and you are to the uninitiated that is like, whoa, what the fuck? That's weird.
So
That's rude.
Hassan with his Instagram voice this morning.
Oh, you're busting out all the big guns. You're trying to come at me.
You started it first.
With his Instagram voice.
Okay. Reese's made a new Reese's. They have the crunchy and the creamy. I think creamy is just like normal, right? I don't know. I've eaten a lot of Reese's, so I think I'll be able to tell if it's different, but I'm curious.
Turns on his Instagram voice. Oh my God. Girl screaming in the background.
I was tired. I just woke up.
Hassan, what's up? And so he's like, yo, can I get an Americano? And like, no warm, make the milk cold.
That's not what I said.
No warm milk, cold milk.
Okay, you're exaggerating.
Exactly the way
He
you
said
said.
something like,
I said, can I
know
get it?
you
Can
guys
I-
heat it up.
I said, can
But
I get it
don't.
with cold milk? I know you guys love to heat it up.
Yeah, but
That's
don't,
what I said.
But don't do it. But don't. And then he went like,
No,
this.
I didn't do that.
He went
I would
like
never
this.
do that.
And he said,
Don't.
and then he proceeded to say, if
Yeah,
you
I got
do
up
it,
and
I'll
I
have
got
your
up and
fucking job.
Yeah,
That's what he said.
I got up and I beat his ass. He's
Yeah,
dead now.
yeah.
I killed him.
Yeah.
Hassan also killed another guy
Yeah,
that
tell
was
us-
serving us the beef Wellington.
Oh.
He asked for a Diet Coke.
Oh.
And the guy comes and he wants to pour the Coke.
Oh my God, keepers. Brought to you by the Portland Police and Reese's Pieces.
Into a glass. And
Ooh.
Hassan's like, no, I will fucking kill you if you pour the Coke into
What is
that glass.
happening? That's such a okay.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
That sounds like him.
And the guy was like, no, we can't have the bottle on the table.
Okay, that part is actually true. I did say I hate drinking out of like a glass because like when you pour it into the glass and the glass has like ice in it, it automatically takes away the carbonation. Like, it's a pet peeve of mine. It's a little autistic. It's whatever.
This is insane.
This
okay.
is diva.
insane. If
diva.
I'm a diva, that's
Mouthfeel is important to me, but of course, like, it's actually easy. It's an easily avoidable problem where I just like whenever they bring a glass, I'm like, hey, I don't need the glass. Thank you so much. I'll just drink it out of the bottle. So that's what I said to him, and you're making it seem like I told him.
But then the guy was like,
then the guy
oh,
said,
sorry,
"No, you
can't put
can't."
it down. We can't put the glass on the table. And you're like, fine.
No, I said, oh, okay, it's fine.
And then he complained to the
he
manager.
said-
No, I did not do any of those things. I would never do any of those things.
But you did think it was stupid.
I did give you a diva point in my head for that, for sure.
See, diva behavior.
Yeah, that was
I'm trying to think of
diva
another diva thing that you've
I
done
brought
on the
you
trip.
into the Beef Wellington journey, and this is how you repay me? That's insane.
It was
March
mid.
wanted
It was
to-
so mid.
March wanted to
I'm
eat that
sorry.
Beef Wellington so bad. And
You should have went, Marsh.
Yeah, you know what, March? You should have came
You
instead.
should've.
should've, but
Not
Hassan-
this ungrateful demon, okay? Who sat there? We, by the way, we had to wait for like an hour for the Beef Wellington to
Yeah,
come
we
because, like,
did.
apparently,
Because
there's-
evidently they have to cook it.
No, they have to do like a ceremony in the background or some shit. And she literally, didn't eat the fucking outer pastry crust at all, which I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You gotta eat
I
the
was
pastry.
so full. I didn't know we were gonna eat
She's
beef.
lying.
Well,
She wasn't even full. You want to know why she's not full? Because she kept eating the fucking side mushrooms and the mashed potatoes.
Which were
because
delicious.
it tastes better.
Yeah, I was like, what are you doing? Try the
It
beef
tastes be-
Wellington.
We just got done eating high tea, little snackies,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm pulled into this beef Wellington restaurant, which Hassan like begged the waiters to give him a room or a table for,
That's true. I did. I didn't even.
which
beg,
was also
crazy.
ridiculous.
That was wild.
Yeah, I can't believe that worked either.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
ridiculous.
I kind of snuck into the
The
Ritz.
service was shockingly good.
Yeah, it was actually very
We
good.
were expecting actually the service to be kind of like hoity-toity. Although they did laugh at my suit. Somebody laughed at my suit.
Wait, really? Why?
Because
No,
I
they didn't.
I mean, look at my suit. It looks
I
perfectly
love
fine.
this color on you.
Yeah, it's great.
Wait,
You look
I
great.
actually, I actually
mean, I
like
wouldn't
this
gas you
suit.
up, but you look great. I don't know why the fuck you're
Some people
complaining.
say that. Some people say that.
Okay, who?
You guys.
Yeah.
We are some people.
Marsh, I think I unplugged my mic. No, I didn't. Is it okay?
Oh my god, that is insane, bro.
I just want to.
Okay, so the crunchy is very good. If you like peanuts, delicious. I approve. I do think the creamy is creamier than the regular Reese's. I can't really place my finger on it, but it's like, yeah, it's like buttery. It's good. It's good. Oh my god, you're like writing a script in here or what? Congress will be the same. Only a live action musical? That sounds awful. That sounds awful. C-SPAN is bad enough. Pixar animating. Sure. Doesn't Disney own Pixar now? The Lion President. Who's head king? Oh my god. Oh my god.
How is that even possible?
Are we okay?
How are you
Test,
physically
test, 1,
doing
2.
this?
We good? Test. That would suck.
Oh
Yeah, we should be careful because I may. All right, anyway, we're good.
Ugh.
But I was
What is
surprised,
going
right?
on?
The service is actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out like they don't just wear the penguin suits for no reason. They're like, bro, they are insane over there at the Ritz. Like honestly, I mean, the food was mid as fuck. Here, I'll give you my review right now. Okay, I'll give you my review of the Ritz. First of all, I walk in.
Yeah. Sorry, Disney owns Pixar already, so.
And the lady, in the most almost hysterical fashion, was like, "No, no!" I'm like, "What?" She's like, "You don't have a tie," and it made me feel like I was, I was like doing something wrong for being in the presence of the afternoon tea crowd without a fucking tie, even though I'm wearing a goddamn 3-piece. So she sends my ass back to
my
the coat
God.
check. I have to go there. They have an entire deck of ties. Okay, they pull it out. They're like, "So, which kind of tie would you like? We have a navy, we have black, and here's some, here's a pompadour, and here's a bow tie if you'd like a bow tie." Like, they had so many different fucking ties in there. I picked the black one. I come back. I sit down. Everyone is like dressed like a commander from a video game or something.
Yeah.
Like the door guys, like the bellhops, is that what they're called?
yeah.
I mean, they're not even like bellhops, like younger people. They're like 80 fucking years old, wearing these like crazy
they're
crazy
lifelong
fits.
bellhops.
Yeah, they're I guess they're paid well. I don't know.
Oh, they must be.
Yeah,
So-
they're very well compensated.
They're everyone's looking crazy. Everyone's got the penguin fits on and shit. We sit the fuck down. I'm thinking I could get beef Wellington there. I was wrong. There's no beef Wellington there. They're only serving fucking little sandwiches.
That's what high tea is. It was a set
is fine.
menu. One side of the menu was a bunch of different teas, and the other side shows you what you get,
Yeah.
which is like little croissants. Not
Which
even
is-
croissants. It's like pastries,
yeah,
little sandwiches,
scones.
scones.
I'll be honest though, but like how extravagant can a tomato sandwich be?
I don't know, but
Like
I'm gonna
how-
tell you something. I can tell you how
there can't
shitty
be that
it
much
was.
variety. It's a tomato
was
sandwich.
shitty.
It's an egg salad sandwich.
It was shitty.
What do you
Yeah.
expect?
First of all, how dare you? Egg salad sandwiches are incredible. In Japan, that's all I consume.
Yeah.
I'm an egg sandwich,
The egg
salad
salad
sandwich
in Japan was
connoisseur.
incredible.
It can be pretty good. I wouldn't say it's extravagant. I don't know. I think it's more about like the presentation and all that.
Japan's on a whole new level though.
Yeah.
That's like compare Pee Wee football to like the NFL. It's not. It's
I'm
not
just
even fair to
saying,
London.
I love egg salad sandwiches, and I thought the Ritz would be
Meryl Streep is a queen. True.
a banger. You know what I mean? And it was not. It was mid as fuck. I will let you know. Like half of the sandwiches in the variety pack that they give you were not good.
We are probably now banned from the Ritz.
I don't give a
Yeah.
fuck. I
There's
won't.
no way we're ever going to be able to go to the Ritz.
I won't be going back. I will be wearing a funny disguise next time I go there anyway. So you will never be able to catch me. I'm going to wear like glasses and a mustache, fake nose, and a monocle.
They're gonna know.
Dude, you're 6'8".
Yeah, they're
it
like,
doesn't
that's the
matter.
guy that didn't have a tie 2 years ago.
No, I'm going to be like, I'm Sir Barnacle. How dare you? Sir Barnacle Barnaby the Third.
And they're going to turn you right
Yeah,
around
they're
and
going to
kick
be
your
like,
ass
oh my
out.
God, Mr. Barnaby Barnacle.
Oh my god, yes. AOC is a Disney princess. Iconic.
Sorry for the tardiness, sorry for the delay.
But Ray, overall, your experience was very good.
Oh, where? At the
Ritz.
Oh, the Ritz.
You liked the tea. She loved it.
I just don't like the little rules, you know? Like
Yeah.
the little, you have to wear things. I had to Google, what can I wear to high tea?
We're from the wrong generation.
Yeah, that's what they had to do back
Well,
then?
everyone there was like 85 years old.
Everyone was very old.
I read something online. They were.
Oh, yeah.
They were saying. I was reading about the history, and they were very proud that they were the first ever. Get this, the first ever location to allow women to eat unchaperoned.
That's why Austin tried not to go there. Because he hates women. He was like, what? I don't want this woke nonsense.
no,
I'm
that-
gay. That's what he said.
That is
It
not
was
true.
interesting
I
though,
love
because
women
when
more
you
than
asked to eat the beef Wellington, they said it's a minimum. Only you had to have 2 people, right? To get a
Yep.
table.
Yep. 2 people. Yep.
yeah.
The 2 people
so
had
we,
to. Yeah.
So, yeah, so we couldn't like get everyone to go.
Yeah, even though the table was
The table was big enough
five-person
for
table,
5 people.
Yeah.
But they only had 2 chairs.
Only 2 chairs.
set up.
Right.
I think it's because they have it like no. I think they allot it by like what availability they have for food
Oh,
because
that
like
makes
it's
sense.
a prefix menu usually.
Yeah.
It makes sense. I mean, everyone was like celebrating their 65th anniversary or some shit.
We just
And
barged
then we're
in.
over there sitting there waiting, no food in front of us for like an hour and 30 minutes waiting for this fucking beef Wellington. And then she doesn't even eat the beef Wellington. She starts eating the fucking side dishes.
Yeah. People have been
They were
like a
good.
gremlin.
They were really good. Side dishes.
People saved
She
a
ate the
lifetime to eat there, and Hassan just rolls in like it's a fucking another Saturday.
First
Yeah.
and foremost, I only spent 180 euros, and then I gave an extra additional gratuity tip.
No way was that
60 fucking pounds, lad.
He did. It's true. I was a witness.
Wait, there's no way that was only 180 pounds, and I
Yes.
paid 500
You paid
pounds.
500 for like a
It
couple
was.
fucking sandwiches, bitch.
That
Let's
is
go.
unreal. I am going to actually, when I go back to the hotel.
You're gonna sue.
No. I'm gonna go back to the hotel, and I'm gonna go to the front desk. I kid you not. I'm gonna say there seems to be some sort of mistake.
No.
I'm
no,
gonna say-
no. They're gonna kick me out. They're gonna evict
I'm gonna
me.
say
You're not Mr. Show. Get the
I'm
fuck out
going
of
to
here.
say there seems to be some sort of mistake. This credit card should have actually been to cover both of our rooms, and see what they do.
You should do that.
I'm gonna see what happens.
You should vlog it, Marsh.
You won't even feel. I'm gonna.
Yeah,
You
should
should.
vlog it.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Dude,
Either way.
if you pull some fucking fast shit, I
Roll the dice and let's go with it. I mean, I just don't like musicals that much. If it was just like a regular animated film, that would maybe be better, because then maybe people would pay attention. You know? Make a Hamilton, but it's now. Biden. We can workshop that. Obama. The musical. But not the musical. You know what I mean?
will literally assume your identity so fast. You'd be like Jason Bourne.
Oh,
Okay?
wait. What,
I would literally walk up there and be like, excuse me, I'm Mr. Show.
Oh, okay.
This man is an imposter, like Among Us.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see about that. He won't even know. He's gonna forget
I'm sorry about my friend Austin. He has amnesia.
about this. He's gonna start thinking about Zelda or something.
Oh
and while
my
he's on his
God.
DS,
True.
playing with his
DS,
playing with his.
What are you, 80?
It's a Switch.
Whatever. Jerking off to Zelda porn like he does. Okay.
What the fuck? That was private, dude.
He definitely does that.
Exposed.
That's
Okay.
private. That was
You
private.
literally
I'm gonna
tweeted
charge
that.
his car. Yeah, he tweeted
in
that.
2019.
Yeah, he tweeted that.
That's the last
Yeah.
time I
Right,
jerked off the
right,
video
the
game porn,
last
not Zelda
time.
porn.
Yeah.
No, I've never jerked off
He
Zelda
wanted
porn.
to bring Zelda to the high tea today.
Yeah, he did. He really
Yeah.
did. He really did. He's a,
That's how
I'm
much
telling
he
you,
missed
I
it.
think,
I
I
did.
think he's more high maintenance than I am, right?
No,
No.
I'm just like a kid. That's it. I'm like a big ass kid.
But look, the only I've never really. I will
There it
say
is.
that air conditioning moment was not one of my brightest.
You're a fucking you're a diva,
That was one time, though.
bro.
I've
You're
never blown
you're
up. You've
you're
never seen that
consistent.
side.
You're consistently
Really?
late.
Okay.
I might have seen. I might have
You're
seen that
consistently
Okay.
late to everything.
That's different.
You have like a lot of expectations out of everything.
That is not
You
true.
complain more than I do, and I love complaining.
That's
That
not
is
true.
not true.
Hassan
Thank
is
you.
the king of complaining.
Thank you.
I get
Thank
the
you.
job done, and
Thank
I'm there
you.
on time.
That is not-
But I
Oh,
love complaining.
just
You're
like
both
we-
a mess.
Just
Let's-
like
They're just like the same. They're just like both constantly fighting for the spotlight. I'm just realizing. They're exactly the same.
Be real.
Zerko was supposed to be on the podcast. Way to get that job done. Fucking putz.
One fucking time. One time.
Oh my god, it could be a predator drone armed with Raytheon. Stop. Stop.
I mean, look, all jokes aside.
This is a pretty big time for you to miss the podcast.
All jokes aside, this is probably like the first in my career where I've like overslept ever. And usually I'm the responsible one. And I will not be shifting blame to Austin. That was just for jokes.
Good.
It was my fault.
This is self-development.
What? No, I'm
progress.
we're
I'm
making
proud of
content
you.
when I'm shitting on him.
Gross.
Obviously, it's my fucking fault. I overslept. Even though, blackout curtains, also no
Oh
place.
my gosh.
No place to
I'm
shoot
sorry,
a podcast.
but-
No place
Yeah.
that we had set up for a shoot a podcast. I'm the one who's booking everybody.
Look,
I
mean, I feel like I'm not getting
Oh
enough credit for booking this
I'm
iconic
sorry. You
location.
said booking everybody? Where are the UK guests?
Mod
Well, yeah, that's why I fucked up. I couldn't do it.
And I had to book Ray.
I can't believe.
I did. I had to book Ray. I said,
Oh,
Ray,
did
please, would you come on the podcast? That's how it went.
He
Right?
said, pretty please.
Yeah, I said, pretty please. And she said, absolutely, I'll do it for you, Austin. is
I
what she
said, you know what, Austin, since you're gay, I will.
Thank you. Thank you. See, this is what, being gay adds value to your life.
Ray, he
Allyship.
hates women. That's why he's gay.
True ally.
Hey.
I love
If you-
women.
you don't
He
love
hates
women.
He
You don't
only
love
loves
women.
women
You
for
don't
their
even kiss-
bodies.
you don't even kiss or have sex with women.
He's sick.
You literally only
he thinks
fuck
of
men.
women as objects. That's all he exclusively.
Why don't you fuck
literally-
women too, Austin?
Yeah.
What
Maybe
the fuck?
you know what? Maybe I will.
Yeah, exactly. He would do it for attention.
Maybe I will.
He would. If
That's
there was like a cutie who was giving him attention, he would play the role. He would straight bait.
I
the whole night.
do like to straight bait a little bit.
He
And
does.
where
but
do
I
you
don't
think that
follow
stems
through.
from, you know?
What do you mean?
Like, where do you think that derives from? Like, why do you like straight
I
baiting?
like attention.
Yes. It's the same principle behind why he came to your Women in MB's only event.
I'm glad he came regardless.
Now that's
Okay.
different.
Imagine out loud and commission a series to stream on Disney Plus. They're probably way ahead of us if we're being real, you know? They probably already have like Trump's second insurrection. Winnie the Pooh or whatever the fuck.
That's
A
different. I was there
supportive
to.
friend.
I
Yeah.
was there to support you, Ray. I really
Thank
was.
you. Yeah,
And
you
to-
met some fans, you forged some signatures,
I did.
and you passed
Yeah,
some time.
I did feel a little uncomfortable that they had the personalized Valkyrie like signature thing, and people were asking me to sign it.
Yeah.
With, like,
It's 'cause
all
some
your-
people
I'm sure
kept
you felt
missing, like
uncomfortable
forgetting
I
doing
did.
to.
I was like, this is very out of line.
Come on.
And then
He's
I,
like, come on.
It was weird because they
Give it to me.
brought the same one
Yeah.
to me to actually
and
sign.
my name was already on it.
Austin's name was on it, and then there's 2 forged Valkyrie signatures.
Yeah.
Marsh, oh wait, you forged one as well?
Marsh forged one.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
They both looked identical to me.
Yeah. But they did look good.
And I
Were
was
you like, I already
what?
signed
I
this,
was
right?
like, did they like try to sign my signature because they missed? It was strange.
Yeah. But it was me, and I don't know
It
why
was
they did
Austin
try
the
to do
whole
that.
time.
Yeah, it wasn't enough that he was signing all of the fucking panels. He had to sign your signature too on some of them.
Yeah, I did.
I
did
love
have,
that.
I did have to do that.
Marsh, what are we at right now, time wise? Okay.
Oh,
15
true.
minutes?
I forgot about G and his hatred for Winnie the Pooh. True. True. I guess that makes Trump what? Piglet?
Yeah, we're gonna do we're after this. Now that we're done with the.
We're doing pretty
with
good
the
though,
Free
right?
Yeah.
part,
Time's
bro.
flying.
Free part of the
Yeah,
podcast. We're gonna move on
I
to.
thought it was 2 hours already.
Yeah, we'll do a little bit more.
Okay. All right. We'll cut this part out. No. We'll cut this part out where I'm asking for time. It's bad.
Yeah, that's like
content.
it's like a. Well, anyway.
So what,
Editor fucking did not cut that out.
what's next? What's after the UK, lads? Where are you going? What's the plan?
I'm fucking staying home and never leaving home ever. Even though I
Hassan's
have
going to New
TwitchCon
York.
EU and I do actually
oh,
have.
we're going to New York.
Yeah, Ray and I are going to New York together.
I'm not going to New York. You guys have fun.
No, Hassan and I are going. Hassan needs to come to New York with us.
I'm not coming to New York.
Because he
with
needs
you
to come to New York with us because then we could do another podcast.
I
yeah.
feel like
Wouldn't that be awesome if we all went to New York and we could?
Yeah, I mean, it could be better or worse. It could be better or worse. And the only way to know is to try. It's true.
But our guests
don't-
fell through, and then you had to come
oh
on.
my God,
for-
please
again
don't
in New
come.
York.
For the record, I'm not coming, so don't worry. I will fulfill that easily. For the record, we could have booked guests on this podcast. There are plenty of people that we could have gotten. I wanted to do a personal episode because we have a lot of grief and a lot of drama to address, which we have so far. Austin being a diva.
We can do that in LA.
Austin refusing to, but it's fun. It's more fun when we do it in the background with this gray ass fucking London afternoon.
It is iconic. John Lennon looked that way.
Yeah, well,
You're looking through the eyes of
John Lennon looked through the barrel of a gun too. I'm not gonna do that.
That is fucked up. He did not. It shot him in the heart. It's different.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm sure he saw the barrel of the gun.
No, that's
Austin, what the fuck?
sick. You're disgusting.
No
Right
way,
in the place.
why?
How disrespectful. He's gonna haunt you. You know that.
He's gonna do. Hey, I'm John Lennon.
That's not how he sounds.
What does he sound?
It sounds like this. Hello, my name's John Lennon.
It's even more annoying than you
Hello.
said previously.
I'm the lead singer of the Beatles.
Those are both very different accents.
This guy just can only do one.
Yeah, we got them fucking fucking the rest of the podcast is just these lines. We're doing this forever.
Ray and I are going to need.
Just look at her face through all of that. That was fucking. She looked miserable. She's just staring straight down camera like, fuck.
We got them fucking fucking
that's right.
The rest of the podcast is just these lines. We're doing this forever.
Ray and I are going to New York together.
Yeah, we
Have
are.
fun.
And we can't talk about it.
We can't say yet.
But it's going to be very exciting.
Have fun. Doubt it.
We're going to be on the cover of Vogue. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Leaked.
I'm kidding. Wait, aren't you Vogue Valkyrie?
I am Vogue Valkyrie.
That's right.
That's me.
That's right. Are you going to be on like a cover or something? Can you tell us about that?
No, it's already come out.
It already
Austin.
came out.
Shit.
You're a bad
Came
friend.
out.
That is, I'm a
Not only
terrible
is he a bad
interview.
friend, but he's also a hater of women. That's why he fucked it up.
No, that's not true.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Valkyrie,
He hates
I'm
women.
so sorry.
That's why he's gay.
I'm such
You
a
know what,
fake
Austin? You
fan.
can call me Rachel.
Oh,
It's true.
Yeah, we're besties now.
oh! I thought that was an
Wow.
insult for a second. I was,
Wait, what?
I was like, oh my god. I was like, huh. I can call you Rachel?
Yeah, my government.
That's a Rachel to you.
That
name.
is amazing. Wow. I'm so. This is
Leaked.
Such a fucking privilege.
My name was leaked.
I just
want
to say I'm honored. By the way, how does it feel that you are the Queen of England?
What?
Oh shit.
She's the Queen of England. Screw the coronation of the King of England. It's the Queen of England. That's why we were here, the coronation of Valkyrie.
I think this is one of your
True.
gayest qualities when you
True.
gas up your lady friends.
Yeah, I do. I like to
love
support
it.
women.
Yeah.
Thank
you
you.
need to start saying the F word more, though.
I know.
Because you say it all the time.
No,
off
he's
camera.
lying.
You said it literally downstairs.
He's lying. Although
5 minutes before the podcast
I have never
started.
said it. Only when I'm asking for a cigarette.
What?
Oh.
That's how you say it out here.
That's right. That's right. I just wanted to, I wanted to be a part of the culture.
So you have said it. The
No.
words have come out of
No,
your-
not in that context.
Yeah. The word we're talking about is maggot, but with another letter in
Sure.
front.
Yes.
And he says it all the time.
I do not.
He said literally nonstop.
Ray, have you ever heard me
I've
say
never
it?
heard Austin say
God
it.
damn it. Why does everyone lie about this?
Thank
I feel
you.
like
You
I'm
are
going,
both liars. I've learned a lot about you guys during this podcast specifically.
Hassan keeps saying it, and nobody backs him up.
What?
It starts.
What the fuck?
Yeah. No, he just calls me it every day. I got a phone call this morning. And he's like, "Hello, this is the front desk. You
Yeah, I was
stupid." And then they said it.
I was asking for a
Oh my
cigarette.
That's what he said. It was insane, Ray. I was like,
So rude.
Someone's gonna believe that.
yeah.
Oh god.
That was my wake up call this morning.
Yeah.
That was my wake up call.
Yeah, he was rock hard. He was
Yeah.
like, "What? Say that again."
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck,
yeah.
I love that.
Yeah. It was amazing. It was
He's like, "Are you
absolutely
wearing a
phenomenal.
cross right now by any chance?" Oh my god.
Okay, that is Ray. Don't believe him.
What? You've said it openly that
That's
you
true. I have.
you were
I
so
think
horny
it's
for that.
kind of hot when a guy wears a cross.
It's also okay.
A
Can we talk
cross?
about your new fetish?
Oh,
Are we
God.
allowed?
Oh God. Yeah.
Are we allowed?
Yeah, sure. Fuck
He
it.
has
You
a
have a
birthing
new-
fetish.
No,
now.
that is not okay. Now the way when you frame it like
I'm
that.
sorry, what?
That
Yeah.
is not.
No, he wants a twink with a son.
No, that is.
Yes.
That is
Yes. He texted it to me the other day. He's like,
a family.
I do. I want a father. I want to be a
he
father.
Aw.
but you don't.
Oh.
He said he wants a daddy.
No, he didn't even say I want to be a father. He said I want a
No,
father.
I
He
saw
said, "I
this
want a
hot.
father."
I saw this hot guy, and he had a kid, and I was like, wow.
It's funny because last week we were talking about this, and I was just like, yeah, for like the first 5 years, I'm not gonna be around. He's like, I'm gonna have a kid, and then I'm gonna
Ray,
fuck off.
in my defense, kids are boring for the first 2 years, right? They
So
are
he
a
just wants
little-
a hot twink
Wait.
dad to take care of the kid.
Yeah.
Oh
Kids are a little
my
boring for the
Misogynist.
first 2 years.
Boring. They're not like some entertainment item, Austin.
Well, no, look, I would be
He's
in
right.
the
Kids
picture.
are no content.
Yeah,
I agree.
I would be. I'll be in the picture for the first few years. I'll be there.
Wait, no, they do content. Their first words, the first time they walk, first few
Boo.
steps.
Boring. I can say so many fucking words. I can walk pretty easily. Get a new hobby, okay? Get better at a skill. Develop a skill.
Yeah. Well, you know, look, I'm gonna be a great father. I think between the two of us, I'm gonna actually be there. Okay, he's gonna be streaming all the time.
Are you talking to me?
That's
Yeah,
kinda
he's-
true.
Are we having children together? What the fuck? Since when is this happening?
Look, Hassan, I'm not your type. And
You're
Yeah, who would be the better
not my
dad out of you two?
me. Are you? Is that even a question?
I feel no. I genuinely, I think Austin's right. I don't think you'll be there.
Yeah, he's gonna forget that he has a kid and like leave them at the park or something.
I'm an
think you-
incredible father. I am an incredible father. I would be the father.
You're
that-
gonna sleep through your alarm.
Yeah,
I am
true.
the.
Miss your podcast with your
He's gonna
kid.
charge
I've been
the baby.
alive. I've been alive.
Charge the baby.
Gonna steal the baby's credit card.
I've been alive for 32 years of my life, and that's happened one time, and
Yeah.
now they never let
That's
me
just
live it
the
down.
beginning.
Austin is late all the fucking time.
Nope.
to
When I have
everything.
a child that will be created in the eyes of
When
the
your
Lord.
surrogate is literally in the emergency room delivering, or in the fucking operating theater, wherever the fuck they deliver babies,
Right.
you're gonna be at the Abbey, sucking on twink nipples. Okay,
look.
like a baby.
Yes. Well, look, and the baby won't remember that time of
Yeah,
their
the
life.
baby
That's his
will-
argument. That's literally his argument. He's like, oh,
I
baby
mean,
won't
he's
remember.
celebrating. He's a new dad.
I will be by the side of my surrogate. Okay. I will be hand by my surrogate, watching,
hand inside of her, grabbing the
Yeah.
baby out, pulling
guiding
the
my
baby.
child into the world.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, look, my surrogate. I don't know who. Will you be my surrogate? Wait, have I asked her that? Oh, I asked Cutie.
You asked cute. What'd she say?
She said no.
She said, "Fuck no."
She said no.
Judy also has like the vagina thing that like she can't even have sex normally.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Vaginismus.
What? What is that?
She has a vagina issue from psychological trauma.
Why
Whoa,
are we talking about
I didn't know
What do you
that.
mean? We talk about Cutie's vagina every episode.
I
That's
miss
true.
Cutie,
I do-
Cinderella.
I do
missed her,
too. She would have been here if she wasn't a fucking
she's,
coward.
She's afraid of flying.
Yeah,
She's
a
terrified
coward.
of flying.
Understandably so. It is not.
Yeah,
It's not.
she's
an
And
also-
she's
easy
not
thing
my
to do.
surrogate, so Ray's gonna be my surrogate.
I'm gonna
also-
have to respectfully decline.
Well, whatever.
It's a ridiculous thing to ask people.
But I think it's a.
I'm asking all of our female guests if they'll be your surrogate. What the fuck? And our co-host. This is Austin's thing. That's
Austin, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah. I mean, I don't know what you expect when you come to my stream, TBH.
why he's a birthing fetish.
No, there's zero sexual part of this. It's beautiful. It's natural.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you guys
Beautiful,
watch a
natural,
live
stay
birth?
away.
Yeah.
I did. I literally.
You watched the live birth?
Yes, this week, as a matter of fact. Shouts out to Kevin Gates. He posted. This was all over Twitter. You guys are so offline. You don't know
What?
anything. Anyway,
I did not see that. I did not see that at all. And I am online.
it's fine.
You are chronically online.
Yes, I
very
am.
much.
I am literally. I'm like the fucking minority baby in Minority Report. That's like sitting in that fucking vat and like seeing the future. That's me. Okay. I'm doing crime think. I'm doing predictions on what's gonna happen. Kevin Gates, famous rapper. No, kind of famous rapper. Kind of a weirdo. He posted a birthing that was happening in a home. For Black Maternal Health Week, I guess that's like Instagram allowed that to be allowed that to stay up because I guess they think it's like technically medical stuff. And it was like this lady who was posted up over her drawers with like pushing out a child with like puppy pee pads underneath. And I watched it.
Wow.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
It
was terrifying.
Beautiful and natural.
No, it was fucking terrifying, dog.
It's
that
so
shit,
beautiful when
I've
things like
never
that happen.
seen a live birth.
Really?
And I straight
Don't.
up see the baby come.
No, yeah, I don't know if I don't think I'm old enough for that. I do not want to see it. I don't.
Out of the vagina.
Let me tell you something that
It
I've
will
learned in
scar
this
you.
life. There's nothing more beautiful than a woman giving birth.
I'm gonna throw this out.
Is it
It
because
will
she's in
scar
pain,
you. It will
Austin?
scar you.
No.
That's how much you hate women.
No, that-
Austin
Why
just
are you
wants to see.
turning on me, Ray?
Austin wants to see women
Why are you
in
turning
pain.
on me, Rachel? Why are you turning on me, Rachel? You can't
He's
turn on
rubbing
me.
off on me, I guess.
Yes,
yeah,
he
the
is,
bullying,
clearly.
bullying Austin.
You're starting to see the truth about Austin's mischievous and also women-hating ways.
Now look, now Hassan, before we enter the paywall period of this podcast,
where we will admit that Austin is a misogynist once and for all.
you have to tune in. You have to pay to find out.
I'll talk about my vagina.
Yeah, Ray's gonna
Behind
talk
the paywall.
She said I didn't say it. I
Jesus
didn't
Christ.
say it. Yeah.
Patreon.com/fearend.
Yep. Where Ray and I will be talking about.
Yeah, we'll be talking
her
about our vaginas.
That is okay. Patreon.com/fearend.
Yeah. Okay. Now, before we go though, Hassan,
I'm sold.
Yo, what's up?
I want to tell you something more iconic than this rooftop.
Mm.
I want to tell him.
Yeah, don't you have a confession or something?
I do.
Mm.
This is not that rooftop. I lied to you.
He straight up lied and told me at the beginning of this that he was lying.
This is not the Beatles rooftop that in the 1960s. This is just a
I knew
random
it.
rooftop in London, and it has
He
nothing to
was
do with
deaf.
the Beatles at all. And I knew that from the beginning. This guy was on his phone telling his family.
Wait,
no way.
you told your family?
He
Ain't no
told
way.
his family. He was on the phone.
Oh.
It's
He got
literally
got.
like it's hard not to be homophobic. It's hard. It's hard not to be like.
Hey, Ray went
I
along with it. She knew too.
I did
was-
know. I'm so sorry.
I was an ally for 31
You-
years of my life.
I
32
said,
years of
I
my
got
life.
through the entire podcast. We brought it up like multiple times, and
Many
somebody's gonna be in
times.
the comment section, and they're gonna edit their comment because they finally found out that we revealed it at the end of the podcast.
Okay, first and foremost, the worst part about it is that I don't give a fuck about the Beatles. So I'm just like hyping it up, like because I think like maybe people will find it cool, maybe my family will find it cool. I don't give a fuck about the Beatles, dog.
Yeah, and he was telling everybody.
He did
don't
tell
even know-
everyone.
I don't even know like who the Beatles are, like who the fucking
we
Beatles
should've
people
we should
are.
have kept it going.
That's
Took like a
hilarious.
photo, made it tweeted the iconic Beatles rooftop.
I hate you so much. I hate you.
Well,
I'm
look-
gonna beat it. I'm gonna hate crime him behind the
But look-
paywall.
I see where the resentment is
Patreon.com/fearend.
stemming from now.
Yeah, do you
That's
get
for
it? He's a bad person.
Both
Ray,
of you
Ray
are.
was into it though. She was.
I was.
it was
Yeah,
You're
I
a bad
knew.
person too.
It was
I mean,
actually-
he said I'll confess at the end of the pod.
I did.
Oh,
did.
so it's okay. That
Yeah.
I was like duped.
It's an
live
hour.
in
It's an hour.
4K.
It was
It's
good.
an hour.
And-
It's
and
an
an
hour.
hour.
It was
Duped
hour.
for an
It was
hour.
a good little
Yeah.
joke, and I'm sure
You
everybody
have
in the
met
comments.
my parents multiple times.
I'm gonna tell them. I'll call them and
I'm
apologize.
gonna be like, this is the mischievous gay man who lied to you. He is deceptive. Do not trust him anymore.
Yes. Look,
You've made them homophobic.
I
too.
do apologize.
You've made them homophobic.
I do apologize. I apologize to your family and the entire country. of
Apologize to the gay community for
I
making me
apologize to the
homophobic.
gay
Nah,
community.
don't apologize, Austin. Get
I-
wrecked.
Turkey. Yeah, fuck you.
Get duped.
Yeah, whatever
All right.
Rachel says.
All right. Well, what do you want to promote?
Oh. I'm just Valkyrie.
Yes, that's bitch.
What?
She's just Valkyrie, bitch.
It's paywall time, right, guys?
Yes, patreon.com/fearand behind the paywall.
She's an
I'm gonna-
icon.
We're
you
gonna talk
wouldn't
about
understand.
pussy.
And I'm gonna hate crime Austin. So
Pussy and hate crimes.
Huh?
I've got some
it's wild that
serious
you
FOMO.
literally had to buy your own ticket.
I wanted. I even offered myself to do something at TwitchCon. They're like, "Nah, we're good."
That's insane. Why wouldn't they?
The
They
fuck?
don't like me.
So you're doing a free meet and greet?
Well, I mean, I definitely just bulldozed yours.
You paid for your own TwitchCon ticket.
Yep.
And you're doing featured content creator shit that like they should at least like
The fuck?
like contractually obligate you to do.
Anti-Piker, make this a thread.
For real.
Hello, idiots. It's me again, Your Majesty the King.
Oh god. Are you ready for more cringe? It's cringe time, baby.
Here to remind you that this is the last week of Noel Miller's tour of My Beautiful Kingdom. He'll be performing stand-up comedy in Sheffield on May 17th, Glasgow on the 19th, Manchester on the 20th, and Newcastle on the 21st before moving on to that joke of a continent, Europe. Now stop staring at my beautiful face and go to noelmillerlive.com to get your tickets. Well, what are you waiting for? All you Geordies in the wonderful city of Newcastle better pull up, as the kids say.
Yo, in the 70s, Ireland was in their bag. Oh, what's this? Another potato from the Irish. Don't they understand? We eat chicken tikka masala. We're having a good day in the studio today. We uploaded a video, and Susan was like, ads on this? Yeah, dude. Yeah, no, we need to put as many ads on this as possible. That's what she told me personally. So I'm just having a bit of an issue with something today, but you know, it's all good because Susan, she wants to put literally 100 ads on my last video. That's how advertiser friendly it is. You know what's really good entertainment? People complaining that have money. I'm just messing about, mate. Do you know, I heard a little birdie come through and say, hey mate, those TikToks you showed us last time that's not proper British TikToks. I've got another round for you. So some gambling addict out in Sheffield sent me a series of TikToks. Now this guy, before we get into his TikToks, I mean, this guy is a gremlin of society. He is down atrociously. Financially. He's not down bad. He actually has a wife and kids. They don't really know about his issues, but this guy is just draining his pockets at the Betway. In between bets, he digs out fun little TikToks just for himself, and so he said, hey man, I'll share this list with you. And so we're gonna get into another round of very British TikToks from a guy in Sheffield.
Try to put words to that game. Liverpool were amazing.
Bosh. Try to put words to that game. Gotta love it.
Try to put words to that game. Liverpool were amazing.
Bosh. Amazing, sick, great,
Sick,
fantastic. What else do you want me to say? Anything else?
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
We blew them away.
We did. Every player was Bosch, and the one that I'm mentioning now, Sadio.
Every player was Bosch. Where's the
What
SH
is that?
from? Why do they do that? Someone explain.
Mane. I said.
What was this?
The SH from. Why do they do that?
The Scouse accent is highly distinctive, having been influenced heavily by Irish and Welsh immigrants who moved there via the Liverpool Ducks. Oh, I was wondering. I was thinking it sounded kind of Irish.
That. Someone explain.
Mane. I said it last time I was on it. He's the best football player in the world. I don't know why people.
Why is everyone in the background staring like they're gonna jump this kid if he says the wrong thing? I don't even believe what he's saying. It seems like he's under duress.
Why are you laughing for? What, Chris, why are you laughing for? Why are you laughing for? I'm being serious. I'm being serious. No, you see, I'm talking facts here. I don't do if, buts and maybes. I do absolutes. And, you know, like, if your aunt had balls, she'd be your uncle. But she doesn't, so she's not. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Throw that kid off an escalator.
What?
No, JK.
And, you know, like, if your aunt had balls, she'd be your uncle. But she doesn't, so she's not.
I can't even really focus on what's happening in this situation because my 7th grade reading comprehension is trying to dial into each of the words. And he's speaking way too fast. All we've got from this is Sadio Mane is the best football player in the world. And he's wrong. John Cena.
Tom Holland. And what the man, I don't want to talk your
Damn. Yo, in the 70s, Ireland was in their bag. Oh, what's this? Another potato from the Irish. Don't they understand? We eat chicken tikka masala. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. I gotta see it again.
Tom Holland. And what the man, I don't want to talk your
You know what else is funny about that? Is that English dude trying to mouth along. He's sitting there doing the lip sync. Tom Holland, man, I don't want to talk to your bitch. That was good, man. That's the funniest one so far. Hello, everybody. If you're enjoying this video.
Oh my god.
If I'm a corner shop owner and you walk into my establishment with a live snake around your body, I'm pulling out a chain gun from behind the counter and I'll give you 1.5 seconds to leave immediately. This never mind this video because I really don't give a fuck about anything this person has to say. Specifically because I'm looking at this comment. Imagine the life she's giving that poor snake. Worry about like your kids or something. I don't know. You're just on Instagram, like worried about how a snake's quality of life. The snake doesn't give a damn about you. Maybe it does. I don't know. I don't want the snake people to come after me. Hey, stop it. Hey, you're fired.
Stop being mean. I mean, I don't know. It probably doesn't love it. I don't know. I don't know what snakes like. It seems chill.
The snake is trying to kill her in real time.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Oh my god, I would die. I would die.
She just lost control of that snake.
It said, bye, I live here now.
This is the English equivalent of someone in LA with a dog 3 times their size. That is crazy. Because, you know, snakes, you gotta be strong. Carrying that shit around, it's trying to kill you at all times. You have to be strong enough to, you know, pull it apart. And I don't trust her to do it. That moment right there, if I'm the shop owner, that snake head, clean off.
What the
So mean.
You in my sub? How have you managed to get in there?
I'm just picturing a scene where everyone's too wasted to help her. They call the fire department. The fire department crashes into a car. They're like, oh, what's you on about, man? I was just falling in the hole. I'm falling and I can't get out. And it takes the whole town. They're all wasted trying to yank her out the hole. And they yank so hard and they just end up getting her shirt. She just washes away. Just goes in the hole and just straight into the sewer line. Just go.
I don't know.
I smelled that last frame, dude.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's rough.
what the her foot was covered
That's rough. That's a bad night.
in. Oh.
Under Darwin's rules, why take that risk? Wait, are you talking about the snake or the why help someone in a sewer? I mean, I guess snakes, yeah. I guess. I mean, it probably wasn't gonna hurt you, right? I don't know. It probably just saw something it wanted to, like, eat or something. I don't know.
Oh, bro. Oh, that's the people's water right there.
Oh, raw. Hey, miss. Hey, princess. What God? What you saying? Good, yeah? What's your name? What? Carrick, Alicia and that, yeah? Come on. What I'm saying, what? Where you from? Oh, what? Brixton, yeah? Come on, yeah? What you saying? I can Brixton bully you in the bed and that. Ah. Hey, she's got a back off, blood. She got a bright future behind her, you know. Hey, fam, she's making my dark night rising. Oh, swear down, what your boyfriend?
This?
What? Man can't be your brethren and that. You don't know about Bredriano and them thing, Margs and Maya. Come on, man. Don't be. You're not out to date though. Man got your pug in that. Hey, what's going on? Don't worry, I'll get you a new one. And obviously, my man's just running away right now. I've got to go out to the Brando. You get me?
Brixton.
Boogie over there. What's it like to have no hair? Is it hot or is it cold? I don't know, cause I'm not bold.
Bold. I don't know too much about the UK, but I do know you can bully cops. I know that. I see British cops get spoken to in the worst manner, dude. They get called regularly. I feel like I've just seen a British cop just get like nailed to the like a sandwich from Marks and Spencer's or something. Like they just walked right up to him, open face sandwich, just hit him on the head, and then the cop just had to stand there and take it. He said, "Yeah, I'm the police." Well, you know, I mean, let's just continue the trend. Officers different around here.
I'm the officer. Tell him, man. You're thanking it. I tell him, show them to see you. Yeah.
Bro, see your tape.
Chat to them.
These aren't cops, man. These are not police. These are just dudes in jackets. It's just a guy. My bag was stolen.
Chillin'.
I mean, not much different than American cops. No, American cops are like, how dare you come up to me during my shift?
Right.
Shout out to our guy in Sheffield. Good list, man. Hey, look, I know. Today, wasn't fired up on the energy. But, you know, Susan just wore me out with how the endless accolades and compliments about my monetizable content. So, you know, next week we'll be a bit more fired up. We'll see you very soon. Goodbye.
I didn't come here to play, nah, I came with a plan. I'm the star inside my circle, I'm the pentagram, whoa. Making sacrifices just to get the land, oh. I'm trying to see how fast that hurricane go. Eyes burning, no sleep, hustle is OD.
Where are you from?
From London.
From London, okay. Do you live here or are you just visiting?
No, I'm visiting, yeah.
Oh.
Oh my god. Audio is so bad, dude. Oh, it's so bad. Holy.
On holiday?
How long? I'm actually leaving on Tuesday. I've been here for almost 2 months.
2 months? That's quite a fucking bit. Damn, Europe really is fucking our asses when it comes to how much better their lives are. Or you could just be a loser, I don't know. Do you have a job? Do you have a job?
I was doing an internship for 1 month in LA, and then I traveled for 1 month.
Okay, what was the internship?
I work in speech language therapy.
Speech language therapy is what he said. Your ass doing speech language? Little American kids with fucking speech impediments are gonna be like, I went to the school on Tuesday. That's hilarious, dude. Fuck. Now, what do you explain?
There's a real shortage at the moment.
There is, so they're like, we don't give a bring any costume motherfucker you got. We're bring from chimney sweeps. We don't give a fuck. That's sick, dude. So you snuck in because they like regular, regular American actors. So what do you teach these motherfuckers?
I actually specialize in autism, like with children. So I work with young autistic children.
Okay, nice.
Try to teach them how to communicate.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sick. So we're gonna have autistic kids with British accent. Honestly, I can see the British accent being pretty soothing. You know what I mean? If you're like, if you have some shit where you're like fucking acting out, you know what I mean? I would like just don't wanna. I guess like you're the closest thing to like really putting on planet Earth. You know what I mean? Like I remember when I was fucked up and I would just need to calm down, like on acid or something. I would just throw on David Attenborough talking about lions, and I guess that's what you are. Nice, man.
True.
That's cool. And then, so you're a little internship, then a month vacate, and then you're going home?
Yeah, I went to Texas first for a week. That was an experience.
That was yeah, that's so fun.
LA to Texas was wild.
It's something.
LA to Texas, yeah, you're like, you put on a fucking, you shooting guns, you're like,
Dude, they blurred him, but not anybody else. Interesting.
American style. Riding a horse, being racist. You know? I want to go to the border and keep them out. Real experience. Nice, dude. That's fun. Yeah, Texas is fucking wild for your ass, I'm guessing. You know, this is much fatter. You've been around way more fat people than you've ever experienced in your life, right? Not even close. Who's the fattest guy you saw in England? How fat could he possibly be?
Like half the size of the average Texan.
And they have a little glass cube under Big Ben. Everybody looks at him. Here's Tommy George. Everybody throw your chips into Tommy George's cube. When you're big as a strong girl and a bodybuilder. Yeah, you have. Oh, man, hell yeah. This summer, you got a lot of experiences. You have them where? Here in England?
No, it was actually in the UK last summer.
In the UK last summer, how'd you meet her?
Huh? How did I meet her?
Yeah.
On Tinder.
Tinder, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And you guys go on a date, anything like that, or was it straight to the action? What were you doing with you?
No, she actually, she was a personal trader. So she took me for a trading session.
She took you for a trading Damn, dude. Okay.
And then she like verbally abused me like while she was
So she made you lift weights, called you a bitch, and then grabbed you by the scruff of your neck?
Full service.
I realised it was probably part of the foreplay.
Part of the foreplay
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure. She just fucking picks scrawny little motherfuckers, puckers them out, makes them extra defenseless, and then has her way with you. Damn. And you were happy to do it, huh?
I had a great time.
Another way Europe is fucking beating us. You know what I mean? Listen to how open-minded he is about his masculinity. That's great, dude. One and done with her?
Yeah, it was one and done, but I've had similar experiences.
Similar experience. Nice. Do you seek it out now?
I mean, I'm partial.
You're partial. Nice.
Yeah,
So you think you attract those types of women?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, nice. I can see that.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
6'1".
6'1". Little
I'm
tall.
actually 6.5, but I say 6'1".
6.5. Thank you for continuing. Thank you for being an ally in the community. Interesting. Nice. So how? So now this was when you say similar experience. You mean similarly jacked women, or like a more? You're like a submissive and a woman really fucking does whatever she wants to do.
I'm a switch, so I got
Switch it up. Nice. Yeah.
But
Nice.
recently I'm on that sort of trend, you know.
You're up, yeah, fucking. I like that. Come to America, get a little sun. Yeah, relive the Revolutionary War. Get bombed out by some American girl like some big fat Texans. Anybody here pegging, getting pegged? My man. It's not rocks, dude. Let's go. We're gonna play the song. The show's gonna end with the British national anthem. You get pegged in America, or have you since you've been here?
Yeah, both.
Both, nice. Yeah. On either coast, I love it. What was the situation where you got pegged here? Because I guess you're only here for 2 months, so everything must be kind of like a little hookup situation. No one thinks you're gonna like. It's not a relationship thing,
Yeah,
right?
I think I'm actually turning 30 tomorrow, so I
30
feel
tomorrow.
like end of the 20s, I'm just like...
And the
okay,
20s,
get pegged.
yeah, you're gonna retire that little butthole after. But for now, you're gonna put the strap on in the rafters. When you turn 30.
I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck this is, but I was curious. What is it? Why is it?
Okay, it's kind of hard to believe, but yeah, this is a real product. What I'm holding is the new Dyson Zone air purifying headphones. That's exactly what they're called. You can look it up. So when this
Ain't no way. Air purifying. You're kidding me.
first started popping up on actual like Dyson social media channels, I had to double check the calendar to make sure it wasn't April 1st because seriously, Dyson, are you pranking us right now? It's $1,000 for air purifying headphones. I wasn't really sure what to think. Probably safe to ignore it. But then, one by one, videos started popping up on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram, and people actually started asking, like, hey, Marquez, can you check out those Dyson headphones? Can you check out the Dyson Zone? So that look you see here is me realizing I just spent $1,000 plus shipping on something that I already believe is a terrible product, but I'm still here to do my job and find out anyway. But here's the thing, and probably the weirdest part and most important part of this whole thing, Dyson. This product could only have come from Dyson. It makes no sense, but makes all the sense in the world. So ignoring the whole embarrassing social media campaign around the vacuums for a second, like I love my Dyson vacuum cleaner, right? A lot of people I know have bought Dyson vacuums. No regrets. We love these things. They're great. And then over the years, Dyson has built up like a cult following and loyal fan base over what is basically motors and filtration. Like, Dyson is a motors and filtration company, and they've built that out and turned it into some of the most amazing vacuum cleaners in the world. And they're also some of the most expensive. Like, seriously, if you want a stick vacuum, you can just get one on Amazon for like $100 easy. But then you kind of get the feeling that Dyson is the brand name that they're all copying. But naturally, you don't stop there, right? You're successful with one thing, but you got to branch out. So what else do you do? You've all seen the Dyson bladeless fan thing, right? I mean, this is almost a legendary product on its own. The Dyson fan / air purifier in the corner of the room of a $500 a night Airbnb. Do other companies make bladeless fans now? Sure. But people want the Dyson one, the $700 Dyson one. Another successful implementation of motors and filtration. There's also the Dyson hairdryer, another cult classic. This thing is absolutely incredible. I don't even use a hairdryer. I actually use this thing to heat up to put on the back of my phones, and it's awesome for that too. Another successful implementation of motors and filtration. So Dyson is no stranger to charging a lot of money successfully for a seemingly niche product. But that doesn't mean they can't miss. You guys have probably heard about, maybe you haven't, they made a floor lamp too.
Like a business lunch, yeah. Yeah. That's why he just like buys random ass shit that he can review because he can afford it, right? Like,
Maybe you haven't heard about it because it's less successful. It's also $850, so they can miss. You also might have heard about the car prototype that they brought to CES, which, like, okay, yes, you make motors, and motors are one part of an electric car, but there are lots of other parts of a car that are really hard. And trust me, a Dyson car is kind of a tough sell no matter what you're gonna price it at. So Dyson has a lot of hits and some complete misses. So what's this one gonna be? Okay, so this product is part headphones, part air purifier. And I know about headphones, so let's talk about the headphones part first. And these headphones are absolutely wild. First of all, they're gigantic. Like, they're absolutely huge. I don't even have to tell you that. Now, a lot of this size will make more sense when we get to the filtration part and everything that's also inside these ear cups later. But just as a pair of headphones on your head, these things are huge. They stick out a lot to the side. But honestly, it's mostly the weight, okay? So Audio-Technica's M50s, I've talked about those in the past, very familiar headphones, totally normal, 288 grams. Not that bad on your head. Then you get to like the heaviest headphones. We talked about how heavy AirPods Max are. Those are 388 grams, which is a lot. These are 588 grams. So it feels like I'm wearing a football helmet. These things are so heavy. Now, there's a lot of metal, but they do try to maximize comfort with these really soft cushions, and the ear cups are super soft, and the top of the headphones are soft, and then it's this purple velvet color. The side pieces are more for stability to keep them in place on your head. And honestly, if you're just sitting in one place, not moving around too much, listening to music in a chair or on a train or something, I guess then they're not terrible. It's just the second you start moving around or looking up and down or walking that you really feel the weight. It seriously feels like a helmet. Material-wise though, it is nothing but the premium materials, I gotta say. The headphone band is metal, the cushions are super soft, the ear cups are metal through and through, you can see the microphones very clearly around the bottom, the USB-C port, and the controls are actually very, very clever. Everything is on the right ear cup, and it's mostly via this little joystick here. So instead of trying to swipe on a finicky touch surface or something like that, you literally tap up and down on the joystick for volume, tap left or right for the next track and previous track, and
I do like that. On my headphones, I always accidentally swipe. It's annoying.
amazingly, you can actually hold down the joystick to the right or left to scrub forward or backward in whatever audio you're in. And it worked in a bunch of apps for me too, to my surprise. Worked in Apple Music, worked in Spotify, my podcast app. It didn't work in YouTube or SoundCloud, but even, just the thought of being able to fast forward a little bit to the middle of a podcast or something on Spotify is kind of sick. I've never seen that before. But of course, with the super high price tag, you hopefully care about how they sound. So, how did these sound? Big, premium, expensive, active noise cancellation, 40mm drivers. How did these, do they sound as high-end as they cost? No, they don't, but they sound okay. I mean,
I was worried about that. I didn't think it would have good sound.
sound like some $200 to $300 headphones that I've heard, even though they're built like $400 headphones. But I'll say the sound overall is pretty balanced and reasonably bassy and punchy in the low end. There's a pretty good passive seal with these ear cups, and then the active noise cancellation does a little extra work for you. It is just a Bluetooth headphone. There's no wired connection and nothing fancy as far as lossless audio or special codecs or anything like that. But you know, they sound crisp with a little extra brightness in the highs. What's more impressive is, so the active noise cancellation is pretty good, but the transparency mode is actually excellent. This is the best I've heard from anything that isn't AirPods. And you can double tap the right ear cup to switch between transparency mode and noise cancellation. The battery life of these is about 50 hours, which is right at the top of its class for noise cancellation headphones with ANC on. They also don't have an on-off switch, so they do on-head detection, kind of like AirPods Max. So when you take them off your head, they go into this idle mode and you put them back on, they play this nice chime, they turn back on, and now you're listening to music again. Ergonomically, they're not anything special, but we know the joystick for the controls, the transparency mode, these are pretty good headphones. So that brings us to part 2. So like I said, this is a 2-in-1 product, part headphones, part air purifier. Let's just completely ignore the why for a second, just so we can just understand what's happening and how this works. So these headphones come with this little plastic visor thing. So inside the ear cups of the headphones, you can pop off the outside cover, and that's where these filters go that came in the box. And those filters are covering these air intakes and tiny microcompressors that suck in the air from the outside world. These filters help purify the air by cutting down 99% of pollutants as small as 0.1 microns. Then they pass that clean air through these slots. The visor connects the headphones via magnets to these slots and creates a seal so that the air is channeled down through it and passes over your nose and mouth through the mesh at the front. It is a pretty intricate setup, but the idea is pretty straightforward. Basically like, oh, okay, you've got noise pollution, noise canceling headphones, got you covered. Oh, you've got air pollution too? Fresh air all the time, we got you covered. Now, the timing of these was actually super unfortunate because contrary to what you might be thinking right now, this has nothing to do with the pandemic, nothing to do with COVID. It happened to be announced right around the same time, but this is really directly advertised at people who live in or commute in cities with bad air quality, dust, pollen, smog, gas fumes, grass clippings, whatever it is, just bad air quality. So the idea is you're about to go out on your commute with the polluted world around you, so you put the headphones on, you snap the visor on, and now you're getting the fresh air the entire time you're outside with these fans spinning. It's the idea anyway. Now I went through the painful exercise of going out and testing these things so you don't have to, okay? So I'm looking kind of ridiculous on public streets because, hey, I want to see if this will actually work. I walked past roadways to see if I could smell gasoline. I walked past landscaping to see if I could smell pollen and lawn clippings. I walked into a public porta-john to see if I could survive, you know? And bad news, I could still smell a lot of everything. I mean, there was a nice little stream of fresh air going over my nose and mouth. It's a nice little breeze, but yeah, you can still smell everything. I think right off the bat, there's really actually 2 main problems that hit me immediately with this setup. One is when you put all these together and you put them on, the fans which are in the ear cups start spinning up and the air compressors turn on, and you can hear that because it's right on your ear, and so you're hearing that through your music, so you can kind of drown it out by turning the audio up, but that right off the bat was kind of annoying. But then the second is there's no seal. Like, you can still have air passing over your nose and mouth, but things can also slip in above and below, even if it's close to your mouth. So they want you to have as little of a gap as possible, and it's adjustable, so you can shrink that visor down as much as you want to basically have it touching the tip of your nose. But stuff will still get in as long as there's no seal. And nobody wants to walk around breathing from a literal tube, like a scuba diving mouthpiece. So yeah, this is just a built-in flaw of the fact that nobody wants that. That's the way it's designed. Plus, there's a bunch of other quirks, like once the filtration gets going, the battery life goes from 50 hours to 2 hours. The visor is super light and flimsy because it's completely plastic, presumably to be lightweight and keep it balanced on your head. But then it also has all kinds of weird scratches and poor finishes on the mesh and rubber and plastic, and just feels really cheap. And none of that even touches just how ridiculous you look. And then there's the whole medical problem. So I'm not a doctor, but I do have a friend who is. Mike also happens to have a YouTube channel. You might have heard of him. But he explained to me exactly why this product is even more flawed than I realized on the surface.
Yeah, so I see a product that actually confuses me more than anything because I don't know
Back in a bit. All right. Have safe travels.
who the intended customer is because they very clearly say this is not a medical grade product. There's no seal that exists here unlike a traditional N95 mask.
I look at the marketing material and I see somebody out in a city, in a subway station, and on the streets, and there's pollen, there's smog, there's all kinds of other things, and they put this on, and suddenly the air they're breathing is clean. They don't smell or inhale any of it. Is that a dream, or am I missing something?
They say that the product cleans up to 0.1 microns particles out of the air, but it's not HEPA rated because a HEPA rated filter will actually filter particles with a 99.95% efficacy. It's not as good as an N95 mask, which has a seal. And this is where a lot of misinformation actually spreads with N95 masks, because when we say N95, what we're saying is they have a 95% efficacy at filtering particles that are 0.3 microns. And you might say, well, a COVID particle is 0.1 microns. So does that mean they get through N95 masks? That's what some people who are anti-maskers said.
Right.
Most COVID particles that travel in the air are attached to things. Water droplets, respiratory droplets, that kind of thing. So they're already bigger than 0.3 and they end up being captured by the mask. But they specifically choose 0.3 microns because when you go smaller than that, like a COVID particle at 0.1, it follows something known as Brownian motion. And this is where these small particles move so randomly around when they're dissolved in a gas, like our air, that they end up being trapped by the N95 mask even better than the 0.3.
Okay. There's a lot of things to why this doesn't make sense. I also saw a tweet about how if you are specifically thinking about COVID and you are someone who has COVID and you wear this, now when you exhale, all of that air blowing is now just being ejected out into space where it normally stay in the mask?
Yes, like this device is not designed to keep your air and your particles to your face like a
Hey, Tipster, how are you?
mask would.
Yeah.
So what the company has said in response to this, that there's enough room to wear a mask in between. But to me, if you have room for an N95 masks, this eliminates the need for this product.
Yeah.
Because the N95 mask is more effective at filtering the air and creating a seal in this product. So why in the world would you wear a mask that filters better than this and then this thing on top of it? But what I worry about is it actually creates risk. And it creates risks in two ways. One is that it blows air directly onto your nose and mouth, which are your mucous membranes. Anytime you have air circulating areas that have a natural level of moisture, you dry them out. Dry mucous membranes are a problem because they crack and create openings for pathogens to enter your body. Then it's cold outside. This thing is blowing cold air at your mucous membranes, which actually causes vasoconstriction, meaning less blood flow, less white blood cells in the area protecting you. Another problem. And then the real problem is, I'm gonna really hammer it home right now.
Yes.
They say this is like urban environments where pollution is high, there's brake dust, car pollution, all very valid, all big problems we should address. But in urban environments, based on CDC data, the rate per 100,000 of deaths from chronic respiratory disease is around 35. But you know what's 33% higher than that? Unintentional accidents.
Yeah.
That goes up all the way to 47 per 100,000.
Yeah.
And you know what's increasing rates of unintentional accidents?
Are you saying that these noise-canceling headphones might actually cause more problems than they solve?
Yeah.
So, why did they do this? Dyson is a weird company. Like I said at the beginning, they're a motor and filtration company, but they've had so many hits. They've made these niche products like stick vacuums and air purifiers and hair dryers into like cult favorites, which is crazy. I can actually see how this product came to exist and how it ended up being $1,000. Actually, honestly, the $1,000 part is the easy part. Like when you just look at the materials and the cool tech and the packaging that went into this thing, it's kind of silly. These headphones themselves are super heavy, but yeah, they're all metal. The cups are metal, the bands are metal, and there's obviously a ton of tech in here. The packaging is hilarious. There's not just the headphones and the visor, which look like a smiley face, but there's also a super high quality carrying case with felt lining. There's a thick braided elastic strap for that carrying case. There's an extra set of filters. There is the softest velvet headphone carrying pouch I've ever seen. There is a dual color braided USB-C cable with a headphone jack adapter. There's a metal airplane adapter. There's what I assume is a reusable filter cleaner with a handle, and another carrying pouch for just the cables and the accessories, also super soft. And then there's this Dyson app that connects to the headphones that lets you not only change the settings, but also gives you a live look at a summary of the air quality in your area, and then gives me a live readout of the audio levels of my environment and how much sound the noise cancellation mode is preventing from getting to my ears. I've never seen anything like this with headphones and like live real-time data visualization like this. It gives you a summary of your fan speed usage, your noise cancellation usage over time, and gives you an estimate of your filter life and a direct link to buy new filters for once you run out of the ones that come in the box. If you showed me all of this for a pair of headphones and never even told me about the filter thing or what brand it was from, I would assume that these are at least $400 headphones. But at the end of the day, most of this, like so many other things in the tech world, can be explained by branding. Like it's only Dyson that could have pulled this off and gotten this thing as far as it has to get into this video. But there's a sort of a term that you've probably heard in the business world before that a lot of companies use called the loss leader strategy.
Barbara Corcoran was on my podcast from Shark Tank, and she taught me about this concept called loss leader. And basically, she believes that products that are gimmicky in this vein will actually not make company money, but they'll draw enough press that they'll sell other products. Perhaps that's what's going on?
They earn press.
Yes.
Yeah, because there's loss leaders that are like, oh, we can afford to sell you this hardware for cheap and lose money on it because you will buy the software and we'll make the money back. This one is a loss leader because no one should buy it and probably no one will. But it'll generate enough buzz that people talk about Dyson.
We're doing it right now.
And they'll be on there, yeah, you...
Dude, playing right into their hand. They got you. That's how they get you. Just a little bit of outrage marketing. It is so absurd, and it's so poorly designed that, like, yeah, that makes sense.
You win this round, Dyson. Here we are talking about your stupid headphones with your stupid filter, and it's not, you didn't even have to pay for an ad like you wanted to. So, yeah, well played.
It's so useless. And yeah, the filtration, like, it makes sound that you can hear, even with the noise cancellation. So, like, I don't even know how this, like, got past the drawing board, you know?
Thanks for watching. Catch you guys in the next one. Peace.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Hey! Yeah, you did.
KJ, stay out that drawer. God, I'm not playing with you. Give it here. Give it here. Give it here, Kendall. Give it here.
This dog is an amazing actor.
Whoa!
I have never seen a dog get extreme zoomies like this.
Oh, that was really slick. Oh my god. How many times do you think he practiced this shit?
Whoa! I have never seen a dog get extreme zoomies like this before. This poor guy was afraid to go down the water slide.
Oh no.
Literally me.
What did you buy?
Okay, so normally I forget to water my plants. So I thought a cactus would be the way to go. Ow. Ow.
Excuse me, miss. Would you be
No.
interested in $20
Or
spin the wheel to win $1,000?
Might as well spin, right?
Let it rip.
A baby buffalo was scaring this elephant.
Helen, you should take a video.
Oh.
Oh my god. Did you get Ellie?
Oh.
Why is the elephant scared of a baby buffalo?
What's your dream job? What do you want to do when you grow up?
I'm gonna be a doctor.
Yeah. How much do you want to make?
I'm gonna make people feel okay.
I'm really not sure how you get yourself in this sort of situation.
No. No. Oh no. Ain't no way.
I guess putting heavy weights in a cart isn't a great idea. I guess this is a new thing to worry about. People are using drones to deliver illegal packages to people they know in prison.
Yeah. That's been happening for a while. Wicked.
I found an artist that can make some incredible paintings in Microsoft Paint. This bunny woke up from a nap and thought it was all alone in the house.
Oh, tiny bunny. Oh, so cute. Oh.
Be careful, babe.
Got him.
In case you didn't know, rats can be trained to use a litter box.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it's so smart.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Today, Keemstar said he wants to see me get hit in a boxing match because I've gone woke and it's making him mad. Oh my god, dude. Well, that's kind of fucked up, man. Chill, bro. Bro, chill. Keemstar is so weird, dude.
Wings' life. And I really, really think that the boxing community, the response that I got from them, they were like, we need to see this again. Bring Wings back. So he absolutely has to. But who does he fight? I want him to fight Tipster. Tipster's been putting out some tweets. He's been pissing me off. Tipster's on this new like woke thing. And I just want to see him get hit.
Okay, so we're definitely gonna see Wings fight again, which is great.
God.
You know, this
Fucking hate Keemstar. I really do. Just like inciting violence for no fucking reason. On woke culture. Of course he did. Of course.
Woke culture as a whole. Seems like you I don't know, like what I don't know, fire away. What's your thoughts on just the idea of woke culture?
So I absolutely hate it, like the pronouns and all that stuff. It never makes any sense to me. But then I'll say something like very sensible. Like right now there's a big battle in the community to support trans people and to hate on trans people. And I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I could care less if you're trans or not. It doesn't bother me. But like don't try to like put that onto children, if that makes sense.
Sure.
That's where I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, you know, you got some of these trans.
It's so fucking dumb. Oh, like don't do stuff like exist and indoctrinate children. Don't do anything like that. Like what? Just stay in the closet then? Like he's such a piece of shit.
Trans supporters, like trying to get like drugs and stuff to children, and these drag shows that I keep seeing. So like there's a line. But I'm not like necessarily against trans people. Like Chris from Mr. Beast, you know, he was a guy forever, and now he's trans. Could care less. You know, I don't care. But there is this one post that he made on his Instagram where he was putting girl shoes on his son, who's like 8 or something, and I'm like, whoa. Like now I'm like, what the fuck is going on over here?
Who gives a fuck? You've never seen a kid play dress up before? What?
Right? Leave the fucking kids out of it. But yeah, I hate all this woke stuff. It's stupid and it's all backfiring. Guys like Sneeko, Andrew Tate, and like Leafy's back, and a bunch of edgelords and whatnot. They're the kings of the internet right now because people are just fed up with this stupid shit. Elon Musk taking over Twitter, really.
Yeah, right? Like, I put my dad's shoes on when I was a kid. Did I grow up to be trans mask? Like, no. No. Like,
That was the end of the woke shit. It's dying, and it's dying fast. I'm seeing it die real fast in the culture.
he's so fucking irrelevant too. Like, he just like wants anything to be relevant again. And he's like trying to do this centrist thing, which is like not it. Like, your fans are fucking extremist fucking weirdos. Like,
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Hello everybody. Today it's a very spooky, scary British episode.
Let's go.
We're doing a bit of Tim Burton. I wanted to do a Tim Burton makeup tutorial around Halloween, but something in my little, is it in Corpse Bride where her eye pops out and the little worm talks and then goes back in? That's literally me. I think I have that. So I want to do a Corpse Bride makeup tutorial because I think that's so fun.
literally me. I also have brain worms. Same girl.
I want my pure, innocent, beautiful, raw talent and skill to come out. So I'm going to really commit. What do I even have? I have so much fun stuff I could do. Okay, here's the inspiration pick. Here's another one. And here's my chair. I mean, we have to do Corpse Bride. Stanley, you better fucking make my hair blue. You better make my hair blue and long and gorgeous. Put a little... Okay, we're gonna start. Of course, I have foundations that don't match my skin tone because I'm really good at buying stuff that doesn't match me. So I think we're gonna use the whitest, absolute palest concealer that I can find. And we're gonna rub this all over. You're a bitch, you're a bitch. There we go. So that just happened. Yes! Yes. I love the Corpse Bride. I love the Corpse Bride. Ooh. Okay, that looks great. That was for Stanley. I hope I scared Stanley. Me just headphone blasting Stanley for fun. Okay, I'm going to go in with this foundation brush. It's by e.l.f. Domed Stipple Brush. Dome. Stipple. Not rub. Yes!
Straight to the
wow,
dome.
that is extremely pale. I think I'm gonna do blue face. I'm literally gonna go in with this redacted. You'll know I still use the redacted palette because I'm gonna use it until it runs out because I don't want to buy new makeup. I'm gonna go in with this blue color because that's very much her
Oh my god,
skin
she's
tone.
barely
This
used
is
it.
so fun. I love makeup. I really do. This is the exact same shade I used to use in high school. Wow. I really love, I know Tim Burton is a very problematic person for so many reasons, but I love claymation, first of all. I love claymation, and it's so hard to do, but the payoff is so worth it. And I think Corpse Bride is a really, really cute movie. I used to rewatch it all the time during the pandemic. Not
so
on my Dolly
scary.
Parton sweatshirt. I did not just get yellow eyeshadow on my Dolly Parton sweatshirt. Anyway, I used to rewatch it all the time during the pandemic. Victor! When he meets his ghost dog. I think I'm ready to talk about how maybe I'm a Nightmare Before Christmas adult. Maybe I'm a Jack Skellington adult. Okay, great. Now that you're very, very white, I'm gonna pack my face with this blue shade. This is gonna take forever. Let's see if my vision, oh God. Let's see if my vision is there.
I believe.
Okay.
I believe.
Wait, Slay. Wait. Okay, wait.
It's happening. It's coming to life.
I'm getting blue shadow everywhere. Wait, this is my vision. Maybe. What is that?
Maybe.
Oh, I dipped it into purple. This is not giving what I wanted it to, maybe. This is giving very much Genie from Aladdin. I keep dipping it into purple. I'm giving myself, like, blemishes. DoorDash for Brittany?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Have a good night. Yes. Yes. That actually looks kind of cool. It looks like someone tried to beat me before I died. Someone was wailing on me. I got into a bar fight.
Oh no.
They look like little death spots. Maybe I like that. Yeah, that looks cool. And I am now realizing that I should have done something with my eyebrows before I put blue and white all over them. But you know what? This is why I don't get paid the big bucks. This is why I'm not on stage. I'm not doing this on a stage. Okay? I'm doing this from the comfort of my Christian bedroom. Okay. Oh my God, I look just like her. Should I do my neck? No.
Spitting
Okay,
image.
we're done with the face. Now let's do some contouring, because this bitch has cheekbones. This is so fun. Okay, I think I want to do this color for her eyelids. That's very what the picture is giving, but it's almost like a purple too. Like I could almost do that as well, like that really dark purple, or like that blue. That blue's a little bit too vibrant.
Both?
Let's see what we got in the arsenal.
Both.
Ooh, that could be pretty. That one from this Katya palette. Let's maybe try that. And I do appreciate a shimmer. Okay, are we seeing this, team? Okay, I'm gonna bring it way down. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Maybe this isn't doing exactly what I need it to. I'm gonna go for fun and with this little dark. Yeah! And now we're gonna soften it up. Awesome how I'm just rubbing off the product a little bit. Ooh, I can fill it in with that purple. Okay, that doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad. Great. Okay, I'm kind of eating this up a little bit. Okay, she has a very angular face. I'm gonna give myself I'm gonna bring this down to a point. And what are you guys gonna do when I become a cosplay makeup account? You guys aren't gonna know how to act. I'm gonna go in with white.
I'm excited.
Crazy! Okay, loving that. I'm gonna go super white right here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm such a visionary. Wait! Wait!
Avant-garde.
Look at me from afar. I just gave myself scary cheekbones.
Slay.
I'm so good at this. Wait, I kind of just fucking ate that up. Don't look at my neck.
Makeup artist. Queen.
House Laboratories is busted and rotted and gutted. That shit just fell out. That shadow can stay down there. Oh my God. Check this out, dude. Check that out right there.
Be right back.
Wow. Okay. So her bangs
Amazing.
are up top. She's got like hair up here, but I'm gonna just darken this all right here. Period. Okay. Now let's do the eyebrows. Let's do the eyebrows. Are they like, they're like a gray? I'm gonna make my eyebrows as small as possible with the best tools, the God-given tools, your little fingers. You're gonna use your little phalanges, your little flesh sausages. Incredible. And I'm gonna go in, honestly, with that blue color. Oh, this is so much fun. Hey, don't judge it. Don't judge it. Why am I good at this? Not good at normal makeup, but I can do Tim Burton makeup. Stanley and I were talking about video ideas, and he was like, yeah, maybe let's try to do a wearable Tim Burton look. I got excited and I got carried away, and now here I am with blue face and scars. Period, bitch. Oh my God, I have to go as this for Halloween this year. This is good. Like, the cheeks, it looks good. I should contour my nose, like really, really, really small like hers. I have to do the Jennifer Coolidge face to do this. I love YouTube, it's my passion. Okay, it looks bad. That's okay. You know what's fun about this makeup is I don't give a What's fun about this makeup is it's no harm, no foul. I'm just having fun, and when you just have fun and it's not like, oh, this has to look good, this has to look good because I have to leave in 20 minutes. It's so much fun. It's just liberating. It's so fun. And I'm eating. Like, I'm so good at this, dude. You guys are floored and shocked. And it's honestly upsetting because you know that I'm talented and beautiful and stunning and good at everything I try. And I never make mistakes. And I do everything right on the first try. And, you know, like, it's just, y'all know that about me. So I don't know why you're shocked. Yes. Oh. Okay, work. Or don't work. You bitches need serious help. I am not a weirdo. I'm very normal. Hey, normal people scare me.
Oh my god, it's looking so good, actually. When I was just listening, I was expecting that to look terrible, but, Soleil? Honestly? Soleil?
Okay, I don't know what that is. From back here, how does it look?
It's so good!
From back
It's
here,
not
how are
bad.
you feeling, guys? Thoughts?
It could be better, but it's, like, not bad for, like, a first attempt. Let me see next to each other. Uh, yeah. It's an interpretation.
Concerns? What questions do you have for me at this time about this look? I did a great job. Okay, let's move on to the eyes. I'm so f***ing excited. This literally looks so good. I'm floored. I'm shocked. Eyes. Okay. This looks incredible. Ooh, and it's like blended out too. Oh, this is so fun. Oh, this is so fun. I have got to do this for Halloween. Everyone, feel free to copy me. You guys are along for the journey as I am learning the journey. Like, I'm honestly figuring out what I'm doing as I'm doing it, and it's looking spectacular and beautiful
Incredible.
and stunning. So, okay,
It
she
is.
brings it down. She brings it down really far. Cause she's dead! Do you guys think about death? Do you guys think about the permanent after? The eternal? The never ending? Do you guys ever think about that? Thoughts? Oh, bitch.
The forever sleep? Oh yeah, you betcha. You betcha I do.
I'm eating this. Ah! I need a white pencil. Where's my white pencil? Here we go.
White.
I am so smart. That looks like I have something in my eye. I'd like to think the afterlife is something out of a Tim Burton movie. Something that's very almost whimsical and it's terrifying, but you get used to how terrifying it is. I'd like to think that of like a permanent hell. Gorgeous. I'm excited for the lips. Her lip color's everything. just torturing Stanley with the audio. I think that annoying people,
Way too
it's our
dank.
year. Big year for annoying people. We need an International Awareness Day for annoying people. Because sometimes annoying people, they're the most insecure and they're worried if they're being annoying. So we need a national day to be like, yes, you are f***ing annoying. Be as annoying as you can possibly be. So on other days, it's minimal annoyingness. You know what's a word I f***ing hate? I really don't like this word and I think it should be taken off. It is ornery. It's a dumbass word. Ornery. I'm doing a really, really good job. This is my arts and crafts time. I don't get arts and crafts time anymore as an adult unless I carve it out of my schedule, which is really hard. And it's honestly not a priority because sleep's a priority. So this is my arts and crafts. You guys are witnessing the creative process. I need a smudger. I need a smudger. Smudger. Just put a bunch of blue pigment directly into my eyeball, right into my eye socket. That's really awesome. The world is blue. Blue. What is her name? She's not Sally. Emily. Okay, now for the lashes. Oh my days. All right, we're flying in the pencil brush. I need a pencil brush. Pencil brush. Found it. Who's this by? NYX. That's the Justin Bieber face pose. Okay, here we go. Work, honestly.
Ooh. Gorge.
I'm incredibly talented. I am a
She really is. I love this. I kind of love this as just like a normal look. I might try this.
world-class talent. I mean, wow. You can't even tell that I did that. Okay, let's add the top lashes then. I think we should add the top lashes. I'm gonna add, because she kind of has an upper line. Okay, we're gonna do the lips. I'm gonna be using, I think this color is, maybe I lied. Maybe I love lying. Maybe lying's a passion. I'm going to be using MAC Soar. This is so much fun. 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 Trisha. I'm so good at this. I hate this color. It isn't right.
So good.
Do you think I could go dressed like this to the Renaissance Festival? I think I could. I would feel safe. Look.
Yeah.
This needs to be less. Yes. Okay, we need top lashes. And I'm honestly thinking about going for some of these. Yeah, like that. Yeah, I love that. I am loving that. Good idea, guys. Y'all are so smart. This is so fun. I'm having so much fun. Everyone should go home and try to do a corpse bride makeup tutorial. I've never had more fun.
It looks fun.
I kind of nailed it, dude.
For real.
I look just like her.
Perfect.
That is
Honestly.
gorgeous. Fucking get on there. Victor from the Corpse Bride is my dream man. Victor from the Corpse Bride is submissive. He really like lets her kind of take the reins. He's always worried and timid and quiet, but he's also tall and skinny and his legs could break at any second. That's my dream man, where you can break him over your leg like a toothpick. Let's put some lip gloss on, because that is fun. Now that is fun. Oh, she's got like a little like death mark right here where they tried to get her. They tried to get my girl. No! No! Please. Please. No! Me, dude. Oh, that actually kind of looks good. Oh, that looks great. Yeah, her little mark right there at the top of her head. Okay, guys. I look so good! I did such a good job. I did such a good job. I don't want to take this off. Let's go to the grocery.
Perfect. Grocery store. Oh my god. She's so good. 10 out of 10.
Grocery store. I might go live on TikTok. Actually, that sounds kind of fun. Okay, thank you guys so much for watching. This was so much fun! This was so much fun. I'm gonna go as Emily from the Corpse Bride for, I almost said Thanksgiving. For Thanksgiving, this is an easy, simple, family-friendly makeup tutorial for Thanksgiving. I hope you guys enjoyed. Please have a great summer. Okay, hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you for watching. I love you so much. Bye-bye. Okay. Check it out.
No, I'm not dead. I'm just sleeping on the job. Hey everybody, what's up if you're new to my channel? My name is Chris Clemens, or if you're new to my comments,
Oh, I'm so excited for this. This is gonna be good.
welcome back to the dysfunction that is my channel. Guys, I don't want to say it yet, but I think my closet's getting installed today. Buy my shirt. Buy my shirt. Buy my hat. Buy it all.
Get your f***ing ass up
And join my Patreon. I know I've said that before. So about like a month or two ago, my closet had its original install date and they measured all of the drawer part wrong. So I obviously have like closet stuff, but this is supposed to be a whole thing of drawers. Oh my god. They just got inside, so I've got to go. But hopefully all of this is getting done today and it's not mismeasured for a fourth time. Oh my god, you guys. The contractor just left. My closet is officially done. I'm so excited of what I imagined for this weird little alcove. Putting a bunch of drawers here was like so the move. I still have like a tabletop surface here if I want to put I am so excited! So now that the closet guy is gone, I've got to go run some errands because tomorrow at 6 in the morning, I'm leaving for Lake Tahoe to go to my brother's bachelor party. My little brother and I have like been busting our asses to get this planned, and honestly, shout out to my little brother who, without him, Mike, you would not be having a bachelor party. I almost had a graduation party, but we're done with that in our family. However, before I go out, I want to show you some things that just got delivered. I want to say none of this is sponsored. I am just avidly excited. The first thing I got were these base suitcases. I put some old Middle Kid stickers on. There are new ones at middlekid.supply that you can buy. I just wanted something that wasn't black and that like wouldn't be such a struggle to find when it's like coming out of the baggage claim thing. And then I had to get a bigger carry-on because the current carry-on I have is like a mini carry. I don't know, it just does not work for me, so I had to get a bigger one. And I love it! Next up, I got a whole bunch of Middle Kid. I ordered it online. I did not ask for it. I ordered it myself. I like doing this for a multitude of reasons, but one, I like seeing how like a random customer would be getting their order. I will say I am working on all of like the inserts and packages to make them more sustainable and eco-friendly, right now. I just really wanted to get these out. Middle kid will always be a work in progress, but I'm so excited because all I had were the sample sizes.
How about you get a new mic? Holy shit, it sounds so bad.
And lastly, you guys, oop, I just farted. I got the gloopy vase. I am like bricks. I got 141 out of 185. Okay, seal of authenticity. Are you kidding me? It's gorgeous. My breath is taken. My breath is taken. Chunk hanging off. I could just eat this right up. So clearly a boy didn't need that second cup of coffee, but I did because I've got to go run some errands now, so bye. I ran some errands to my favorite place in the world, the Container Store. And I got a lot of stuff to start organizing my closet. I got these little necklace things, so I've got bracelets at the top, necklaces here, and I got these things for like my rings and other random jewelry. I just have to say, by the way, this is once again not sponsored. This suitcase is magical. They think of everything. This is a waterproof pouch. There's like a weight thing on the side, so when you lift it and it's over 50 pounds, this little thing turns. Guys, I hear it. I know it sounds like a brand deal. It's not. Oh, I just love when like a company thinks it through. Okay, what I need to not be doing this passionately is talk about a
That's so cool. The 50 pounds thing, that's smart. That's
suitcase, and what I need to be doing passionately is filling the suitcase. So I've got to go pack. I just rented my very first car for Lake Tahoe. I will be driving a beep beep Suburban. I am getting so excited for my brother's bachelor party. I got us all first class seats, so we're all gonna be like sitting and drinking. I'm just so excited. I have not gone on a trip with just my brothers, I think, ever. So this is very exciting. We just got to my brother's house because the flight is early. I'm wearing new middle kid. I pick up my little brother from his apartment. He's wearing middle kid. And then I get to my older brother's house and he's wearing middle kid. I know. I'm so happy we woke up 2 hours before our flight. So happy. So it turns out I just learned about my brothers that they love to get to the airport 2 hours early. So cheers. Who's gonna spill? We made it to Tahoe. Okay, all right, I'm gonna go drive this tank that I rented apparently because it's a tank. What the fuck? So we just got to the Airbnb and one of the draws of it was this gorgeous backyard, and guys, look at it. Oh my God, can you even believe? It's so stunning. The grass is so green. I'm sure. It is our first full day in Tahoe. Yesterday we just kind of drove in and it was the most gorgeous scenery. But today we went out and got coffee and groceries, and at the grocery store, look at the bags of chips. They're like little newborns. Jalapeno baby, kettle cook baby, jalapeno baby, potato baby. I'm picturing my older brother's friends hearing me vlog this. The weekend has come to an end and we are at the Reno Tahoe airport and they have slot machines, and I pulled 360 out, haven't spent it all, and I just won $460. Guys, it looks like we're flying private home. So my mom and I just went to a nursery because I want along the back of my property line for like the last 3 to 5 feet, I want it to just be like a natural native pollinating, like just let nature do its thing, but with like pretty plants. And oh my God, you guys have to see what I got. Now I'm gonna be doing like a full plant haul on my Patreon, which is down below. But this was $700. And I'm just thinking like along this whole thing, maybe have like a walkway that goes into both sides. I just really love the idea of it. So I've been doing the worst job with vlogging. It's kind of scaring me how bad I'm getting, but I just feel like these aren't interesting anymore. Like obviously during the house stuff, there was so much to do, so much to see. And now I'm just like, all right, I'm getting in the car to go to New York. All right, I want to die. All right, I'm getting food. Like, I don't know what my like role is in this world anymore. However, we are about to go to the airport because we're going to LA. And this is my outfit. Sunglasses, Argento Monster. The jacket is a custom L'Equipe. The shirt is Diesel, the pants are Diesel, and these shoes are Jacquemus, and they are magical. I'm going to Los Angeles, but specifically Palm Springs, because I'm having a little writing boot camp that I'm organizing. Cause your boy is doing stand-up this year and very soon.
Oh shit. Oh shit, what? He's doing stand-up? Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, I hope that's good. I'm sure it'll be great.
Yeah, let's get to the airport. We're almost running late. We just got to the Airbnb in Palm Springs, and it is so incredible. Cue the montage. I found a life hack for putting cans into a fridge. Okay, so I've got both ends open. Okay, ready?
I was about to say I did this once and spilled it everywhere, so I never did it again. It does work if you do it right.
Oh, this DIY is over. Thanks for coming. They just broke all over the floor. I guess you guys will never know. I forgot my vlog camera, but we are at Morongo Casino gambling it up. I am starting with $500 and we are gonna see where that takes me. I really hope I don't come back with no $500.
One pumpkin away from, like, I think owning Morongo. Give me $1,000, maybe 800 million. I want to retire.
Let's go.
Hate it, but...
W.
You better not steal it, honey. Better not steal it.
My mom and I are up at my Nana's house because we are getting some of the furniture out. We just went to our favorite place, Hickory Deli, where we got these things called Sloppy Joes. We would always eat them with my Nana. And they're pickles. Oh my god. And I just realized this is probably the last time I'll eat a Sloppy Joe in her house. Also, her house sold, so it's all empty. And it's so weird. I got my mom and I both hats that say Hickory Tree because we are dysfunctional. Cheers.
Cheers.
Our last Sloppy Joe in this house.
Yeah, but it's okay.
It is okay.
It's okay.
I am trying to pick it up. It's so messy, so I'm gonna do this off camera. So we're done moving my Nana's furniture out. I was just over at my little brother's house painting because he is doing a mini renovation on his house that he just got. Now I'm home, and before I go shower from this utterly exhausting day, I am gonna do something I did a lot on TikTok, which is the daily dental chew. Booger, do you want a dental chew? Do you want a dental chew? Do you want a dental chew?
Aww.
Sit.
He's so cute.
Sit. Sit.
Good dog.
Lay down. Lay down. Good girl. Paw. Paw. Good girl. There you go.
She's so cute. Oh my god.
Oh, Booger, I love you. You're so cute. I love you so much. It hurts. Happy Friday, guys. I am so excited because today I am starting my outdoor garden. Now that the indoors of my house are pretty much done. By the way, I made like a renovation vlog playlist if you want to like go back and watch it all. But now I'm focusing on the outside. I posted a little outdoor garden plant haul on my Patreon. And today I want to get all of them planted and possibly go pick up some more. As a kid, my parents always made my siblings and I like do yard work and stuff like that. And at the time I remember like, for example, when they would deliver mulch, I would be like, oh my god, this is gonna be the worst day of my life. Now, maybe because it's my own home, I love doing outdoor stuff. I've like reseeded my yard and it's like all growing in and I water it. I just love it. So let's go plant. I don't know. It seems like I've probably smoked a plant, but I literally haven't. I'm just so excited. So along the whole back of my yard, I want to put in like this natural garden slash like native plants that are good for pollination. I just like really love those like pastures where like nature just does its thing. Now I put down tarps to try and kill the grass, but I don't think it works. So I figured instead I'm just gonna take this hoe and I'm gonna rip up that hoe. Get our farmer Joe on. I don't know who Joe is.
It's not a hoe, but okay, Chris.
Or if he's even a farmer, but it's a thing, right? What the f***? This killed like none of the grass. Alright, so it turns out this isn't really working that well, so I'm gonna go Google and pray. Oh my god. I just want to build a f***ing garden. So I have a new strategy, and it's just shoveling it up and seeing if that works. So, take two. So I bought a cultivator from Lowe's, and it's gas powered, and my mom has gas for her lawnmower, so she is going to be coming over in a sec, and I think the garden should be happening much quicker now.
Honey, you've got a big storm coming.
But also look at this piece of furniture I got from my Nana's house yesterday. It weighs 100,000 pounds, but it is so pretty. I think I'm gonna put it in the guest room and maybe put like a TV on top of it. Okay, so we flip this and then I just pull. But I need it to go through the ground. But that's what I don't understand. I thought this was supposed to just tear all the up. So I've played around with the cultivator and cannot wait to read all the comments about all the things I'm doing wrong. But I figured I'm just gonna dig random holes and then take the cultivator over the holes. And I don't know. Honestly, this is like the dictionary definition of trying my best, so. I've gotten a lot of this stuff dug up, and now I'm gonna try to not pass out. I'm feeling really dehydrated, but I'm going to try the cultivator and see if it works now because the dirt is loose. I don't know, guys. Wow, hello everybody, it's 9 o'clock and I came in around like 6. However, because I was outside all day, I came in and thought I was actually gonna die from dehydration. Like I could not stop my head from pounding and I was trying to hydrate but not like overdo it too quickly. Anyways, I just woke up and I'm feeling much better, thank God. I got almost all of it down to some sort of dirt and shredded grass. I don't think I'm using that cultivator the way I should be cultivating. But tomorrow I'm hoping to get the plants in the ground and maybe get some new plants as well to put in there because that space is very big. I feel like honestly really accomplished. I also feel wildly exhausted. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on, but I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good morning, guys. It is Saturday and it is a nice little rainy morning and I am so excited that it's not sunny and like 90 degrees again. I am very excited to get these little planties in there. I love when it rains, the grass is all green. This is everything I got done yesterday, which I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty proud of myself for doing. So I brought all the plants back. I put a stone down to signify where I think the center is. And I'm gonna have a pathway that goes both ways down the middle. Let's begin. So I obviously have a lot more of these stones from trees I got removed, but I just kind of put them here to get a good idea. Now it's time to start putting these little baddies in there. I have all of the plants kind of laid out the way I think I like them, and I think I've come to a point where I like it, so we're gonna start putting them in the ground.
Oh no. Oh no, is that mint? That's gonna be the whole garden.
just showed up. Hey! Mom, and honestly, she has such a cuter outfit on than I do.
Honestly, it's like pajamas.
I think it's cute.
I did not.
Oh my god, and you have a sandwich.
Want some tuna fish?
No, I know.
It's rye bread. Is that
It
gluten-y?
looks so good. I've made a bunch of progress. A lot of the plants are in. I am worried that they are gonna die. We just finished! Mom, huge thank you to you for digging the hole. Guys, I think this looks so pretty. Also, if you saw me planting these incorrectly, no the f you didn't. Please do not tell me. I'd like to just find out naturally. The rest of my yard goes to that pink thing, so I obviously still have to turn this stuff in when I get my fence redone. Look at my garden, it's so cute, and it's all gonna grow and be so colorful and big and oh my god. Good morning, it is Mother's Day. My mom slept over at my house in my guest room and we are just chilling this morning. I want to say a happy Mother's Day to all of the hardworking mothers out there who either support my channel or support the people who watch my channel. I think mothers are truly some of the most incredible figures, good mothers I should say. I hit the mom jackpot with mine, as a lot of you guys know. My mom is the best and I feel so lucky. However, before we start Mother's Day festivities, I have just been editing this vlog and I came out to my garden to put manure around all of the base of the plants and to give them a little rewatering. They've all perked up a little bit and it's just really exciting to see. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. I cannot wait to do even more to this garden, but I had a lot of fun minus the almost literal dying part. So pretty. This was such a fun memory to do with my mom. Alrighty, I'll see you guys next video. Bye.
Aw, that's so cute. It's so cute and so wholesome. Ooh, another wholesome video.
It's only up to you. Forget yourself. This room is hot, but we can make it hotter with your help. I'll dance with you. We'll dance together until everybody's moving to it. Everybody moves. When everybody moves. Shake, shake, shake.
So cute!
It's only up to you. Forget yourself. This room is hot, but we can make it hotter with your help. I'll dance with you. We'll dance together until everybody's moving to it. Everybody moves. When everybody moves. Shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it tight, but you will. No, no, no. Only mistake is if you stand still. So shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it, break it until.
Oh no.
No, no. Only mistake is if you stand still. It's only up to you.
Nothing out there could ever stop me from chasing after the way you love me, keeping me up 2 cups of coffee. Baby, you make me feel so lovely. I keep on running, no, I shouldn't want it. I keep on falling right into your thought, I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I wanted, sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything my life up like confetti. Baby, you make me feel so la 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 lovely. I keep on running, no, I should've wanted I keep on pulling right until you're done. I can't get you off my mind. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. It's like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. It's like candy. Nothing out there could ever stop me. From chasing after the way you la 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 love me. Baby, you make me feel so la 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 lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy. Sweet, yeah, I need it from you. Got my hands all on you, sweet. Everything I want is sugar like yes, please. Love is like candy.
Someone starts to move. Shake, shake, shake. That's all you make of it. Take what you will. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still. So shake, shake, shake. That's all you make of it. Break it into. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still. It's only up to you. It's only up to you. Forget yourself. This room is hot, but we can make it hotter with your help. I'll dance with you. We'll dance together until everybody's moving to it. Everybody moves. When everybody moves. Shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it. Take what you will. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still. So shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it. Break it into. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still. It's only up to you. Shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it. Take what you will. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still. So shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it. Break it into. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still.
It's so wholesome.
Only up to you. It's only up to you. Forget yourself. This room is hot, but we can make it hotter with your help. I'll dance with you. We'll dance together until everybody's moving to it. Everybody moves. When everybody moves. Shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it. Take what you will. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still. So shake, shake, shake. Oh, what you make of it. Break it into. Now, now, now. Only mistake is if you stand still.
job. Good job. Don't worry about it. That was good. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. Woo! Let's go. That's perfect, dude.
Aw.
Do you want to dance? Can I post that online? Yeah, yeah. Oh, I met you guys before, haven't I? What's he about to do? What is it? Oh,
What is that? What is he holding?
I wrote my YouTube channel on a piece of paper for him, and he's just holding it up.
Do you dance?
Huh?
Do you dance?
Like professionally?
Yeah.
No, I just dance.
Do you like to dance?
Sounds over
Yeah.
to just go around like California.
What?
Just go around California making random people dance.
That was wholesome as fuck.
Hey everybody, welcome.
And for once, a Thoraya video that didn't make me fucking cry. Wow. I didn't know it was possible.
To Don't Do What Steve Does. I've got an idea today that's so crazy.
Dude, this one is crazy. This is actually crazy. He stayed in an abandoned mine. He is so crazy. Don't do what Steve does. I just need to put some food away I made earlier. So let's do this. I got my vaccine today. So let's celebrate with a little song. Yeah.
Tonight, we come here to answer a very important question in everybody's mind. Why in the hell are we still doing this? I know there are questions about whether we should gather here tonight because of COVID. Well, they're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. How to do that? Just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. We're all here. Vaxxed and boosted. This is the first time the president attended this dinner in 6 years. It's understandable. We had a horrible plague, followed by 2 years of COVID. Just imagine if my predecessor came to this dinner this year. Now that would really have been a real coup if that occurred. I'm not really here to roast the GOP. A lot of people say the Republican Party is too extreme, too divisive, too controlled by one person. Ronald Reagan said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear this wall down. Today's Republicans say, tear down Mickey Mouse's house. The Republicans seem to support one fella, some guy named Brandon. He's having a really good year, and I'm kind of happy for him. They're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. How to do that? Just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. We're all here. Vaxxed and boosted. Fox News, I'm really sorry. Well, why? Your preferred candidate lost the last election. To make it up to you, I'm happy to give my chief of staff to you all so we can tell Sean Hannity what to say every day. Trevor's great. When I was elected, he did the show and he called me America's new dad. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm flattered anybody would call me a new anything. You're my guy. You've heard me say many times, and here in America, good journalism, good satire about our leaders is quintessentially an American thing. There's not a damn thing this country can do when we stand united and do it together. They're fully vaccinated and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. Vaxxed and boosted. How to do that? Just contact your favorite Fox News reporter. We're all here. Vaxxed and boosted.
Now listen, if you have not subscribed to a YouTube channel, do it right now. Do it today. And all you have to do is click the big red subscribe button. Whoa!
I'm so sick of the bullshit. We've been down this freaking road so many times. Oh, exquisite monotony. Tell me, is this the definition of insanity? I expected different results. Now I'm trapped because I'm broke, forever in debt. And some rich guy in a private plane is gonna kill me. He's got hair plugs and a cock spaceship, he's gonna kill me. Billionaires are dorks, I said it. Y'all are frickin' nerds, you got a real bad need to be cool. They're draining every well, only care about themselves. As far as I can tell, yeah. Justice overruled. You faked your way in school. You moonwalk like a fool, yeah. I'm so tired of screaming from every mountaintop about what's the problem. Oh, is anyone listening? Tell me, is this the definition of insanity? I expected different results. Now I'm trapped because I'm broke, forever in debt. And some rich girl in a private plane is gonna kill me. She's got a fake ass and a lucrative brand, she's gonna kill me. Billionaires are dorks, I said it. Yeah. Y'all are frickin' nerds, you got a real bad need to be cool. They're draining every well, only care about themselves. As far as I can tell, yeah. Justice overruled. You faked your way in school. You moon up like a fool, yeah.
I love this pink guillotine. So slay. She's got a fake ass and a lucrative brand, she's gonna kill me.
Just had to bring someone with me. We are going to go camping in an abandoned mine. So, with no further ado, let's get hiking. And this is the part everybody's going to skip over until we get to the mine. So I'll keep it short. It is bear and cougar and wolf country. So
great.
Yeah, we're packing our bear sprays and hoping for the best. So looks
Here's a holster.
Looks like we're about a third of the way there. It's probably a total of 2.5 kilometers, maybe 3 kilometers in, which in miles, what would you think that would be, crazy neighbor?
Let's see, 1.6 kilometers per mile, so 3 kilometers would be a little over 2 miles.
Well, that was a little bit of elevation gain there, and now it looks like a lot more elevation gain there. What do you think about elevation gain, crazy neighbor?
I'm not liking it.
Me neither. These woods, loaded with bears, guaranteed. You can tell just from the way they look. The actual road ends here, and it's off on a little trail. We're gonna have a good conversation here in case there is any bears, then we can let them know we're in the area by talking loudly.
Hey, bears!
Oh yeah. You just know there's a bunch in there. Cougars, wolves, the whole bit. It's the real deal, guys. I can hear those mosquitoes pretty clearly.
Yeah, me too.
Just a little too late for fiddleheads here. I said I wouldn't stretch this part out too long. Let's go.
The fuck is a fiddlehead? What's that?
Oh, this just keeps going.
Okay, I'm gonna stop here for a bit.
Yep, good idea.
Fiddleheads or fiddlehead greens are the furrowed fronds of a young fern harvested for use as a vegetable. Interesting.
Oh boy. Litter on the trail. Oh, come on. This is ridiculous.
We just got to get to the end.
Pog, Steve, yeah, he stayed in a mine? An abandoned mine? He's crazy. He has a holster for bear spray.
To this big tree, and I think the worst of it's over now.
Yeah, I think so too. So, just like a flight or two of stairs.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Now, some of these are a little loose. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
I guess they're sweet? Oh, interesting. Yeah, they look kind of good. I want to try it.
That's the most serious hike I probably have ever done.
That was every bit as hard as I thought it would be.
Yeah. Well, we made it. Yeah, they say on all trails that one is easy to moderate.
Uh-huh.
I'll go with moderate. Okay. We got our lights. And as always, this is not an example of something to do. Never go into an abandoned mine. I can't explain why we're doing it, but let's do it.
He doesn't even try to give a good reason. He's just like, just don't. Moist. Yeah, this is where I die for sure, yeah.
Now there's a second level up there.
Oh, God. The fuck is that ladder?
Yeah, I'm gonna go a little farther here. I hope we find some dry ground. It's possible. Huh. Wait, there's some railway tracks in here. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey. When I see a board like that, I just assume it's covering up a shaft.
Yeah.
So those are dangers of the mines. It's plate steel, so definitely there's a shaft under there, for sure.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah. Hey, it gets pretty dry in here. Oh.
It's a mine. water's so clear. Whoa.
Pretty clear, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah.
I think I'll pass on that.
I'm gonna pass on that too. Yeah, no thanks. Okay.
Not today.
Yeah, this is the end of it right here, and it's wet.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah. That's not big enough for the two of us, that's for sure. This way. So it's just like a T, and now we're doing the other T. Well, that echoes. And this is the end. Yeah, head.
That's the end of it.
That's the end of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Way back out. Yeah, nope.
Yeah, nope. What do you do now, Steve?
Oh yeah, I can see the old rail here. Yeah. So they were pushing it out in rail carts.
Yeah.
Too damp to sleep in there, so we got to really kind of figure something out, because I'm not hiking all the way back down there today. And
No, we'll figure out something.
that we will. There's not a lot of level ground. I want to roll off the hill, but okay, it's time for step 2. Yeah, there is nice ventilation coming through the mine, so I know it's good for air. I'm not worried about that. Cheers.
Cheers, Steve.
To a treacherous hike.
Mm-hmm.
Our only hope of camping in the mine is if it's dry on the upper level up there. I know there was a way inside with a little rope and a ladder. I'm not doing that. But up there, it looks like a little bit more of some treacherous trail there. And I think I can see another entrance up there. I don't know for sure. Online, I can't see any pictures of that, so that's another hazard of camping in an abandoned mine. The pictures I saw online, it was pretty dry, so it was a bit of a surprise, but if you were camping...
So wholesome. Yeah. Yeah. I worry about him so much, and he's just like addicted to adrenaline for no reason.
...in a mine and it started to rain, yeah, it can get pretty wet, so just try to... Don't look down, don't look down. Oh, why did I do that? It's a little slippery there. Yep. That's not a way in. Not that I see, no. Nope. It's a nothing.
Not flat or dry either?
Nope. I wouldn't say that. No, definitely not flat or dry. Okay. Be careful on the way back.
Easy. Easy. So steep. Oh my god.
Oh. I see. Yeah, that's the rope people go up. So. No, that's a big no for me too.
Oh. Whoa.
Yeah. Oh no.
Careful. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Definitely not climbing up that rope. Even walking up this hill was a bit of a stretch for old Steve here. Oh no, 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 no. No.
I don't think so, Steve.
He was really thinking about it though.
Back to the drawing board here, because I really want to camp in that abandoned mine, not outside of it. But we don't have the cots. What we need is cots to get us up off the ground a little bit. So tonight, I guess we'll just hunker down here. There's some kind of level spots, and we can do that climb again tomorrow.
Well, we did it once, we can do it twice more.
I didn't want to bring them. I guess we do have room. We could have, but I wanted to keep the packs really light, which tonight's food, of course, is going to be freeze-dried stuff. When it comes to abandoned mines, this is something I want to touch on. I've heard it might have been a copper mine. I'm not sure. And they could have been using anything in there as far as chemicals, things like you don't want to drink the water in an abandoned mine, even if you run it through a life straw. That's my opinion. Some people might be fine drinking crystal clear. Like in a cave, that's one thing, but in a mine, this was an industrial site. There's rusted tracks in there. There's who knows what type of chemicals. So I don't want to drink the water in there, so we did have to bring water. It's not saving that much weight, I guess, but just a relaxing day of hunkering down. Our crazy neighbor has a really elaborate chair. It's
really small, but it's comfy when you get it set up.
It's looks a lot more comfy than mine.
So tiny.
Fits in that tiny little bag.
Well, you're in style today. You're in style today.
Look at this, I got a tray to put my beer, I guess.
Yeah. Quick check of my phone reveals a geocache located 14 meters from here. So, let's go find it.
Yeah, let's find it.
5 meters, 4.
Okay, what's this thing supposed to look like, Steve?
Usually a little container. I've never actually found one before. 3 meters. Moving around on me. Could it be right by where I was sitting?
Nope.
Is this the smartest thing we could be doing at dusk?
Probably
On
not.
a steep hill. That's okay.
It's a little bit of entertainment.
Oh, be careful.
Yeah, it's pretty steep here.
It's in the area. The GPS is really bad because there's this huge mountain here and all these trees kind of blocking the satellites. I'm not going to make a whole point of this, but we'll poke around and see if we can find it. I think we found it. Yep. All right. Yeah, first geocache I've ever found. There. Well, perfect.
What have we got in there?
There's British Columbia collectible pins, a geocache button, or coin, little pendant thing. Okay. Some business cards. This guy is for Musher. I know, he's cool. Some carabiners, a guest book, so...
Might as well sign the guest book.
No, there's not a lot in here, so I'm just gonna put in this beleaguered hunker down sticker.
Perfect.
Which has seen better days. Sign a guest book.
Sign the guest book.
Okay, so...
There's quite a few.
Some people have been up here, yeah. Okay, there we go. Hunker down.
Right on.
So you better sign it too.
Okay.
You helped with the search.
There we go.
How about that?
It wasn't even that hard.
No, it wasn't. We're not going to make it overly hard, but we're going to cover it up a little bit. Well,
awesome.
How about that? Yeah. First geocache. Okay, because that's riveting entertainment.
Yay!
For a geocache, instead of hanging out in the abandoned mine.
People clap.
Well, it's going to be a quiet night by the mine. Just going to get the bedrolls set up. Not really doing anything exciting tonight. Just going to cook some freeze-dried meals, roll out the bedrolls, and sleep under the stars and hopefully not the rain. So, just kind of where we're at. Then we go for it full blast in the morning. You going to fall asleep in that chair?
I probably could. It's pretty comfy. I'm glad I brought it. As you know, this is only the second time I've ever worn a backpack, and I didn't have a backpack, and I went to a thrift store, and they had this backpack there. The only one that they had. It was only $10, but it's pink. Like, do I care if it's pink? No.
You're good, Chad.
Let's just let it inflate. Just self-inflating, right?
Oh yeah.
Good. Okay. I'm set.
Hunkered down?
I'm hunkered down. Yeah, look. Like a bug in a cocoon.
That's pretty cozy.
It is. Yeah, nice rocks as a backraft.
Yeah. Okay, so you won't fall over the edge. You got rocks here.
Nope.
That's good.
I'm leaning up against the rock.
All right. Perfect. Good night, crazy neighbor.
Hey, Steve.
Sleep with your hat on?
Yeah, it keeps bugs out of my eyes.
All right. I'm down for the count. See you guys in the morning, and we'll make this a little more exciting. Good morning, everybody. I was just sleeping in a little bit, and some people walked by. I heard a dog bark, and they've walked up here with their dog to check out the mine. And I had the perfect excuse. I wanted to sleep in the mine. So, just about going to get the gear tucked away and head on down to go get the gear we need to actually successfully sleep in that mine. Sleeping bag get a little wet?
I kind of rolled into the stream, or slid down into the stream with my feet. So just about a couple inches.
Just gonna stash the stuff that I don't need to bring down. I'm gonna need my backpack to grab some stuff out of the car, cots, etc. But don't want to haul this down and then back up again. Hauling it up once was more than enough. All right, let this begin. This time I actually have to see the height that I'm going down, and I don't like heights. So let's get this over with.
So wholesome.
Easier on the way down, hey?
Much easier on the way down. I like this now.
The trip down is just humane. We're not clutching our chests, drenched in sweat, pleading for mercy. This is...
It's like a walk in the park.
So to speak.
Would have a beer with Steve, yep. For sure. I bet he would smoke a J too.
I have these small cots that I'd left in the car because they had a lot of weight and space, but sadly, we're gonna need these. And it started to rain. And all of our stuff is sitting there up at the mine, getting wet. So keeping an eye on the forecast and the radar, hoping that this blows over and we get some sun to dry everything out. And I think it's just going to be my sleeping bag that gets wet because everything else is underneath of it. Better. Okay, we've loaded up with what we need, and let's hit the road. Okay. Do you ready to do this again?
That's all right.
Could be
we
worse.
know what to expect now.
Yeah. Alright, let's do this again. Up the hill there seems to be a lot less rain. That's good, because those rocks could be slippery. Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh no.
We gotta be crafty here to dry this out. Oh, never be fooled by a beautiful day. If anything, it was too hot on the way down. And here we are. So, yeah. Okay, we made it for the final time. We're not doing that again.
Oh, Chelsea.
Yeah, I know. So I think our best hope is to get things underneath of this overhang to dry out as much as possible. And hopefully the sun comes back out for us. It'll be a nice treat. Oh, that's ingenious. This one didn't get too wet.
Yeah, it was underneath. Yeah.
So, spent an afternoon drying stuff off. My jacket was soaked. It's dry now. Sleeping bags, dry, dry. Sleeping pad, dry. That's great. And I hope the mine is dry. So we're going to go in and see where we can camp inside of there.
It's just going to be drier.
Hopefully. Thank you. There's a little spot here.
I keep waiting for one of these stones I stick on to be a term they're an alligator or something.
Well, they shouldn't be in this area in a cave or a mine.
Alligator?
In here there is, yeah, there's some water. It's flowing. The pot should be high enough here. Or in here, yeah, this is perfectly acceptable. It certainly gets, still wet down here for sure.
I think that spot back there will work for us.
I think so.
The wet ass cave ussy.
Yeah, so down here, this could be acceptable. I think this was the one that. No, this doesn't. Oh yeah. This is where there's the pit. Right in here. It's really not level enough for the cots, is the problem. Yeah.
Drier, but not level.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the end of there.
Yeah, and this is all completely soaked. So this ain't gonna work because of a couple of reasons, of which I can think of. One being that it slopes from here down into there.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to roll into that cold rock.
Well, yeah, and this, it goes down quite far. It's part of whatever vein they were chasing up that way. And I'd heard somebody pumped it out, actually. They brought a gas-powered pump in and pumped that out. Oh, you're not thinking about it, are you?
Not in the least. Not in the least. Okay.
Well, maybe in here or on the other side. Yeah. Yeah, there's a stretch in here that
I think the other works just fine, Steve.
I think so too. All right.
We're out. Stove in the pot.
Yeah, the whole cooking kit right in there. Got
Handy dandy.
pot, little burner, and the fuel. So I never use these things really. The freeze-dried meals, because typically I'm not going up a mountain, but the fact that I am today means I'm using these peak refuel ones. I've had a few. I'm not exactly a connoisseur, but I found these to be definitely the most sought after and the most palatable of
That's
all
a
of
big
them.
word.
Palatable.
Can you spell that?
Oh, wow. We've got, actually there's a slug on this one here.
Oh.
He spelled it wrong.
He can't get enough of this. Look at that. Just crawled right on there.
Oh my
let's see if
God.
he'll crawl off of, no, he's crawling more onto it. Okay, well, give him a, wait, okay, so that's one of your options, is that one. And then
with fresh protein.
The beef stroganoff with no slug. So what would you prefer? Crazy neighbor. I know you want that beef chili mac. I'm sure of it.
I really want the beef chili mac. Yeah.
But there's a slug on it.
Well, it's on the outside of the package. I'm not going to eat the slug.
I'm not dumping boiling water into a package with a a poor, helpless, defenseless slug on there.
Well, can't
You know?
we just gently release it?
If that slug knew how much salt was in that package, you wouldn't be anywhere near it. That slug's not going anywhere.
Well, yes, it's just he's moving slow. Slugs are like that. Is that his head or his tail?
His head is looking
Oh yeah, I
like...
see. Oh yeah, he's got those
he's-
little thingies going like this.
Yeah, he's reading the instructions.
He's listening to us. He thinks we're gonna cook him.
Well, if he doesn't get off the package... Yeah, 3/4 cup.
Oh, look, the slug is turned around.
Oh, good.
He's made an exit stage left. Yeehaw.
Would you like some desiccant with your meal tonight?
Not really.
Like, you can see if you're backpacking and actually finding your water as you go. This is perfect. He's crawling off the package. Doug.
Mm-hmm.
He's crawling off the package. So do you want the spork or the spoon?
I don't care.
I'll give you the spork. It doesn't look, obviously, like the package. I don't want to bug Doug here.
No.
But, yeah, certainly, they don't look like the package, but I've had some real abominations of freeze-dried meals in my time. Two cots.
Hello in there.
Something I just noticed. We want to make sure we're not directly under a severe drip. Yeah, like I'm seeing some right there already on mine.
That's a bad one. Okay, I'll move this way.
Yeah, if you're gonna go farther that way, that's good because there's
Yeah.
right here. All this looks like it's gonna fall off at some point. Yeah. It is so much warmer outside than it is in there. It just feels like summer suddenly. Crazy neighbors heading on in there. I'm gonna sit up for a little while here, and then I'll crawl in.
Well, see you guys in the morning.
Right on. Oh, I
He's
get the good
cute.
chair then.
You do.
Crazy neighbor.
So I suppose, overall, this trip had a lot more hiking than I expected. And I have nothing against hiking, I just have a bad hip. So it was sketchy on the way back up. I was almost going to throw in the towel, but all the stuff was up here, so what could I do? I'm going to head in here in a second, get a nighttime time lapse set up and hunker down, and then make my way back down the trail tomorrow, bright and early. There were a couple people that came by today while we were up here, and it was great to meet with people. I didn't even come up with any excuse. I just said I'm sleeping in the mine. And the second person, actually, one of them did recognize me and said, are you Steve? And I said, well, I guess you know what I'm doing here then. But she was really cool. Shout out to Leanne. It was great to meet up with you. And yeah, it's going to be a cold night. It's got to the temperature where it's probably as cold outside as it is back in the mine. So, crazy neighbor, I heard a couple of snore sounds coming out of the cave. I hope it was snore sounds. But there's only one entrance that I know of. There's another one up higher, so there shouldn't be any bears or cougars or wildlife in there. And I would probably hear blood-curdling screams if that was the case. So, time to pack up, head in, and hunker down. That's just crazy neighbor snoring and not a bear.
Man said he snores like a bear. Pass the fuck out. So loud.
It's drying out in here really nicely. And I think it's going to be a relaxing sleep. Dare I say it? I have to sleep with my head at that end because this is sloping pretty severely. See you guys in the morning. Morning from the abandoned mine. Sleep was pretty good, considering it's an abandoned mine and there's water dripping everywhere. But the sounds of the water echoing through the mine was relaxing enough to allow me a comfortable sleep. Crazy neighbor's already up and cracking, which is good because he did hit the hay earlier, so I stayed up watching around for animals or problems, and now he's up earlier watching around for animals or problems. Kind of like a little bit of an overlap, like a fire watch or something. So that's awesome. But I gotta get out of here because it is dog walking hour, and we did have somebody up yesterday very early. So we'll start packing this up and then leisurely get out of people's way. Not that we can't be camping in a mine. I just don't want to be a nuisance to people that want to come out here. You know, maybe see this mine and, you know, I'm sleeping in it. You know, it's just not fair. So, get out of here.
So considerate.
Looks like a beautiful day out there.
It sure does.
Nice. It's just what we need. Of course, I'd like to thank all the folks that support this channel through comments and more. So, much appreciated, everybody. So, how'd you sleep?
Very good. Very, very good.
Yeah. I did too. There were some noises. I wasn't sure if it was outside or if it was my sleeping bag wrestling against the pad, but it sounded like feet shuffling.
Yeah, I heard my sleeping bag brushing against the pad.
Yeah. And of course, being in the mine shaft, you can't really, it's hard to get a sense of the direction of where sound is coming from. We're all cleaned up and there's nothing left behind, just the way I like it. And this is the last time we're going to have to do this horrible, horrible hill. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Hey. Yes, I remember this all too well. The rest of it is just a steep trail from this point. It's not trying to go up a staircase made of shifting stones. We're well on the way on this trail through these bear-infested woods, and I'll use my last few percent of battery on the camera here to thank you all for watching. And
what do you mean bear infested? It's their home.
Please ask for your subscription if you like this type of thing. And I wait till the end to ask that so you're sure of what you're getting. And there's some interesting facts on that mine. That is a mine that was built in 1904 over 2 years by 6 men. So that was 12 man-years of labor. And they were not using any major explosives. There's no drill marks in there. Further down the hill, there is the remnants of an old cabin, which I could not access due to my lack of hiking aptitude, and an old minecart, which could not also be accessed for those reasons. However, if anybody is better at hiking than me and wants a challenge, there's some stuff to see out here. And it should be figured out pretty quickly where this is. I normally don't say right in the video where I am, and today is no exception. So, thank you all. We will see you on the next one.
This is a box of donuts, and by referring to
Should be figured out pretty quickly. Just knows the internet is just gonna figure it out. True. True.
it thusly, I am implying that these are all different kinds of the same thing. And yet they're kinda not. I mean, you've got your yeast donuts, and then you've got your cake donuts, which are really as different as oranges and bananas. I mean,
Fuck, I want donuts.
oranges and bananas are both fruits. You would expect to find them at the same place, the fruit store, but you wouldn't expect them to both come from the same farm. Hey, you want to go to the donut farm? At 3 in the morning, which is when donuts are generally harvested. Owner Joe Sieber and his partner Jimmy Wooten there make most of the donuts themselves here at Status Dough. This is by far the best local donut chain here in Knoxville, though not the cheapest.
You know, because it is a small batch. These are made mostly by hand, and we're using top-notch ingredients, the most expensive you can. So you have to charge a little more.
And the yeast donuts are even more expensive than the cake ones, for reasons that you will see. Yeast donuts are really a sweet bread, not a cake. I mean, it's all flour and sugar and fat and such, but the yeast dough is comparatively dry and requires some serious kneading and some serious yeast.
2 pounds fresh yeast, so we don't use any of the powder at all.
The fresh is obviously a lot more powerful and quicker than the dry, and this is a lot of yeast relative to the flour. They're looking for a quick rise, lots of air, and a strong yeasty flavor that is enhanced by this. These are their unused
That is so much yeast.
trimmings from yesterday's donuts. They've been fermenting in the fridge all night, and in they go with the fresh dough to make today's donuts.
It gives it just a little, I don't know, I don't want to call it umami because it's not, but when you look to add umami in some Asian dishes is what we're doing with this.
That's just one of their special tricks here at Status. They have others, like they use some milk powder in the yeast donut dough, plus some other tricks that they'd kill me if I told you. But anyway, it's a surprisingly dry, stiff dough. It probably has to be that way to hold a nice, clean, tidy shape as you drop it into the fryer. After kneading, it rises for an hour or two, then Joe has to haul that out, break it down into loaves, punch those down to bring the yeast into contact with fresh nutrients to ferment. This also serves as a secondary kneading step. It develops the gluten a little bit more now that the flour has had a couple hours to hydrate. Joe says the flavor is better and the texture fluffier if you spend this extra time. Yeast donuts are not quick.
Which is why you don't see a lot of new yeast places popping up all over like you do cake-only donuts, particularly on the franchise side of things. Less time consuming, you don't have to be here in the middle of the night like we are now, you know?
After a second rise, it's time to flatten out the loaf, first a little by hand and then through a dough sheeter. They also dock the dough, and then it's time to break out the old school donut cutter. The ones with 2 concentric circles first appeared on the market in the US around 1870. No one knows who invented the hole, but its function is obvious. It helps the donut cook far more evenly. Without the hole, you're likely to have some raw dough at the center, Or with the right hydration and the right frying temperature, you might just end up with a steam pocket in the center, which is what they do intentionally to create these so-called Bismarcks. You inject cream or fruit into the center. That's a house-made fruit preserve here at Status. Of course, punching the hole out of the center leaves you with a tiny little circle of dough that you could throw in the fryer, and it would puff up into a little sphere that you could sell as a donut hole if you're into that. Once cut, the donuts have to proof in warm, wet conditions for about an hour. Just a final puff so that they can fry up as light and airy as possible, but if you overproof them, they collapse. Anyway, time to fry. Donuts are generally fried in vegetable shortening. That is, a plant-derived oil or mixture of oils that is solid at room temperature. The same molecular stability that makes it solid also helps it to last longer in the fryer. Shortening takes longer to get stinky and burned tasting, and when it cools, it forms a solid film around the surface of the donut, and that extends shelf life. Without that film of solid fat, donuts are prone to oil weeping, which is exactly what it sounds like. Donut makers try really hard to minimize the amount of oil absorption that happens during the frying, but really any donut you buy is going to be at least 20-25% fat by weight. And if you use a solid fat, if you use shortening, that fat is less likely to kind of ooze out of the donut over time. So solid fat. The yeast donuts fry at a pretty high temperature for like a minute, not long at all. They get flipped once and only once.
Then you have a nice white ring around them, and if you don't hit that perfectly, they'll take on too much grease, they'll be chewy, they might collapse too much, there'll be air pockets.
Let them drain and cool for a few minutes, and then you can glaze them or do whatever else you're into, and there you go. That's something like the original donut. Yeast donuts predate cake donuts in the written record. Cake donuts are puffed up with chemical leaveners rather than yeast. Chemical leavener, like baking powder, is just a weak base, like carbonate, mixed in with some weak acid, like maybe cream of tartar, and you get them wet together, poof, CO2 gas. The first written recipes for cake donuts actually just use a base, pearl ash, for example, which you can make from wood ashes. To get the gas, you would need to combine pearl ash with an acidic ingredient in the batter, such as buttermilk, slightly fermented milk. And here is the result, a buttermilk old-fashioned donut, probably one of the first cake donuts historically. How is it different from the donuts cut from the yeast dough? Well, first thing, a cake donut is made with batter, not dough. A batter has way more water and or fat. It's not a solid, so you couldn't knead it even if you wanted to. There's several reasons why we generally use yeast for doughs and chemical leaveners for batters, but one of them is just that chemical leaveners are usually weaker, so they can only make bubbles in a nice, loose, wet mixture. But the upside is they do it instantly.
You know, it's a batter almost along the lines of like a pancake, where when you mix it, a short rest period, you can put it in a hopper just like pancakes are made, where they're literally dropped on a flat top grill. We're dropping them in a fryer.
You can see why the cake donut had to wait for the industrial era to be popularized. Without the mechanical hopper, it would be basically impossible to deposit perfect rings of loose batter into the hot fat. Actually, this particular fat isn't that hot because they're making old-fashioned donuts. And the reason old-fashioned donuts get that raggedy edge is because they fry at a lower temperature. The crust doesn't harden the second you drop in the batter. It has time to spread a little, as long as you flip shortly after it hits the oil. The result is a donut that absorbs a lot of grease, so it's very heavy and substantial. I would not eat one every day, but from time to time,
Fuck, I want it so bad.
that is just undeniable. That's their coffee-flavored old-fashioned. If you want the modern cake donut that's light as a cupcake, then you gotta crank up the oil temperature. The batter solidifies in seconds, so you get a nice clean edge, the whole thing cooks up a lot faster, there's less oil absorption. You could go from mixing up your batter to decorating your donuts in minutes, as opposed to the hours that it takes to make yeast donuts.
It's one of the reasons why so many places that are popping up are doing cake only, because they're much easier to make. Especially if you're trying to serve them like a hot product, where you're doing like an instant donut or cooking them on a food truck or something. A cake batter is going to be much easier to do than a yeast-raised donut.
Cake or yeast, all the little babies go out into the dining room, and as the sun finally rises over the Great Smoky Mountains, Joe and Jimmy truck some donuts around to their other locations around Knoxville, and bleary-eyed customers like me start to trickle in. I've always preferred cake donuts, but I'm giving the yeasties another chance now that I know how much more goes into them. I like these ones from Status Dough because they've got that deep fermented flavor from the scrap dough they mix in, plus they use very little sugar. Most of the sweetness comes from the glaze on top, which makes all the layers complement each other as you bite through them. Heterogeneity! There are national donut chains in the United States that use way more sugar in the yeast dough. The result is not only too sweet, but also texturally kind of insubstantial. It just sort of melts in your mouth like cotton candy in a bad way. Thanks again to Status Dough in Knoxville, Tennessee for being better than that, and for letting me in to see the magic happen. Cake or yeast, just get one in your belly and start your day right. Derp to derp.
Derp to derp derp. Oh. Whoa. Alright. It's getting a little late. I'm kind of tired. Veg time. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I'll be back. What day is it? God. What are days? What is time? I'll be back Friday. Friday fun day? Friday. Maybe we'll do more video essays. Or something. We'll do something. Be there. Really selling it, I know. Alright. Well, okay. Good night.
Yeah, together. Even though we plan forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky.